bacteria or things like that. And that is how I got through microbiology. It was so useful. Like everyone in med school used it.
And it was called what again?
Sketchy Micro.
Sketchy Micro. See, this is supposed to be made fun, so we'll see if this actually like is what it says it is. It really
Okay.
is supposed to be like entertaining or whatever. But yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we feel with this. But I really do want to at least go over like a couple, which I mean it's gonna take a couple hours to get through some of these anyways, so we are live, BT dubs.
Okay. Sounds
Um,
good. I won't talk about anything sketchy then.
Someone just said, thank you so much for what you do. I passed my CCRN exam yesterday listening to your videos. Oh, okay. Well, we're off to a good start reading the comments in the comments section.
Solid, solid. Also, are you okay? There it is. The stream didn't pop up for the longest time.
For the longest time. All right. All right. I need your game face. I need you to be focused up on studying with me on this. And
Okay.
so,
Thanks.
because just in case there's a chance I might ask you a question, not as a pop quiz, but because I don't know what the hell it is. So we'll see.
Okay.
Or to make it make more sense. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Let's give it a
All
shot.
right. I'm gonna mute myself
Back.
because I'm gonna turn your stream volume on.
Okay. And then when I pause it, you can unmute. Because
Okay.
obviously it will be, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Or if you're new here, welcome. My name is Nurse Jenny, and I'm from Nurse Life Academy, and I will be reviewing endocrine questions and concepts that you must know for the CCRN exam in this video. I will time mark it, so just feel free to scroll at your own pace, but I do give extra information and
Oh,
explanations
this
after
is
every question to really
review
reinforce the
questions in specific.
content.
So they're not
I
necessarily
would
going
greatly
over.
appreciate if you like and subscribe to my video if you
Interesting.
found it
Okay.
helpful, but also so that you can be notified of other videos dropping. Let's get started with this endocrine content. Question number 1. Which of the following medications may mask initial signs of hypoglycemia,
I
such
know
as
it.
shakiness, increased heart rate, and
I know it. Metoprolol. I paused it, sketch. He's like, I'm dead inside. It's like, I'm dead inside.
I was like, that makes sense to me.
So you're going with that for your response, just to make clear. Oh, you're echoing back really bad, Sketch.
Oh, yeah, because your volume is on.
All right, we're going with metoprolol.
irritability. Is it A, glipizide, B, metoprolol, C, insulin glargine, or D, hydrochlorothiazide?
Beta blockers. Metoprolol. Give it to me. It's gotta be. Signal,
And
let's
the answer
fucking
here is
go.
B, metoprolol. So when someone becomes hypoglycemic, usually the sympathetic nervous system will kick in and it'll trigger you to
Study
sweat,
stream height
have
loss
palpitations,
G1HYP.
get anxious, maybe shaky, and then it increases your heart rate. And all of these symptoms are initial signs we would see if someone gets hypoglycemic. However, if you're on beta blockers such as metoprolol, those beta blockers are blocking that sympathetic response that we would normally see.
Sketch.
And if these symptoms are
Signal,
blocked,
yay.
unfortunately, sometimes the first symptoms that you'll see when someone's hypoglycemic may be those later ones, such as lethargy or even a coma.
I hate endocrine and renal and heme.
So acute hypoglycemia is usually when a diabetic's blood sugar falls below 70, but it can also occur with big shifts in glucose. Some symptoms of hypoglycemia that you'll see early on, you'll have palpitations, tachycardia, diaphoresis, irritability, blurred vision, slurred speech, fatigue, weakness, and so forth. Later on, you'll have confusion, lethargy, seizure, and coma. But again, remember from our question, if you have a diabetic who is also taking beta blockers, that initial sympathetic response may be masked due to the beta blockage. So they might be hypoglycemic, but you might not know until they present with some of those later symptoms such as confusion, lethargy, seizures, or coma. And in talking about causes, it seems quite simple, but a lot of the time the dose of insulin is more than what is necessary for the body requirements. Sometimes increased physical activity or strenuous activity can be a precursor to hypoglycemia for diabetics since you use up that glucose during exercise. Also, things like stress, interrupted nutrition, or adrenal insufficiency may also be causes. The treatments are listed here. Essentially, you want to give them some.
All right, I'm pausing this real quick. Sorry, interruption. Adrenal insufficiency. Talk to me about that and how it ties in with this sketch real quick. Because usually we'll say that when people's sugars are tanking repetitively, but I don't really understand the behind the scenes. Sketch is like, why are you asking me about one of my most hated sections? Flashbang screen. Pow! Just kidding. Sketch, you must answer the question. He's dead.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom.
Okay.
Hold
Talk
on.
to
I heard adrenal insufficiency.
Yeah.
How does adrenal insufficiency tie into this?
It said causes of hypoglycemia, adrenal that's what I'm asking you. Adrenal insufficiency. I've heard of it used like in this situation, saying maybe their adrenal glands aren't working properly or whatever when they have acute hypoglycemia, or they keep like tanking their sugar repetitively.
I'd have to go back and look at the whole hormone pathway cycle, but
Oh
I
God damn it, Sketch.
listen, there's so much stuff. It's like CRH and then ACTH, because CRH comes from the hypothalamus, which then triggers the pituitary gland to release ACTH, which then goes to the adrenal gland to cause it to release some hormones. And so I think what I remember about the adrenal glands is that they're regulating salt, sugar, and sex. And so it must have to be with basically if your adrenals don't produce enough of a certain hormone,
Cortisol?
then cortisol's one of them.
Isn't that when they're trying to test adrenal insufficiency, don't they use like stress dose steroids to see if it responds? Or am I crazy?
There is some kind of test.
I thought that they did that. I thought that they said in order to see if you have adrenal insufficiency, you do a stress response with steroids to see if they respond or not.
I mean, it would make
One of the
sense.
critical care physicians said something about that. I know I'm not making this shit up, so help me out here. How does that tie in? What's up,
Well,
Sean?
if they don't, the issue is that their adrenal is not making enough steroid medication. So if you replace the steroid and they get better, then you know the
Then
issue
it's
is that
that.
they don't have enough steroid they don't have enough steroid in their body.
Well, there we have it. I think that's probably the most important part of it. Like, I don't know if they're going to deep dive into adrenal glands and stuff here, but we'll see. Hey, Rabbit, how are you doing? And Sentinel, thanks for coming in, man. You're playing StarCraft 2, LOL. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's been a hot minute, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I burned myself out for months of just straight going at it for quite a bit, and I needed a little bit of an unwind and a reset. So that's what I've been doing, and then I've been studying. So you're welcome to the study sesh, where you get to find out how much Skitch knows about his most hated subjects.
You know how you could not burn yourself out?
Do it periodically instead of like incessantly every day for like more than 8 hours.
I was gonna say go to Disneyland.
Oh, okay, you know, that too. Haven't seen you in so long. I know it's been like, what, 3 weeks, guys? I've been pretty I've been in Discord. Like we've been watching movies and such, like on occasion, but yeah. I took a little bit of a break. So now I'm like doing study streams because I actually really have to get this shit over with. So I'm like, if you guys don't mind, because I'm off for a 4 day in a row stretch here. So, oh, for fuck's sake, he said, yeah. Listen, like because I was at work and I was getting burned out, but then there was a couple weeks, guys, where I was mentally and emotionally just fucking tapped. And so I had no energy to stream. It was like it was zero. It was on E. It was below E. It was like where your car is when you're kind of like sweating a little bit and you're like, I need to get to this gas station. Get me and you're just praying it doesn't start like doing that thing, you know? That's where I was. And I was just like, all I wanted to do was sleep. It almost like put me in like a little bit of a depression state. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, I want to go home and I just want to sleep. And then I told some of the people I work with that I needed a break from the crazy family dynamic situations and the uh psych type patients. So they gave me a break. These last 2 shifts have been like chef's kiss in comparison, even though like my CV did clot off like several times on my one shift, but it was my one-to-one patient, so it was like I could totally do that and chill. That was fine. By the way, your stream says 7 days. That's because I'm an idiot. Thank you. Let me fix that. Just chatting. Sorry, guys. My bad. I don't want to get your hopes up. I'm literally just chatting today. Let me update that so that I'm not in the wrong category, or so I'm in the right category, not in the wrong category.
Tell them you're
Sentences are hard.
learning about salt, sugar, and sex.
So with no context.
That is
Kaylin, how are you?
That is exactly what endocrine is.
I mean the Disneyland, for fuck's sake. Oh, Aorium said for fuck's sake when you said Disneyland. I'm doing great. Took a nice 2-week holiday. Came back a few days ago. Nice. Arrow, what is up, my guy? How are you doing? Jesus. Okay. All right, let's get back to some of this and let's see what happens now that we've went through the adrenal situation. I think that's the only thing I need to know. The adrenal insufficiency could cause hypoglycemia. The way to test that, if your adrenal glands are working correctly, is to do stress dose steroids, and if it responds, then you know there's adrenal insufficiency. I doubt it's going to ask anything else, so let's just go forward.
Source of glucose. If the patient is conscious, giving them a glucose gel, maybe some juice, or some complex carbohydrates would all be pretty appropriate. And if they have IV access but they're unconscious, you would usually give a half amp or even a full amp of dextrose 50%, depending on their blood sugar.
Pausing this. I never get some bitch half dose of an amp of D50. If I'm pulling a D50, you're getting the whole damn thing.
And you may want to consider starting them on either
Yeah, I don't
5%
think I've ever
or 10%.
seen someone give half an amp.
No, I give a full. I mean, our protocol says a half, but like half the time they need a full anyways. So it just like for me, I'm just not gonna waste my time. I'm just gonna push the whole 50 and pray, depending on how low it is. But yeah, that's just me. Also, juice has so much fucking sugar that usually helps like immediately. But if they're low enough that I'm pulling dextrose half the time, it's because they're getting to be pretty out of it. So I don't really trust them to swallow. So I'm just gonna do the safe route, you know? But that shit is thick, so it takes like a minute to push it in sometimes. Like especially if you're pushing it through like a peripheral, oh my god.
Percent dextrose drip for refractory hypoglycemia if there are no other contraindications. Lastly, if they're unconscious without IV access, glucagon 0.5 to 1 milligrams IM is going to be your treatment.
Going right in the leg.
Question number 2. Your nurse coworker cannot remember the normal values of serum osmolality and urine-specific gravity. You tell her, I know, a normal serum osmolality range is blank milliosmoles per kilogram, And a normal urine-specific gravity is blank.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't
it
quite
A,
remember.
260 to 275?
It's either B or
and
D.
1.010.
It's B or D.
275 to
I can't
295.
see the values because
and
you're
1.030.
blocking.
Sorry! Hold on.
C, 260 to 296 and 1.030. Or is it D, 275
I think it's
to
B or D.
295 and 1.010?
I have no idea.
Really?
I just wait for the lab value to populate, and if it shows up in red, it's bad.
The answer here is...
I'm only
D.
half
All right,
joking.
at
because
least
most-
I got it down to
for the
50. It's
serum
D.
osmolality range.
Because
and
most of the
normal
lab values I
urine-specific
know, but
gravity-
this is not a lab that I look at very often, so I'd have to
Really?
look at the reference range.
You don't
No,
look at
I've-
serum osmo for HHS or DKA at all, ever?
No, I just say, hey, their sugar is really high, they're altered, they have HHS.
Yeah.
Or DKA, like, it doesn't matter. Like, they have ketones, they have a high sugar, they have a gap. That's DKA. DKA
Yeah.
until proven otherwise.
Yep. Sentinel said, got it. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. Did you do something cool? Wait, what did he do? Hold on. Give me backtrack. I only worked 2 days, all of January. You lucky bastard. I came in for Stitch only, hearing about my life for the past 34 years. Oh my God. So, Brian, the whole F and Onion said he's only here for you, Skitch. Just so you know.
Well, I'm very honored.
Sean said your hair's really long now. My hair has been long. It's just like half the time it's wavy and I kind of blew it out. So that's probably why it's looking longer than it normally looks. He said house shopping, nothing crazy. Yeah. No. Your sub went through. I told you. I said that, Arrow. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it most definitely popped up. Hey, Coffin Snail, how are you? But see, like I was thinking in my head, the only thing that was like had me was the 1.030 to the 1.010, but I could have sworn it was the 1.010, but I also didn't want to look like an idiot. So but primarily what Skitch said is it will be in red if it's wrong. And then if it's in red, I'm like, okay, if it's high, like it, at that point it's like, but this isn't one we technically look at as often. The only reason we started to look at it more recently is because on our CCRN, they're asking all of the nurses those questions. And so because of that, they want us to know it. Because that's one of the main things they're putting for an indication of HHS. No joke, Skitch, just FYI. That for us, they're putting like serum osmo as being one of the answers, which I thought was stupid comparison to other things that I feel like are more important that I would have geared. And I don't know if they worded the question weird or something, so we'll see. We'll see what the question says and how it's worded to determine whether or not that's dumb. But that's just what I was told, like secondhand, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, like, it helps to confirm it, but I feel like high sugar, altered patients, that's HHS until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Is 1.010. So let's talk a little bit about some endocrine basics here.
Here you go, your favorite
Skitch.
Skitch.
Osmolality is the measure of the number of particles or solutes in one's blood. And the normal serum osmo is about 270.
So pretty much if like you're dehydrated, your serum osmo is going to be high because your solute concentration is going to be higher.
Correct.
75 to 295 milliosmoles per kilogram.
You're also probably going to be very hypernatremic if that's the case.
Yeah.
Like, these are the people that are going to be in the 150s.
You said hypernatremic, right?
Correct.
Okay. I was just making sure because for some reason I thought you said hypo and I was about to ask a question. Never mind. We're good. Moving forward.
This normal range for osmo. So 275 to 295. Now, I did put the formula to determine the osmolality concentration, but don't worry, you do not need to memorize this.
I'm well aware I would never
only
do
put
that
it
fucking
here
math.
so that you can see that a change in either sodium, BUN, or glucose is
They
going
made
to
us
alter
memorize
your
that.
osmolality. And in the case of SI-ADH,
But why would they have you memorize that? It's not like you're ever going to sit there and try to do the math. We don't have time for that. Like I hardly ever do med-cal. The only time I'm doing med-cal is when I'm trying to figure out like my my run rate for like a CV machine. Like then I'll do it. And then the occasional drug that we don't use like offhand, so they put it weird in by pharmacy and then you have to look at it twice and be like, wait, what? That's the only time.
and DI, we will certainly have a change in sodium. So in both of them, we're going to
Yeah,
have
tell that to
changes
the
in
board
our
examiners.
osmolalities. Urine specific gravity, or USG, is the measure of the concentration of the solutes in the urine. So it's very similar to serum osmo, but it just measures the solutes that are in the urine instead of the blood. And a normal urine specific gravity is 1.010, or I remember easily as 1010. And when urine is dilute, or it has a low number of solutes, your urine specific gravity is going to be less than 1.010. So in this case, a low urine specific gravity would be 1.005. And on the other hand, if urine is very concentrated, it is going to have a high number of solutes, so you will have a high urine specific gravity. So an example would be 1.030. Now, I don't want to confuse anyone, but sometimes I think about urine specific gravity in weight. So if your urine is very dilute, it is going to have a low number of solutes. And in my head, I think low number of solutes, it's going to be light. So it's going to be a lower number than that normal of 1010 or 1.010. But if urine is very concentrated, it's going to have a large amount of solutes and it's going to be heavier. So that number is going to be greater than that normal of 1010 or 1.010. Knowing what serum osmo and urine specific gravity are and their normal ranges is really going to help you out here. Let's switch gears here and quickly talk about ADH, or antidiuretic hormone. So ADH is a hormone that is formed in the hypothalamus and it is stored in the posterior pituitary, and its main function is to maintain fluid balance. And if you guys remember, ADH is a part of the RAS pathway, the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. And ADH can be stimulated and released by many things, but mainly it will respond to hypotension, hypovolemia, hypernatremia, or dehydration. So when you have a low serum osmo. And when any of these problems are present, so if you're hypotensive, hypovolemic, dehydrated, whatever it may be, your body senses that and it releases ADH in order to compensate and hold on to that water. Or technically speaking, it reabsorbs water in the kidneys, which then stays in the vascular system because it doesn't want to give it up. So if ADH causes the body to reabsorb more water, then it's not going to release that water in the urine, so we can also say that it concentrates urine. I know it's a little bit tricky to visualize this pathophysiology, but at the very least, if you break down the word antidiuretic, you will not diurese and urinate out a lot of urine. Instead, you will concentrate urine and your body will hold on to that extra water. So hopefully this makes a little bit of sense. It's always helpful, at least for me, to know the pathophysiology behind some of these conditions in order to be able to better understand what's going on. Question number 3. Which of the following are signs of syndrome of inappropriate antidiuretic hormone, or SIADH, secretion? A. Decreased urine output, increased serum osmolality, and hypernatremia.
Yeah, I'm going to pause it for a second.
Because there's like multiple negatives. The inappropriate antidiuretic.
Is this the one where it's like soggy Sid and they absorb fluid, right? SI-ADH is one where you hold in fluid, but you release a lot of salt.
I always got to think about it because so antidiuretic hormone. So diuretic would make you urinate, and antidiuretic makes you
Yeah.
not urinate.
So it makes you hold fluid, but they also said you like sweat out, like you hold in fluid, but like it's more dilute, so you'd have decrease in urine output, you would have increased serum osmo, right? Because you'd be holding, you wouldn't be letting out, right? And when you have
So I think
it's like this is confusing, but I could have sworn I know that like normally if you're dehydrated, it would be hypernatremia, but you're not really dehydrated, you're holding a whole bunch of fluid.
right.
So
you
you
can
would
have. I think
so
technically it's still euvolemic, but you're holding a lot more free water. So you're going to dilute out your salt. So your
right.
concentration of salt should be
So it's
lower.
hyponatremia. But when
And
you
should also have a decreased serum osm because you're holding a lot of free water. And it's because you're not urinating out that fluid. So you should have
so
a decrease.
you're losing sodium, but you're like retaining water, so your osmo is going to be low. Everything's going to be low. You're going to be decreased in urine output. It's going to be D.
That's
Premia.
my answer.
B, increased urine output, increased serum osmolality, and hypernatremia. C, increased
Based
urine
off
output,
of what I remember.
decreased
And if I'm
serum
wrong, I
osmolality,
hate
and
endocrine.
hyponatremia.
No. I think
or
this is
D,
it. Because
decreased urine output.
Because DI, diabetes insipidus, you're hypernatremic, aren't you? And you're pissing out everything. Like that one, you're actually flushing, but you're holding on, so you're more concentrated. At that point, you'd be increased serum osmo, hypernatremic, and increase urine output. I'm almost 100% on this. I think this is the exact opposite. So I think it is. I agree
serum
with D.
Osmolality and hyponatremia.
Come on, give it to us. You better say D.
The answer is D.
Oh, thank God. We're not idiots.
Urine output, decreased
Thank
serum
goodness.
osmolality, and
I was ready to question everything.
hyponatremia. So in SIADH, you are swimming in ADH.
I remember this because I remember the picture. Like SIADH was a really swollen, they had a really plump person who was like sweating out. They said all their salt is what they showed it. So it was like called Soggy Sid because he's soggy because he's holding in like all this water, but then he's sweating out like all this sodium, like excreting all this sodium. So that was the picture I envisioned, but I had to think that through. I was like, wait a second, this is gonna be one that's gonna trip me up for a second. I'm gonna have to read on it while I'm like, it's always endocrine in that way that like I'll be in the middle of a test and I'll just have to sit there and think for a good like 3 minutes on it and be like, give me a second.
And all of this ADH
It's like when you have to
to
sing the
water
ABCs
retention in the body.
Yes.
to find the letter.
So
like that's how it is
be
for
retaining
endocrine.
a
Like you
ton
have to
of water
find
in
the
your
whole
body,
pathway.
that intravascular space is going to be quite dilute, right?
Okay, Sentinel.
You will have a decreased serum
Rabbit said,
osmolality because the concentration
damn it, my answer was
solutes in your
photosynthesis.
blood is going to be lower. That goes hand in hand with the concentration of sodium. It's going to be low because of all that excess water.
Sean.
Now, if your body retains all the water, it's not going to pee much out, so you're going to have a low urine output. Let's talk about SIADH, or Syndrome of Inappropriate Antidiuretic Hormone. And this is a condition where your body makes too much ADH. I like to remember this by thinking swimming in ADH because it has the letters SIADH.
So it's made by the
and it's a super easy way to remember.
Pause. It's made by the hypothalamus but stored in the pituitary?
No.
Am I wrong?
The hypo...
No. I'm talking about the ADH.
It doesn't, the pituitary doesn't store any hormones. It makes hormones.
So what the fuck am I talking? Like, isn't it's the hypo? Hold on, wait. Let me go back. Where the fuck is it? Give me a second, Sketch. I'm gonna find it. Where is it? Yeah, it
Because
is.
you're,
Oh, it's not the it's so it's formed in the hypothalamus and it's stored in the posterior pituitary.
I don't think the pituitary stores anything.
Google it. Google it, Sketch. I was like, I know I just read that. My body makes ADHD. Mine too, man. Mine too. Um, are you Googling it, Sketch?
I'm Googling it.
Okay. While you Google it, I'm gonna let it play through this slide real quick, okay?
So we know that secretion of ADH leads to increased water absorption in the body. So it holds onto that water and it doesn't want to pee it out because the body needs it for something. If you're hypotensive, hypovolemic, or dehydrated, your body senses that and it wants to keep that water. So if you think about excess water in the body, the extra water it's holding on to is going to dilute the solutes that are in your vessels. So you'll have a decreased serum sodium and a decreased serum osmolality. And again, since your body is holding on to that water and it's not peeing it out, you are going to have a low urine output, but a high urine specific gravity. Because remember, you're going to only have a little bit of urine, but whatever urine you have, it's going to be very concentrated, and that concentration of solutes is going to be high, thus a high urine specific gravity. So now that we know what happens when we have SIADH or we are swimming in ADH, how does this happen? Well, the three main causes include oat cell carcinoma, viral pneumonia, or head problems like a stroke or an intracranial hemorrhage or some kind of head trauma, TBI, anything like that. And what are some of the complications? So, one of the biggest ones is the severe dilutional hyponatremia that we see with SIADH. It is a classic sign of SIADH. Your sodium will be low, even into the 1 teens or the 120.
We see a lot of that in like our alcoholic patients, the hyponatremia. But like, isn't it you can decrease sodium like quickly, but you can't increase sodium quickly because of demyelination. Right, Sketch?
You also, yeah, that is true. It's because of the demyelination, but you also can't decrease it quickly because you worry about cerebral edema.
That's okay, it was the opposite, my bad. Okay, so
No, you are correct. You have demyelination if you increase it too quickly, but if you
okay.
decrease it too quickly, you get cerebral edema.
But is it like,
So,
is it as drastic though? Like is it as, you know how like you'll put 3% of like normal saline on a patient, but you'll do it like very gradual on like someone who's like 1 teens or lower, right?
mm,
But then like
right.
if you're dropping the sodium, you're okay with it dropping in a 24-hour period like 3 or no?
Like 3 points.
Yeah, 3 points.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty slow drop.
Okay. What would you consider to be too fast? Like what's your threshold?
Mm, probably depends on how high they originally are and why they're that high. So
160s.
if they're in the 160s, I mean, I'm probably dropping it by just like maybe I would say probably no more than 5 the first day.
Okay. Sociable, let's fucking go, my guy. Also, Free Engineer just said, ooh, cool, I'm back in school. I don't know if he's joking or if he's just being facetious.
Unless it's like their HHS, in which case it's just because they're really dehydrated. It's not that they actually have that much more sodium in their body. And then then you're much more liberal with replacing the free fluid because they're just really dehydrated, and it'll just come down naturally.
So I know that free water will drop sodium, which is why they're saying there'd be a restriction on a patient who was already like low or whatever with free water, because you drop it even further. Well, what is the reason, the breakdown, like biochemically? Why does free water itself? Is it just because it doesn't naturally have like see, that doesn't even make sense either. Never mind. So what's the reason? Why does free water do that? Because we do that a lot with our tube feeds. Like we'll adjust free water or completely shut off the free water on some of our patients based off of their sodium.
Free water basically doesn't have salts in it, or if it does, it's negligible.
Right.
So you're using that to add more fluid to dilute it, correct?
Okay. Okay.
Or
so
make
that's
it
all
more
that's about. Or make it more concentrated, give or take. So that's all that is. I see, and I about said when I was thinking, I about said that, and then I thought that was a stupid thing to say. I thought it was more complicated than that, but never mind. Okay, I mean, it makes sense. Dilutional. Okay, so that here, yeah.
You is smart.
You is kind. You is smart. You is important. Okay. So it says slow, no more than 6 to 8. I feel like 6 to 8 is pretty rapid in a day.
That's decent.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable even with that. Like I was comfortable usually around the 4 to 5.
I think 6 to 8 would be okay, but I feel like 8's kind of pushing it.
Yeah, see, I just don't want to get close to that because I feel like with my luck, like some crazy shit would happen. Next thing you know, it would tank or you know, go up like by 10 on my next check, and I'd be freaking out. And also like because we were checking ours every 12. A lot of these patients, if we were worried about their sodium, like I would check it more frequently than just the 5 a.m. like labs or whatever, you know.
What are you guys talking about?
We're going through endocrine. I'm torturing
nice.
Skitch right now.
Skitch's favorite.
Yeah. Essentially, so we're just talking about like SI-ADH at the moment, and then like what the risks are of like increasing sodium too fast or decreasing too fast.
Got it.
Yeah.
Syndrome of inappropriate antidiuretic hormone. Interesting.
Yep. Yep. And then we are also, oh, you Googled it. What did it say, Skitch? Like, because I told him the hypothalamus is what they were saying produces that hormone, but then it was stored in the posterior pituitary.
So from what I can find, it doesn't look like it's not clear if it's stored. It does get produced in the hypothalamus, and it travels down to axons and is secreted from the posterior pituitary. So maybe it does get stored, or it might just get released, but it does get secreted from the posterior pituitary.
Okay. Okay. Works for me. All right. He said more money, mo problems. All right. Moving on to the next one.
And with such low sodiums, patients are at extremely high risk of seizures, so you must be very careful and you have to initiate seizure and fall precautions for these patients. In order to not decrease their sodium even further, we'll also restrict their water intake. So if they drink all that water is going to dilute their sodium even more. So we really need to monitor them closely with a free water restriction. We're also absolutely going to correct their sodium in this case, but we don't want to correct it more than 6 to 8 milliequivalents per liter a day. And the reason for this is because there is a rare but a potential risk of something called osmotic demyelination syndrome, and this results in irreversible neurological damage. We generally
I'm not
use
trying to fuck with
hypertonic
that.
saline, such as 3%, and do serial Q4-hour labs to make sure that the sodium isn't going up too fast. But remember, no more than 6 to 8 milliequivs per liter a day. Question number 4. Which of the following laboratory findings would you expect in a patient with hyperthyroidism? A. Increased T3.
Pausing. Sorry. So TSH, if it goes one direction, the others will go the opposite. So hyperthyroidism, wouldn't that be the increase in TSH?
I
Sketch.
mean,
It would be increased TSH and decreased T3 and T4, right?
so hyperthyroidism is the end result. So what's the active hormone that causes the end effects for the thyroid gland?
Which of the following
Or
laboratory
what
findings would you
causes,
expect?
which hormone causes the symptoms of hyperthyroidism?
Wouldn't it be the thyroid stimulating hormone?
What does TSH do?
You're going to have to help me out here, Sketch. It's been a minute.
So TSH is acting on the thyroid gland to make the thyroid gland produce thyroid hormone. But TSH itself doesn't necessarily cause the symptoms, because you could have hyperthyroidism where your thyroid produces a ton of thyroid hormone without getting stimulated by TSH, like say if it's a tumor or something. So
you're saying what would you see in hyperthyroidism as like as caused by something else?
So I guess what I'm getting at is the TSH honestly could go either way.
Thanks, Sketch.
But there's only one answer that would make sense in this multiple choice, in my opinion.
Okay, well, it's not C and it's not D. Are you saying it's A?
Yes.
Because you're saying that it doesn't really need to release that because it is stimulated. So you'd have a decrease in TSH and an increase in your T3 and T4.
Correct. Mostly it's that you have an increase.
I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Okay. Because I wasn't viewing it like that. I was viewing it as the cause of, instead of it being the end result of something else, and viewing it from what would I expect to see if it was in that state.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. Okay.
It's a feedback loop.
Okay. All right. So that makes more sense.
So if your body functions normally, yes, you'll have a decreased TSH, but if you have a TSH secreting tumor, then it won't matter. It'll be high.
Okay.
Increased T4 and decreased TSH. B. Decreased T3, decreased T4, and increased TSH. C. Decreased T3, increased T4 and
Cathode.
increased TSH, or D, increased T3,
I'm like waiting
decreased
for it to tell me
T4,
that I'm
and
wrong. And for me to be
decreased
like, what the hell?
TSH?
Then everything I will have known right in that moment would be a lie. Sand Thriller, thanks for the sub.
The correct answer is A, increased T3, increased
Thank
T4,
you.
and a decreased
Because I was about to have to unlearn what you told me.
TSH. And for the purpose of the CCRN, your T3 and T4 will always either be up or down. You're not going to have one that's increased or normal or decreased or whatever. However, what you will have is an inverse relationship between the T3, T4 and your TSH.
I just
In its
realized I
simplest
don't have a
form,
pancreas.
The thyroid has a large part in regulating
I mean, not me,
the
like
body's
personally.
metabolism and energy. And the labs you're going to see to assess thyroid function include T3, T4, and TSH.
I'm talking about of my
TSH
little
is going to be
organs
your
that I have.
most reliable lab to measure
My
thyroid
organs.
function. To simplify this very succinctly, your hypothalamus senses when your body has low levels of thyroid hormones. So it triggers the release of thyroid stimulating hormone, or TSH, from your pituitary gland. And the thyroid stimulating hormone, just as its name
This
suggests,
is not a pancreas, it's a kidney, but I'm enjoying
the
it.
thyroid gland to release the thyroid hormones
It's a very
T3
cute
and
kidney.
T4.
God damn it, and I
And
dropped
just as
it.
a little side
No,
note,
Sam, it's
T4
not a toy.
is an
You dropped the
inactive
kidney?
hormone, but it's converted into T3. And that's really all there is to it. You must know that T3, T4, and TSH, like I mentioned in the last slide,
Inverse.
are inversely related. And what I mean by this is that in this feedback loop that your thyroid has, if your T3 and T4 levels are low, TSH is going to be stimulated and it will increase in order to make more of that T3, T4. And then on the other hand, when your T3 and T4 are too high, TSH is not going to be stimulated because it doesn't need to make any more hormones, so that level is going to be low. Question number 5. A patient with a history of thyroid disease and a recent infection was
Good,
brought to the
Cathode.
ER by her sister. The patient had a decreased level of consciousness, delayed deep tendon reflexes, bradycardia, and hypothermia. Based on this situation, the nurse should anticipate a need for A, propylthiouracil, or PTU, B,
All right, sorry. Now I have to read this because I was definitely reading chat and not paying attention. A patient with a history of thyroid disease and a recent infection was brought to the ER by her sister. The patient had decreased level of consciousness, delayed deep tendon reflexes, bradycardia, and hypothermia. Based on the situation, they should anticipate their need for not C.
Why do you-
Cathode! Thank you! Threading the
I will-
vein. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would agree with you.
Thanks, Skitch. Moving on.
iodine,
Thanks,
C,
Cathode.
IV levothyroxine or Synthroid, or D, bumetanide or Bumex.
Like, the other three don't make sense.
The answer is C, IV levothyroxine or Synthroid. So based on how this patient is presenting, what condition do we think that this
The
patient
clapper.
has? She has symptoms of a slow metabolism. So I'm thinking that this is a hypothyroid picture, even one of severe hypothyroidism or myxedema coma based on the severity of her symptoms. And if a patient is hypothyroid and they're not able to produce their own thyroid hormone effectively, we need to supplement them with some synthetic T4 or IV levothyroxine. Hypothyroidism is the inadequate output of the thyroid gland, so it does not produce the appropriate amounts of thyroid hormones, and this results in a
I like how you're just
slow
moving around.
metabolism. And the most severe form of hypothyroidism, where there
Hashimoto's.
is a severe deficiency of thyroid hormones, is known as myxedema
Myxedema
coma,
coma.
which may
I have
be
not heard of that
life-threatening.
since like
Some
nursing
causes
school.
include Hashimoto's thyroiditis, which is an autoimmune inflammation of the thyroid gland, perhaps a thyroidectomy where they remove the thyroid gland and you can't produce thyroid hormones. Maybe we treated their hyperthyroidism a little too well that we pushed them into hypothyroidism. Or a pituitary tumor may be the cause, or even medications such as amiodarone or lithium. And the symptoms here will be associated with a slow metabolism because they are just not producing enough thyroid hormones. So I'm sure we've all heard this first one before. Oh, I've gained some weight now that I'm older because my metabolism slowed down. Yeah, maybe. But if it's weight gain that seems a little out of control based on your energy intake and expenditure, it could be hypothyroidism instead of just the age-old metabolism slowing down. Some other symptoms can include fatigue,
Zero
fluid
given. Come
retention, or
on.
edema. And then in the severe case of hypothyroidism or myxedema coma, these slow metabolism symptoms will be severe. So you will see things like altered level of consciousness, disorientation, hypothermia, bradycardia, slow, shallow respirations. Just think everything is slow. It is slow and it's cold. And the lab profile that we will see for a patient with hypothyroidism includes low levels of T3 and T4 because remember, they are just not producing those thyroid hormones. However, the TSH is going to point which direction? It's going to be inverse. Why? Because the TSH is revving up and it's working overtime in order to try to stimulate the thyroid so that it can increase those levels of T3 and T4. The treatment here is going to be levothyroxine, which we've talked about. It is a synthetic form of T4, which we know will then be converted to T3 to increase the body's metabolism and stay regulated. Question number 6. A patient with type 1 diabetes is admitted with a hyperglycemic emergency. Her blood glucose was 540 and her potassium was 6.2. Your immediate priority is going to be A, beginning an insulin infusion, B, restarting her home sub-Q insulin, C, lowering her potassium level, or D, consulting a dietitian.
A. They always told us to not mind the potassium just because it's going to drop with the insulin.
That
The
is
answer
true.
is
It shifts it
A, beginning an
intracellularly.
insulin infusion.
How does
So
that work?
here we have a patient presenting with
Let me pause it. Sorry, go ahead, Sketch. I'm going to read chat.
It shifts it intracellularly.
Meaning,
So your cells maintain an environment inside the cells, and it has a certain concentration and gradients of electrolytes. And then you have a similar concentration that's outside the cells.
right,
Now,
allows for equilibrium.
correct.
Right.
Now, the cells actually sometimes use that gradient as a almost like hydroelectric power in a way,
Okay.
where it uses that gradient to then
Damn,
generate
zero given.
energy by allowing ions to flow in the direction that they want to. So from a high concentration to a low concentration.
Right.
And so with insulin,
Sean.
it stimulates something called the ATPase pump. That is the way that the cells make energy using the sodium potassium gradient and hydrogen gradients.
Yep.
And so the insulin basically triggers that to be more active, and it pushes the potassium into the cells of the body and takes it out of the plasma.
Oh, got it. Okay. It causes enough of an imbalance inside between the two environments that it'll just push it in.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of like it's basically like when your mom tells you to clean your room and then you just shove everything under the bed. You didn't actually get rid of the potassium, but you moved it somewhere else.
And that somewhere and the somewhere else that you moved it to is a safe place for it to be.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, which is
Now,
why when
eventually,
these patients come in, like normally we would give like Lokelma, or if it was high enough, you'd give like a K bomb to bring down the potassium. But in diabetics, because you know you're about to put them on an insulin drip and fluids and everything, your main focus is keeping it actually above 5. A lot of protocols want the potassium above 5, and if it's not, then you add 20 milliequivalents to your fluid that you're giving while they're on an insulin drip, just so it doesn't plummet too quickly, because that's one of the main
Got it.
concerns of cause of death in patients is if the fluid isn't correct when they're doing DKA, you can really hurt somebody.
But then what happens to that potassium once it's inside the cell? Because if you're just shoving it in one direction, but it doesn't equalize in the opposite direction, or does it just get consumed in a way that's natural that it then
it'll
restores
leak
the
back
equilibrium?
out eventually,
Okay.
but the usually with diabetic emergencies, you don't actually have more potassium in your body. It's just shifted to a different space.
Got it. Okay.
So there's more of it in the bloodstream where it shouldn't be, and so you're trying to put it away. And once you correct the DKA or HHS, then it will go back to a pretty normal. And actually, typically, their body is actually potassium depleted. It's just really high in the bloodstream. So that basically buys you time. But that's different than other situations where they have too much potassium in their body. Like, say they're on potassium supplements,
Uh-huh.
and like a good patient, they take their potassium supplements and they take it every day. And people neglect to realize that, hey, you were hypokalemic before because you had something wrong. Now we fixed that, and you're still taking potassium supplements. And so they come in and their potassium is really high. And you're like, I wonder why your potassium is high. They're like, well, I take potassium every day. You're like, oh, well, that's probably the problem. True story.
Yeah, I believe it.
Got it.
I've asked to take patients off of potassium before, and I had a nurse actually tell me, "Oh yeah, the potassium climbed this morning," and they also gave the patients potassium while it was already high to begin with. They gave it again on their shift, and then that following morning when they drew the labs, it was even higher, and then they're throwing like PVCs and stuff. And I was like,
Oh,
okay.
Lord.
I was like, yeah, let's not do that anymore. I think we can cut off the potassium.
Yeah, it's kind of like when it's 98 degrees outside and it's really sunny and it's really hot, and you're like, well, they ordered a personal space heater, so I turn it on.
Yep. Some people don't think, they just do like whatever it is like that's in the set without like thinking it through. It's the only reason why if I don't know a medication, I don't care how pressed I am for time, I'm gonna look it up, because on the chance that I give it and it causes some other complication, and maybe that's part of the reason they're having issues, I'd rather just know so I can determine whether or not to hold it. It's always a smart thing to do. Look into it first, figure out later, and apologize later.
If they're around to apologize.
If there's a reason
What
to
looks like a
apologize.
DKA
Yeah.
picture. We have a type 1 diabetic who is hyperglycemic. And although it's quite tempting to want to decrease her high potassium, the correct answer here is going to be A, beginning an insulin infusion. And the reason for this is, in a state of metabolic acidosis, hydrogen ions move into the intracellular space. And in exchange, potassium leaves the intracellular space. So the movement of potassium into the extracellular space results in this hyperkalemia, yet the total body potassium hasn't increased. So that serum potassium draw is actually a false elevation. And since insulin drives potassium into cells, as soon as you begin an insulin infusion, that potassium is going right back into the cell. Diabetic ketoacidosis, or DKA. It is common in type 1 diabetics who do not produce any insulin from their beta cells. And usually when type 1 diabetics go into DKA, it's a result of some kind of stressor on the body, such as an illness, infection, trauma, surgery, pregnancy, etc. But also sometimes it can simply be because patients are non-compliant with their insulin administration and they need it. So how are these patients going to present? Let's start with the obvious one of hyperglycemia. Their blood sugars will be greater than 250, but generally around the 300 to 800 range. And just as the name diabetic ketoacidosis states, they are going to have a metabolic acidosis. They are going to have...
Let me pause. Sorry. Let me scratch that. In my geographical area, the majority of our DKAers are greater than 600 by the time we get them. And they are an actual DK. It's not an HHS.
That is true.
HHS tends to be higher glycemic levels than DKA. But it's just our patients will literally not take their insulin for an extended period of time, and theirs will be crazy. They'll be almost at death's doorstep by the time they come in.
I think it's also because most of what you're seeing are type 2 DKAers.
Yep.
So the type 1s will go into DKA a lot earlier. But just because there's way more type 2 diabetics, then even though it's probably more common in type 1s, just the sheer number of type 2 mean that most of the DKA you'll see are type 2 diabetics in DKA. So they can generally tolerate a much higher glucose level before they go into DKA.
Yeah. Yeah, that we have a lot of people in the South are type 2 diabetics, and we just see a lot higher blood glucose levels in my area.
Except in Ashley's community, we have a very high prevalence of type 1s.
Yeah, which is wild.
Elevated serum and urine ketones. When your cells don't get the glucose they need for energy, your body begins to burn fat for energy. And that's where you get these ketones from. And in DKA, there's going to be an anion gap. The anion gap is an equation which really just tells you if your electrolytes are out of balance, which they will be because in DKA patients, they are in a state of acidosis. Also, because of the high serum glucose levels, these patients will present with polyuria in the early stages, also polydipsia and polyphagia, so excess urination, excess thirst, and excess hunger. These patients will also have Kussmaul's breathing and maybe an acetone or a fruity odor to their breath, both from the increased ketones in the body.
Trying to blow off that acid.
Lastly, these patients will have hyperkalemia, like we just talked about, in the acidosis state of DKA.
Dom would support this.
So again, acidosis causes potassium to rise due to this transcellular shifting, where the potassium moves into the extracellular space and it falsely elevates that serum potassium. You do have to know that potassium and pH have an inverse relationship. So every 0.1 decrease in the pH results in a 0.6 increase in serum potassium. Again, it's not the actual true serum reading because of this acidosis. And remember that insulin drives glucose, water, and potassium into cells. So as soon as you start that insulin infusion, that potassium is going right back into the cell. The treatment for DKA is going to include starting this insulin drip because they don't have any endogenous insulin of their own. And each facility has a different DKA protocol or algorithm that they follow in order to titrate these drips. But we really don't
Yes,
want to decrease the
noxious.
blood sugar by more than 50 to 100 milligrams per deciliter an hour. That's pretty standard. And we'll keep the insulin drip on until their glucose is normal and their acidosis has resolved, at which point we'll usually overlap it with a transition to long-acting and short-acting insulin depending on the physician. Since type
And
1
we have to be
diabetics
eating.
don't produce any insulin at all, you want to make sure that they have some insulin at all times in their body. You don't want to just abruptly discontinue a drip without giving any other form of insulin. It is important to know that patients can die from hypovolemia and DKA, so you have to give them fluid because they lose so much of it. We generally start with isotonic fluids such as 0.9 normal saline and then switch it over to 0.45 normal saline once the patient is stable, and we do that in order to rehydrate those cells with that hypotonic solution. And then when your blood sugar gets to 250 or less, that's when we would add some dextrose to our fluids in order to prevent hypoglycemia. Question
What is
number
K plus?
7. You are taking care of a
Potassium.
patient
Potassium.
who is admitted for
Just like potassium ion. Why does an increase in potassium result in, or why does potassium and pH have a inverse level? Isn't potassium an alkali? Wouldn't it make pH go up because it's basic?
It has to do because that's the potassium, sodium, and hydrogen ions are all interlinked in their gradients. So I have to look back at charts, but basically hydrogen ion is acid. So the way they interact somehow makes it so that there's more hydrogen ion and so there's more acid.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
I think at the end of the day, it still comes back down to the sodium potassium ATPase pump, because that also it generally uses the hydrogen ion gradient and it shifts the sodium and potassium at the same time.
Very interesting. Because like alkali salts, for example, increases pH. So, this is interesting. All right, I need to read on this.
I thought you were about to say, okay, I need a break.
No. This is interesting. Sorry, this is nerdy me just trying to understand how everything's connected.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, we're on to our next question. So this is moving to a
has
different
a history of adrenal insufficiency.
area.
Her condition is worsening and you suspect Addisonian crisis. What treatment would you anticipate for this patient? It's blocking that sympathetic response.
Oh crap. Oh
Hi,
crap.
everyone.
That's not what I meant to
Welcome.
do. Sorry
I think
guys.
the
Hold on.
answer
And on the
is-
other
Hold on,
hand,
like,
if urine is
let
very
me go
concentrated,
back.
anti-or
Shit.
SIADH secretion
Okay,
of
hold on
seizures,
guys.
so you must be checked in a patient with hyper or PTU.
That was my bad guys. Hold on.
The answer is
Her
A on
blood
that one.
glucose was 540 and her potassium want to decrease the blood sugar by more
Yeah,
than
well, that one too.
C.
Okay, pausing. Sorry. I completely went back. That was my bad. Okay, so you're taking care of a patient who is admitted for sepsis, has a history of adrenal insufficiency. See, we were just talking about this. I knew they were going to throw this shit in here. They were going to ask you like crazy questions in regards to it. Just, anyways, her condition is worsening and you suspect Addisonian crisis. What treatment would you anticipate for this patient? I'm not going to lie, I can't remember too much about Addisonian, but we just talked about adrenal insufficiency and that's a steroid. And I'm pretty sure that Addisonian is a fluid thing. So I'm going to go with A.
Yeah, I just remember Addison's is something adrenal, but I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it is adrenal insufficiency.
Yeah. All I know is that your sugar tanks, so I wouldn't want to give insulin. Dextrose makes sense, but desmopressin, I don't know why I would be giving that. And then I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what PTU is.
PTU is to block the synthesis of thyroid hormone.
Oh, okay.
answer B is your treatment for
It's
thyroid.
not that one. It's A. So I'm going with stress dose, steroids, and fluid.
Fluids and
And
regular
DDAVP
insulin,
is basically ADH.
Yeah.
or D, desmopressin, DDAVP, and dextrose.
Come on. I know it is. It's
The answer is A, fluids and hydrocortisone IV. Patients in Addisonian or adrenal insufficiency crisis are going to need fluids and hydrocortisone. These patients with adrenal insufficiency do not produce enough cortisol or aldosterone, which means that they need some kind of glucocorticoid as well as fluids. So we will talk about the acute stage of adrenal insufficiency, or an Addisonian crisis, which is the most severe form of adrenal insufficiency. Addison's disease is an autoimmune disorder in which the adrenal glands do not produce enough cortisol and aldosterone. Just a reminder, cortisol is our body's stress hormone, and it also produces glucose. And aldosterone, as we know from the RAS pathway, is involved in sodium and water absorption, and it maintains blood pressure. Some causes of an Addisonian crisis include some kind of stress response to the body, such as sepsis, trauma, head injury, or even an abrupt withdrawal of steroids. So if we have a deficit in these hormones of cortisol and aldosterone, we are going to see symptoms like altered mental status, weakness, severe hypotension, nausea, vomiting, hypoglycemia, fever, and maybe abdominal pain, since the adrenal glands lie on top of the kidneys. And patients with Addisonian crisis are going to have low levels of cortisol, low blood glucose levels, and high ACTH levels. We just talked about the treatment in our question, but the treatment will be fluids and glucocorticoid replacement. If a patient is known to have adrenal insufficiency, we will treat them with hydrocortisone IV. And if a patient has no known history of adrenal insufficiency, we will treat them with another steroid, but it will be dexamethasone. And the reason behind that is because dexamethasone does not interfere with some of the diagnostic lab testing that we would do for Addison's disease to see if they had it. Question number 8. Your patient is suspected to be in diabetes insipidus, or DI. Which of the following laboratory findings would be consistent with a diagnosis of DI? Is it A, increased?
all right, hold on. Going through this. It's going to be increased serum sodium. You're holding on to your osmo would technically be lower because you're holding the sodium. You're not peeing out the sodium. Or decreased urine osmo, sorry. And increased serum osmo. Yeah. It'd be A, right?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
only one that makes sense to me, because you're basically urinating a ton of free fluid.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Increased
Making
serum
sure.
osmo, increased serum sodium, and decreased urine osmo. B, increased serum osmo, decreased serum sodium, and increased urine osmo. C, decreased serum osmo, increased serum sodium, and increased urine osmo. Or D, decreased serum osmo, decreased serum sodium, and increased urine osmo.
This is for my CCRN, whole F and onion.
The answer here is A, increased serum osmo, increased serum sodium, and a decreased urine osmo. So in DI, you are not going to have a lot of ADH, or antidiuretic hormone, and this leads to water loss in the form of urination. So you will be peeing liters and liters of fluid, which will decrease your urine osmolality. And since you become intravascularly dry, your serum osmolality and serum sodium are going to increase. So what happens in DI, or diabetes insipidus? Well, in SIADH, remember, they are swimming in ADH. But in DI, it's the opposite. They do not have enough ADH. And we already know that ADH acts to conserve water in the body and to concentrate urine. But if we don't have any of it, well, that's just not going to happen. And so what's the result? They're going to lose all that water. You are going to pee your life away. These patients can sometimes urinate an astounding 6 to 24 liters of urine a day. And since you're peeing so much, that urine is going to be so dilute. That means you're going to have a low urine-specific gravity because there will be a low number of solutes. And at the same time, since you're peeing out all of that water, there really isn't going to be much water left in your vessels. And as a result, your serum sodium concentration and your serum osmolality are going to increase. Most causes of DI are either neurogenic or nephrogenic in nature. Neurogenic causes include traumatic brain injuries, tumors, anoxic brain injuries, and nephrogenic causes are generally due to decreased renal responsiveness to ADH. So just thinking of what DI does and its tremendous water loss in the urine, one important complication is going to be hypovolemia, or hypovolemic shock. They are at serious risk for being intravascularly depleted due to how much fluid they're losing. So what's our treatment here? Well, they don't have ADH, right? Luckily for these guys, we have a medication called DDAVP, or desmopressin. And desmopressin is a synthetic form of ADH. We also want to replace the fluid that they lost intravascularly, but we want to replete it slow. We generally want to correct the fluid deficit over 2 to 3 days to minimize the risk of cerebral edema. Question number 9. Which laboratory determination is the preferred indicator in distinguishing between DKA and HHS?
It said serum osmo.
A, serum glucose, B, serum sodium, C.
I was told that on the exam they said it was serum osmo for this one. Sketch.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense. I mean, you're going to have, I mean, everything else is going to be about the same. And I mean,
Yeah.
you will still be hyper osmolar in DKA, I think, but not to the same degree that you would be in HHS.
Yeah.
C,
Also,
serum potassium.
apparently people here call it honk. And I've
What?
never heard of honk until I came here. It's like
Honk?
hyperosmolar non-ketotic coma. HONK.
Never heard of that.
Exactly. And so like one time I was like calling the hospitalist and I was like, hey, I think they have HHS. And they're like, what about honk? And I was like, I don't know, maybe. I think they have HHS. And they're like, this looks like honk. And I was like, okay, all right, sure, whatever. As long as you'll take the patient, I don't really care what you call it. And then I looked it up later.
Sketch.
Listen, as long as I have a dispo, my job is done. But yeah, I looked it up later and I was like, oh, you probably think I'm an idiot because I was like, what the heck is honk? And I was like, but that's literally what I think it is. I'm just calling it by a different phrase.
Oh my
I've
god.
never heard it called honk before.
Well, the fact that he didn't know what HHS was, because he said, well, what about this instead? And y'all were both saying the same thing, just different acronyms.
Yes.
That's funny. That's funny.
but I was like, I've always learned it as HHS in medical school
Mm-hmm.
in California, which is where I work now. It's called HHS in Ohio, where I did residency.
What is
So,
HHS?
oh gosh, now I have to look up.
Hyperosmolar, something's hyperosmolar. Fuck. God damn it.
It's not
Oh,
Hungry Hungry Sketch.
it's the Department of Health and Human Services.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not.
exactly what I was gonna do, but
No,
I like
it's
Hungry Hungry Sketch as a better option.
Oh, hyperosmolar hyperglycemic state.
thank you. I knew it was hyperosmolar, but I didn't know what the other one was.
And then HONC is hyperosmolar non-ketotic coma.
And
Oh,
what does that refer to?
They're both the same thing, where your blood sugar is so high that you basically become comatose.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
it's a
my
fun
lady
time.
with the blood sugar of 1,498. Which, for anyone who does not know blood sugar normal ranges, normal is 60 to 100.
Yeah.
You probably would be comatose by the time you hit like 800. So 1,498 is extremely impressive.
And not in a good way.
Correct.
Just to clear that
Or
up.
D,
Hold on.
serum osmolality. The answer is
Osmo.
D, serum osmolality. So serum osmolality is generally normal or slightly elevated in DKA, but it is severely elevated in HHS. And although glucose is usually higher in HHS, it is not the preferred value in distinguishing the two. Let's talk about hyperosmolar hyperglycemia syndrome, or HHS. So this is common in type 2 diabetics, where the beta cells of the pancreas do produce insulin, but there is some insulin resistance, which...
Wait, what?
I say you should have just gone to the next slide to answer my question on what HHS was.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just like, I always
You never
remember the
know.
hyperosmolar because we use the Osmo, serum Osmo, but then I could never remember the other part of it. It's just because we always abbreviate it,
Right.
which is kind of sad because like we could tell you the ins and outs of it, but to tell you the abbreviation, I can tell you the abbreviation of DK. It's just obviously we don't use HHS too often. I've had like maybe 2 patients ever in HHS. The rest of them are all in DK.
That's fine. It's like saying that you can
Results in
tell me what scuba and laser mean, but not what they abbreviate to.
Uh-oh.
What?
This is John, Carlos hubby. You won the first quarter Super Bowl squares. Congratulations. $100. Do you want me to Venmo you? Yeah. Por favor.
And generally, when I win something, I prefer not to accept my prize.
Thank you.
That's what I do, Sketch. I don't know why Ash is doing this.
Yeah.
Say what? What? Listen, I spent $20 on 2 different squares, and listen, there was 2 parts of 2 different quarters I thought I was gonna win, and the last minute changed the square number, which fucked me. So, but I invested 20, and my return was an additional 80. So, I'm 80 plus what I was. I'll take it.
There you go.
Yeah. If you would have, so first quarter was 100, second quarter was 200, third quarter was 100, and then fourth quarter was 600. If you won that one. So, pretty fucking solid.
An insulin deficiency. The causes are usually similar to those in DKA, such as the stressor on the body or noncompliance with medications. These patients are profoundly hypovolemic, and they can lose upwards of 6 to 9 liters of fluid per
Ooh, I gotta feed the
day.
dogs. I'm gonna
They
let
will
it
have
keep
a
playing. Hey, Dirt God.
very elevated serum osmolality, again because they're
Shake
dehydrated
the dice,
and they
roll the
are
bones.
dry. They will not produce ketones because they have enough endogenous insulin to prevent ketosis. And they also won't be acidotic. They'll present with altered mental status, possibly polyuria, but they will have a high urine specific gravity because their urine will have a lot of glucose in it. And because of these patients' significant fluid loss, the most important intervention is going to be fluid resuscitation because patients can die from this hypovolemia. We start with isotonic fluids such as 0.9 normal saline and can switch over to 0.45 normal saline for cellular hydration, usually once their serum osmo is within a normal range. Your next priority is going to be an insulin infusion to get that blood sugar down. And again, same with DKA, we would add some dextrose to the fluids once the blood sugars are less than 250. Question number 10. Which of the following would be expected findings in a patient with hyperthyroidism? A. Tachycardia, diaphoresis, and weight gain. B. Palpitations, tachycardia, and heat intolerance. C. Insomnia, anxiety, and bradycardia. Or D. Cold intolerance, bradycardia, and weight loss. The answer is B. Palpitations, tachycardia, and heat intolerance. So a patient with hyperthyroidism, you're going to see symptoms of a fast metabolism. Hyperthyroidism. It is a condition where there is too much thyroid hormone production. So we're going to think fast metabolism here. And the most severe form of hyperthyroidism, where there is a severe overproduction of thyroid hormones, is known as thyroid crisis or thyroid storm, which may be life-threatening. The main causes of hyperthyroidism include Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disorder that causes the body to attack the thyroid gland. Also, thyroid adenomas, nodular goiters, or infection can all be causes as well. Symptoms of hyperthyroidism include weight loss, tachycardia and palpitations, anxiety, agitation, diaphoresis, and heat intolerance. Again, you're thinking fast metabolism. And in thyroid storm, the severe presentation of these patients will include altered mental status, confusion, tremoring, severe tachycardia, tachypnea, and fever. Your labs are going to show a high T3 and T4 with an inversely related TSH because we do not need the TSH to be stimulated, making any more thyroid hormone than we already have. Our treatment is going to include trying to...
I just recently had a patient who had a goiter, and she kept getting sent into a thyroid storm. And so they had to do a thyroidectomy because they're at their last wit's end. It had happened 3 times in like a, I don't know, 2.5 month period. So she was pissed, and she was trying to see her child for their first day of school. So she was upset that she was stuck in the hospital.
To decrease the amount of T3 and T4 the body makes and has. We're going to block T4 synthesis. We can do that with a medication called propylthiouracil, otherwise known as PTU or methimazole. We're going to block T4 to T3 conversion with PTU.
Though. I guess
we can also give a
like
beta blocker called
and that's why they had to do it right then and there. So I was like, otherwise they could have just scheduled that, right? Like,
well, so they were treating her first, and they planned on doing the thyroidectomy in like 3 days out from then. She was having bouts of tachycardia. She was on some kind of drip, but it was not propranolol. She was not given any of that. Iodine therapy, none of that. None of the T4 synthesis blockers and then no beta blockers. What the fuck was it? It wasn't. I'm trying to think of what it was. It was something we don't use often. Help me out, Skitch. Can you think of anything they would have put Dripwise on that would have decreased your heart rate? That my God, I'm trying to think of what it was. Thank you, Esmolol. Yes.
Because I was like, that's primarily for heart
It's
rate.
yeah. They it was
Right.
Esmolol. I was
'Cause
like, I can't think of the
wanna
fucking name. Say
I
what?
want to say Esmolol is primarily beta 1. Yeah, I think primarily beta 1 is very little beta 2.
Okay.
So it's basically like the drip form of metoprolol.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's what she was on. And yeah, she was bored out of her damn mind. I mean, she was, other than that, she was one of our healthiest patients on the unit. Like, she was just miserable in the room and ready to go. Anyways.
Pranolol, which not only has beta blocking effects, but it also blocks conversion of T4 to T3. For hypothyroidism that can't be medically managed, a patient could get a thyroidectomy to remove the thyroid that is overproducing these thyroid hormones as well. Question number 11. A 74-year-old patient who recently had viral pneumonia was admitted to the hospital for seizures. Her BMP came back with a sodium level of 118 milliequivs per liter, a potassium level of 4.0, a BUN of 16, and a creatinine of 1.0. Her urine output has been 15 milliliters an hour over the last 4 hours, and her urine-specific gravity is 1.030. Her serum osmolality is 260 milliosm per kilogram. Which of the following would you expect ordered for this patient?
All right, hold on. I'm gonna read it over again because my mind was in two different places. 74-year-old patient who recently had viral pneumonia was admitted to the hospital for seizures. Okay, her urine out 15. Urine specific gravity. C, right? Free water restriction because of her sodium levels.
I'm looking at it.
I'm trying to remember the one that was talking about viral pneumonia causing like this issue.
I always think of Legionella, but that's a bacterial infection.
Yeah, but what was the one? There was one back there that was talking about a pneumonia or viral type of pneumonia causing this specific condition. I'm trying to think of what the condition was. It had nothing to do with the, wasn't the thyroid, it was, oh, for the love of God.
I mean, I think regardless, that's the only answer that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to remember, like, God damn it. Yeah, I mean, I'm going with free water, but at the end of the day,
is it SIADH? Is that what's going on? Or wait, no.
Yeah, SIADH. SIADH was viral pneumonia, cancer, CVA, ICH. Okay.
Wait, no. SIADH, that concentrates it, right? Because it's inappropriate or wait, no, 2 negatives?
But look at the urine-specific gravity. You're getting rid of sodium. The urine-specific gravity is high. It should be 1.010. So in that case, it would be the sodium that we'd be looking at because it actually is dropping. It's coming out of... I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that viral pneumonia is the can only lead to SIADH, if that makes sense. I just want to refer back to see what condition could be caused by that. I don't even think that's the main focus here. We're supposed to take the most important thing out of this whole scenario, and that I think is just the sodium. So it would be water restriction.
My head hurts.
It's free water. It's
A. Administer antivirals.
it's free water. It's got to be free water.
Administer D5 water at 100 milliliters an hour. C. Free water
water sounds good.
restriction.
D5W
Or
is going to
D,
drop sodium even
administer
further.
desmopressin, otherwise known as DDAVP.
Antivirals is pointless. That's going to take too much time. It's not like they're pissing out a lot. It's
what endocrine
it's free
condition
water.
are we talking about here?
Thank you.
Is this SIADH or DI? Let's look at our labs here. So we have severe hyponatremia. We have low urine output, a high urine specific gravity. We have this low serum osmo. We are looking at SIADH. And we are going to impose a free water restriction
Sketch!
because we do not want to lower that sodium any lower than it is.
Skitch,
What
I
happened?
deserve head pats.
All the head pats for you.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. So, ADH level, low for DI, high for SIADH. Serum osmo is going to be low for SIADH, high for DI. Serum sodium is going to be low for SIADH, high for DI. Urine specific gravity is going to be high for SIADH, low for DI. Urine osmo, Jesus Christ, man, are they trying? I'm gonna put a bullet in my head.
So now that we have covered both SIADH and DI, if anyone is down for a little quiz to see how well you know the difference between the two, let's do it. If not, go ahead and skip ahead. So let's go through the SIADH column first here. Our ADH level, is it going to be increased or decreased? Remember, in SIADH, we are swimming in ADH, so it is increased. What is our serum osmolality going to be? Okay, so if we're swimming in ADH, that means that we are holding on to all of this water and we are not letting it go. So if our blood is very dilute with that extra water, we are going to have a low concentration of solutes in the blood, right? So that level is going to be decreased. All right, moving on to our serum sodium. Is it going to be increased or decreased? It's going to be decreased. Again, remember that intravascular blood is going to be super diluted with all that water it's holding on to, so our sodium is going to be decreased. How about our urine specific gravity? What do we think? Well, we're not going to be peeing out a lot of water because that ADH is making us conserve it in our body. So we're going to have low urine output and it is going to be concentrated. And concentrated urine means that it's going to have a large concentration of solutes, making that urine specific gravity high. And in the same line of thought here, the urine osmolality is going to be increased as well. A little bonus question here, but what is our treatment for SIADH? So our body, again, is going to be really dilute with water. We're suffering from this dilutional hyponatremia. We need some sodium. So a 3% drip would be fantastic. But remember, we're not correcting it too fast. If we increase our sodium too quick, we could be at risk for that osmotic demyelination syndrome. We're also going to free water restrict these patients and then place them on safety precautions, both fall and seizure precautions, because of that low sodium. All right, so I completely erased the SIADH column so that we can think through DI here as well, and nobody cheats. Just kidding. So in DI, do we have a lot of ADH or not enough? If in SIADH we are swimming in ADH, then in DI we're not swimming. We do not have enough, so it's going to be decreased. And what do we think about our serum osmolality? Well, let's think about it. We don't have enough ADH, which is going to result in water loss. We are going to be peeing all of the water out because there's no ADH to concentrate that urine. So if we're getting rid of all the water, we are going to be left with a high concentration of solutes in the blood. So our serum osmo
Up, down, down.
and our serum sodium are going to be increased. What
Down,
about
up,
our urine
maybe,
specific
left, right.
gravity and
That's
urine
exactly what I was
osmolality?
thinking.
I hate you guys.
They're going to be decreased.
Like, are you going to like
So we're peeing
cheatcode.com
out
right now?
tons and tons of this dilute urine.
Listen,
It is
I'm
so
feeling
dilute
fabulous about
that
this.
there is
Let's
going
move
to
on.
be a low concentration of solutes there, so we will have
I'm
a
feeling
low
better.
urine specific gravity and a low urine osmolality.
Or something like that?
And as a little bonus, I'm going to ask the same
remember
question
that.
here, but what is our treatment for DI? We don't have any
There were definitely
ADH,
sites. I don't
so
remember what the
let's
sites
give our
were.
body
I
some.
usually would just
We're
Google it
going
and
to
click on
give
it, but I never paid attention to what they
desmopressin
were.
or DDAVP, which is the synthetic form of ADH. And also, since we've lost so much fluid, we want to replace it so that we don't continue to stay dry and dehydrated. I do have the two completed charts right next to each other here if you want to look at them, but truthfully, if you memorize one, the other one is going to be the exact opposite. But for me personally, I think it's important to be able to think through both of them, and I hope that my explanation with all of this helped.
Yeah, she's right. This is super.
Question number 12.
This is so much better.
You are taking care of a patient in DKA. 6 hours after starting an insulin infusion, the patient's blood sugar is 240 milligrams per deciliter and the patient is stable. Which of the following fluids should be administered? A. 0.45 normal saline with a glucose source. B. Hypotonic saline to provide cellular hydration. C. 0.9 normal saline bolus. Or D. Hypertonic solution to hydrate the cell.
It's A, right? Because it's going to be half with a glucose source. So D50, 0.45 normal.
The
Probably
answer
20.
here is A. Half normal saline with a glucose
Yeah, that makes
source.
sense.
So
'Cause you
did
still
you
have
by
to
any
get
chance
close their
choose
gap.
B?
So you still
A
have to give them
hypotonic
insulin
saline to
until their gap
provide
is
cellular
closed.
hydration? While that
But
is
You also
correct,
don't want to make
we
them
should be
hypoglycemic.
administering that hypotonic saline. However, since our blood glucose is now under 250, we want to make sure that we are also adding a glucose source. So the best answer choice here, not to give you PTSD from the NCLEX, but the best answer choice here is half normal saline,
I hated that
which
test.
is a hypotonic solution, but with an added glucose source. Question number 13. A patient with diabetic ketoacidosis will present with the following. A. Hyperglycemia, hypoosmolality, anion gap acidosis. B. Hyperglycemia, hypoosmolality, and ketone production. C. Hyperglycemia, hyperosmolality, and anion gap acidosis. Or D. Hyperglycemia, hyperosmolality, and hypernatremia.
C? I mean, both go with fluids, but they try to focus on hypoosmolality being an HHS thing. And a gap would be the ketone. They don't tend to care as much about the ketone production. They cared about that on the NCLEX. NCLEX always stressed ketones, ketone production for DKA, because they said that's the only time you'd see it. But they also try to say that HHS doesn't really have an issue with gap like acidosis. Sketch.
I'm still going with C because they're still going to be hyperosmolar.
That's what I'm saying. You. What'd you think I was saying?
I thought you said something else.
No, I was telling you, well, wouldn't it be hyper? Because hypoosmolality, I said, is HHS because they're more so worried about like losing, like them being extremely fluid depleted or whatever. And then I was saying that
If
hyperglycemia is
you're-
across the board, but then also ketones isn't something they really focus on. I said usually it's gap acidosis because HHS doesn't really have an anion gap acidosis, or if it's slightly elevated, it's not like significantly elevated like it is in DKA.
Correct. I mean, you have ketones and a gap because the
Right.
ketones is what produces the gap in DKA, and it's
Right.
part of the name. And you would be hyperosmolar in both states, and you would be more hyperosmolar in HHS because you're more concentrated. Your serum osms would be higher.
Right. So C
So
is correct.
Right.
They
But
try to trick you up though by putting ketone production in there because they know that a lot of people will focus and say, well, do they have ketones or not?
weren't you saying that? Because I thought you were saying that HHS they would be hypo, and that's where I was getting confused.
Did I say hypo? That was my bad then, Sketch. I was
I
like
don't
saying,
remember.
I was
Oh.
saying C, like, because that's what I initially said. And then I was explaining why. I was going through my breakdown of why I was choosing C. That was my bad if I confused you.
That's okay.
How
I'm
dare
very-
you, Ash?
I'm very confuzzled.
But that was my argument. That's why I was saying, well, it would be an anion gap acidosis because one, like usually even if you narrow it down 50-50, it's between two that are similar. And there's always one like distinguishing factor. And ketone, last time I remember them saying like, at least with the NCLEX, they were saying ketones was the biggest thing. They're like in DK, would there be ketones or not? Like they didn't really focus on the acidosis as much, but I noticed on my PCCN, they focused on acidosis for DK. That's the only reason I was picking the acidosis. And then I was breaking down like the ability, like for most of them losing like all the fluid, which is why you're doing fluid replacement. That's what I was trying to get at.
The answer is
Well, speaking of
C.
replacing fluids, I'm going to
Hyperglycemia,
hop off, grab some water,
hyperosmolality,
and
and anion gap acidosis.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
You're leaving us?
While we
Yeah, I'm still on recovery mode.
You were up really early this morning.
Baram
was.
you.
I feel like it's always you're waking up, I'm going to sleep.
Yep. Accurate.
Yep.
Because I'm usually up by 4:35 nowadays.
Jeez Louise.
So
Good Lord.
Yeah, I might be going to bed at like 9 a.m.
yeah, Skitch and I just like overlap every morning. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
You
It's
guys
the
say good
handoff.
morning and good night at the same time.
Pretty much.
It's
Nice.
the LG Empire handoff.
Yep. Listen, 24/7. It doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
No, I'm also still recovering from being sick last week. So
Fair.
yeah, it's been brutal this winter. Sorry, not to
Yeah.
detract away from the study stream, but it has been horrible this winter.
No, that's fair.
Just the
that's
cold
definitely-
and the darkness.
No, I mean, well, for me, thankfully, it wasn't anything too serious. My throat was hurting like no other last week. But then that lasted only for like 3 days, and then after that, it was just stuffy nose and typical symptoms. My colleague though had norovirus.
Mm.
She's 6 months pregnant, and then her
Oh.
yeah, and
Oh
then
God.
her kid just fractured his arm. So she's having a hell of a winter. And then another good colleague of mine, she had norovirus, then some other respiratory virus. Now her kid has that respiratory virus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So thankfully I've
Yeah.
had it light compared to a lot of my colleagues. But yeah, I think today like 40 to 50% of our team was out.
Yikes.
Damn.
So yeah, it's been going around here in New York.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. We've had quite a bit of noro and flu A down here. RSV as well. RSV's been.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Honestly, I probably did have it at one point. Maybe that's why I felt like I was hit by a truck and sleeping most of the time, but I had no other like symptoms. I was just tired, like really fatigued. So I don't know. Either that or maybe I'm just fatigued because it is what it is. But like I'd be pretty damn surprised if I didn't get that at all, being in and out of like half those rooms. And sometimes they don't even get diagnosed with it until like after they hit our unit. So we've already been not wearing a mask around them. So at that point, I'm like, great. I put it on. I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure they just coughed all over the place. So and I'm breathing it in. So
Anyways, all right,
yeah.
I will see
Have a good
you
night.
whenever. Yep. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Or sociable. But see, look at this sketch. Like right here, it says metabolic acidosis, but then it says normal to mild acidosis, but it's still there. Just like all this is still there. Normal to elevated, severely elevated. But then like the one thing that's differentiating between the two technically is the ketones. So I don't know why that it throws that in there.
I think the main thing is that
The
you're gonna
osmolar
have
part.
you're gonna have a gap because of the ketones. And I think
Right.
it's mostly just trying to get at
You're going to see more
everything.
significant gap
Yeah,
acidosis.
yeah.
Yeah,
But also,
I hate how
I
it's
think
different on different standardized tests. That's the problem I have with it. It'd be one thing if it was consistent, but the fact that if you asked on an NCLEX, it's one thing, and if you ask on one of these tests, it's another, is kind of annoying.
fair.
So that's where my frustration comes in.
Fair enough.
Also, maybe, hold on, let me go back. Actually, I think it said hypoosmo. Maybe that was why it was wrong. Did it say? Hold on, let me go back. Oh, it said hypo, so that's why it was wrong. It probably would have been that if it would have been hyperosmolality with ketone production and hyperglycemia. That was just a better choice. Because it, like, I think that they wanted you to focus on. Sorry,
The
what were you gonna
question
say?
that I hate?
What?
It's not the is this right or wrong? It's the what is the best choice questions. I absolutely hate those.
That's all of these, like, no joke. This test is like all that. Like, no joke. It will say like all the treatments that it is for something, it will have listed. And it will say which one would you use for your number one
And
go
you're just
to.
like,
I'm just like,
why the fuck does this matter? I'm doing all of them.
right. That's where my frustration comes in. That's why, like, when I'm looking at this, like, it'll have several things that are right, but it's like, what is more right? And I hate those more right questions. Just give me like I clearly know what I'm talking about if like you give me several medication lists and I can pinpoint the one. But why put several that are within the area that I would treat with and then say which one? Instead of just picking like, hell, you could say some off the wall like name that I may not have ever heard of and it could be it and throw it in there and really test my knowledge. But like they just don't do that. They do some stupid shit and that's why I hate these tests. They stress me out. I don't look forward to taking it. It's going to take 2 hours of my time and I have to sit in a cubicle and I can't pee. So, and I can't even bring in water. So that's kind of obnoxious.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm just like, and they lock up your phone.
The water rule I feel like is dumb. I'm like, sell me a water bottle or something for a reasonable price that I can bring in there. Like, you're providing it. It's obviously not going to have anything on it if you're providing it.
Yeah.
Like, you can bring it in, like, and it just stays in the room.
They think there's something written on it. I'm like, how about if it's a clear bottle of water? Like, there's no way it could have anything on it. Like, I don't want to have to leave and interrupt my test to do that, you know? Like, I'm already stressed out because you're timing me.
know.
Like, you've got me on a time limit, and I have X amount of time to get through all the questions, and I don't want to waste it. And then you have some bullshit questions at the end that you're doing for just testing purposes. Like, they have nothing to do with the overall test. They add an extra, that's what annoys me. They add an extra 15 questions at the very end of that test, but they don't make it separate from the test. They include it as if it's part of the test.
See, for us, there's a whole section. So our tests are like 9 hours long, and
Yeah, fuck
one
that.
one whole hour is a section that's experimental, and you don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm good on that.
Yeah. I have a very deep hatred for tests and also the Prometric Testing Center, because that apparently is where everyone does their tests for everything.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to going in there. There's like literally, it's gonna like my anxiety gets so heightened in those rooms. They're not calming rooms, like at all. And then people, I can hear them tapping their feet. Like this is when the noises get to me. Like when I hear people tapping a pencil or shaking their leg, I'm like, oh my God, I need some earplugs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because like they do have like earplugs and like the big over ear ones too. Do you
I think I
use
might
those?
ask them. I think I might ask them for this. No joke, because I can't stand testing centers for that reason. Like it's too quiet. So then I hyper focus on all the dumb shit. And I'm like, and then I'll end up reading a question 3 times because I'm like hearing tapping in the background, and I hate that. So I'm just like, ugh, just it's too quiet. Yeah, you'd hope, but cathode, everybody that's taking tests there aren't just taking tests like for medical purposes.
Some people do it for fun. I'm kidding. When you said not for medical
You can't,
purposes.
yeah, and cathode, you usually can't bring your own stuff. I don't see why they would have a problem if I used like earplugs, but I feel like they would try to give me their own.
Yeah,
Because
no,
they probably would think that I was cheating with like an earpiece or something.
yeah, they have their own stuff.
Cath
in-
no, cathode's being sassy. Never mind. Yeah, I might just like, I don't think they'll let me bring my own earplugs or anything, so I'll just use theirs. Hopefully they're not heavy. I get headaches. You all know this. Like I get headaches when I take tests usually. So by the end of it, if that thing is heavy and it weighs heavy on my head, it's probably gonna make it tenfold worse. So I'm really hoping they're like light. We'll see. I'll ask him. What's up, David? I prefer hunter green myself. I just read what you said earlier. All right, we're almost done with endocrine. Hold on, Sketch.
We did talk
Thank
about
God.
DKA and HHS separately. I did want to include this table here that compared and contrasted the two. And I did try to bold the ones that I thought were really important.
Oh, you are sassy,
So in
cathode.
DKA, you have positive serum and urine ketones. You have a metabolic acidosis. And the treatment is going to be insulin first. But don't forget about your fluids because they are absolutely hypovolemic. And in HHS, you are going to have a significant fluid loss of 6 to 9 liters. You are going to have a severely elevated serum osmolality, and the treatment will start with fluids due to the high hypovolemic state, and then will be insulin. Question number 14. What severe complication of hyperglycemic emergencies is also present in diabetes insipidus? A. Fever. B. Bradycardia. C. Metabolic acidosis,
D.
or D. Hypovolemia?
Yes, that would make sense.
I hope nobody got this wrong. I hope you made me proud because the answer is D. Hypovolemia. So in both hyperglycemic emergencies, DKA and HHS, you are met with a ton of fluid loss, but also in diabetes insipidus, because remember, they can be losing 6 to 24 liters of urine a day. So
I don't
in
know,
all
DJ
three of
White. I have
these,
no
you
idea
can
why it's only
absolutely
coming
be
out left.
hypovolemic, dehydrated, and even in hypovolemic shock. Last but certainly not least, question number 15. A patient with SIADH may present with which of the following? A. Polyuria, B. Seizures, C. Hypertension, or D. Hypernatremia?
Sorry, I'm pausing it real quick. I mean, SIADH, you usually drop your sodium pretty fast, so wouldn't it be seizures? It definitely wouldn't be hypernatremia because you're getting rid of it. Hypertension, I mean, you're holding fluid. Polyuria, no. So it'd be, I think B is the best. Sketch. Like hypertension, the only reason I was debating between hypertension is because of the holding of fluid.
Well,
But seizures because
SIADH,
of the sodium,
so SIADH,
right? It's
so
too much of,
ADH, antidiuretic hormone.
right? So
See,
you're
I have
not.
to go back to this like every single time, and I'm like, okay, so what does it do? So antidiuretic hormone makes
So
you
you're not
not
peeing.
urinate.
Yep.
So then you're retaining a lot of fluid, so you're going
Yep.
to be hyponatremic.
Yep.
So it's not D because it's the opposite.
Right.
C is irrelevant. That's a confounder. It doesn't affect your blood pressure.
Yep.
And then it does not make you urinate more.
Nope.
So it makes you urinate less, which is another opposite. So by process of elimination, B makes sense because if they're really hyponatremic, they could seize. So
That's what I'm going
correct.
with.
You are right.
Thank you, Sketch. You're like, wait a second, I'm gonna go through this whole cascade real quick.
Well, either I just say yes, dear, or I actually think about it. And I thought you would appreciate it if I thought about it.
I appreciate your thought process.
You're welcome, Ashley.
Oh, she's taking too long. Come on, don't toy with my
What's
emotions,
the
lady.
answer here? It is B. Why
Okay,
is
good.
it B? Because of
the
their
sodium.
severe delusional
David.
hyponatremia. Their sodium is
Brent
so
said, "Oh man,
low,
now I have
they
to
are
pee."
at risk for seizures. They are at risk for falling. So make sure, as I'm sure everyone does so well, keep your patients safe.
Strap them down.
All right, everybody, we have made it to the end.
Who are we
If you
strapping down
liked
and
this
why?
video or found it helpful, please like.
All right, we made it through endocrine. Are you okay? Sketch.
I mean, you know, like the picture, like the cartoon when like they make it to the end and they're like gasping and they're barely made it and like their hair's all singed, like all 12 of their hairs on their head.
Yes.
That's me right now.
Okay. Well, don't hate me, but hematology's next.
Dear Lord, woman.
Hi, everyone.
Listen, I'm gonna listen, this is a refresher. If you think about it this way, for you, it's beneficial. A lot of these are emergency situations like you would deal with, maybe.
No, they're not.
No? Okay.
These are something's wrong, let me call medicine.
God damn it, Sketch.
It's literally like when ortho's like, the bone is broken, I must fix it.
And you're like, what's urgent? What can I do right now? And then pass along.
Pretty much. It's like, is it an emergency? If it's not, then you don't need to be here.
Oh my God. So this is slow torture for those of you who don't know. I'm literally going through all of his worst things. It's okay. If it makes you feel better, something you will like, respiratory is after hematology. And hematology is half the amount of endocrine. Endocrine was an hour long, of course, with us taking breaks to talk and everything. This one's 23 minutes.
I
So,
thought you said this was something that I would like.
no. You're not gonna like hematology. I said respiratory is after that. I feel like you like respiratory. Like you're all about some airways, right? And
I mean,
AVGs.
I like Disneyland.
God damn it. Okay, we're moving on. Hematology.
No, respiratory probably is a bit better, but dear Lord, do not ask me to calculate acid base and if this is acute on chronic with like, is this metabolic or respiratory? And if you're
You
just
don't
doing the
know
simple
your
ones,
AVG?
sure. But once you start doing
Sketch.
the mixed acid-base disorders, oh my
Like
Lord.
partial compensations?
Yeah, where it's like, oh, so you have like a primary metabolic acidosis with a respiratory alkalosis, but then you also have like an acute on chronic acidosis on top of it that's respiratory. And then it's just like, dear Lord.
Sketch. I'm all
Yes,
about some AVGs, man.
you should have gone into respiratory then. Should have been a
I
pulmonologist.
Lord have mercy. Bless your heart.
Ashley, I think you would make a good doctor.
Oh man.
And I'm disappointed that you're not. Because then we could go use our CME money and go to conferences at Disney World.
Oh my God. I'm sweating. Listen, my sister's nurse also, you probably know as much as she does. Does she do ICU nursing? I'm trying to remember what she did. I feel like you've told me this before, DJ, so I'm so sorry. No, Ash, what's the next step in care? What's the next step in care you decide to become a doctor? Wait, what? She does cancer care. Oh, like she's an oncology nurse? Um, oh, dude, I'd have to go to med school. I don't like, I would have to, if I wanted to do that, I would have to take the MCAT and then apply to med schools and then go for 4 years. And then for what I would want to do, I'd have to go for another 5 years of residency, and that just doesn't sound fun. 5 years of
Ash,
residency on top of 4 years of med school. I will
it,
vomit.
it's not supposed to be fun.
Listen, I need fun. I need fun in my life. That sounds like torture.
Ashley, I already told you we can go to Disneyland.
I know, but you know what? I'm getting this certification so then I can go back to school for 3 years and not have residency and just put people to sleep and tube them. Tube.
I really, to be honest, I do
Tube.
think you'll enjoy CRNA a lot more than bedside.
Tube.
Because
Tube, tube,
then
tube, 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 tube,
you have
tube.
one patient at a time. You can talk to them. Because I feel like you like to talk to your patients and get to know them and take care of them, and you can focus on them. And then you have a lot of downtime where you're sitting behind the curtain, and then you'll just hear the surgeon periodically go up, table up, down, no, left, no, no, tilt, no, no, too much, that, no, no.
Yep.
And then
They
you'll
said
get
mainly just knowing
really,
all of your, they said for that, you just need to know which ones you have to paralyze for, what type of procedures, how long it's going to take to put them under, what they're sensitive to, pressure wise that you can push, and then what's their allergies.
and then when the surgeon says, all right, we're gonna let the medical student close, then you can just audibly groan.
I mean, it just, yeah, I do look forward. I do look forward to that. Because then, yeah, like there's no more people yelling. There's no more people asking you to go between 4 different professions for anything. There's none of that back end work and stuff. Like it's just one patient.
Yeah.
You just keep them alive while they operate. That's all you gotta do. Just keep them alive while they operate, and then wake them up and extubate them and say, "Go on your merry way." Unless they're like inpatient, then go back to ICU.
Go back from whence you came, foul beast.
Foul beast. Damn. No, like I would kind of miss the interaction like with the patients in that regard, but like depending on the hospital. So I've been told that some hospitals the anesthesiologist is there to get all the medical information and to do the interview, the pre-interview questions, and then are there for intubation and then there to sign off when they're extubated. But then you have other hospitals like our hospital, they're not there for intubation. The CRNA and AA go get the workup and ask for their history, intubate, and then the anesthesiologist might pop in at the end or in difficult situations, but other than that, they're just there for sign off once they're done with surgery.
I feel like officially they have to be there when you tube and when you extubate, but realistically,
They're
a
not.
lot of times, yeah, they just pop
It
in and when they
that's a
trust you
hospital
to
to hospital
stay,
thing. Like there's
they're
rules
just
like
like,
in each hospital.
well, just because there are rules doesn't mean that it happens.
Yeah.
It's like when I mark, yes, I did do a timeout before this procedure. Yes, I did check side and laterality. Yes, I did check
Yeah.
that Mallampati score before I emergently intubated someone who can't even respond to my commands.
No, you're good, DJ. Tell them breathe. God damn it, breathe. Yeah, see, that's the only thing that makes me nervous, but I know that that's a timing thing and I'll get used to that with time. Like that's going to be more respiratory stuff that I'm just not as aware of just because I don't have to deal with it because I'm not an RT. So I don't have to really work with the vents. Some hospitals and some ICUs, the nurses do work the vents too. But like we don't really mess with the vent. The only time I mess with it is if I'm suctioning or if I'm like, dude, I'm about to fly like up on this O2 because like I just turned them and they desatted, they're not recovering, and I'll boost them. And then I'll run and grab RT and be like, hey, I need help in here. And then they'll manage from their end. Um, we've got a lot of really good RTs. We have like one that's pretty spastic that doesn't do well under pressure, which honestly, her anxious energy kind of makes me anxious. So I don't like it. But the majority of them are really good and go in and are able to handle things pretty swiftly, which is nice. Um, yeah, I love our RTs, man. Super helpful. We always have at least 2 on the unit. Are you telling me to wake the hell up? Oh, you're saying the patient needs to wake the hell up. Okay. I've never seen any of the doctors do any information gathering directly with the patients. I think more so, I think Skitch does that down in ER, but I don't think a lot of them do too much questioning on the units. They might come in when they're doing rounds and do questioning then, but primarily if it's digging around in family dynamics and like history and calling around and asking like family members what their histories are, like we'll do a lot of that.
Or that's what palliative is for.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised, like we don't have palliative on a lot of people that I feel like we should have palliative on. But are you required to watch the stuff I mean, I'm required to watch it if I want to do well in this test and I need to pass this test to get this certification. So, I mean, yeah.
So, wait, when is your test?
So I'd pushed it back because I kind of went on a mental break, as I
Fair.
told you. So it was supposed to be at the beginning of this month, but I pushed it
Okay.
back. Yeah, you
That's
can push it
fair.
back 3 times. So I pushed it back so that I could actually study and focus.
I mean, you prefer
So
to be ready when you take it rather than try to take it too soon.
yeah, and this is helpful, like having conversations. I tend to be like one of those people that like to work through it and then talk it out with people and then make my assessment because those tend to stick with me more often than not because I remember conversations.
That
Like
makes
so
sense.
I'm also like a very hands-on learner. Like I prefer to do it myself. Like if you're doing it and telling me how to do it while you're doing it, I'm not going to get it as much. Now, if you tell me I want you to do it and I'm going to walk you through it, that's better for me. Like I just recently got very comfortable with switching out cartridges on the CV machine. We used to have dialysis nurses come and do that because they could do it really quick, because they do it all day every day. But we don't, but we started having to do that recently. And it's like so many steps. What were you saying, Sketch?
I was just going with the TikTok sound. It was like the all day, every day, da 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 da. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
dude.
about?
Yes, I do. Um, yeah, no, we lost like we're also get this, Sketch, this is wild. I don't know if this is like a nationwide shortage thing, but we're on back order for citrate at our hospital.
I think weren't people on like a back order for saline?
Yes, but citrate, like an anticoag that's supposed to run with dialysis, we can't run dialysis with citrate. So for those that clot and that like have issues with clotting, like we're struggling. Like literally my CV machine clotted off in 4 hours of me changing a cartridge. That's expensive. We changed 2 cartridges in 12 hours on a cartridge that's supposed to last us well past 48 hours. And like we're not even able to like switch at all. Like I lost blood both of those times. Like
Well, we
all the
all know
blood.
that you actually just took it and drank it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but
And
like
we
I tried to
always
rinse it
make
back, but the damn clot like came through the thing. First it was like giving me access pressure alarms, and I was just like, they kept like resting up against the wall. And then at first I was like, okay, it's a wall, it's a positional thing. We gotta like reposition her leg. And then it was like, and the next thing you know, I'm pulling off the caps and I'm switching my access points between my venous and arterial, and I'm like pulling out these massive like clots, and I'm just like, dude. And then I look at more and I was like, this is about to clot off. Like, let me try to do a rinse back. So we tried to do a planned rinse back. And then the machine just is like, fuck this, and just shoots the blood up into the bag and then tries to pull the rest through the machine and it won't. It's just going back and forth like this. And I'm just like, great. I just lost all that blood. And I asked nephrology, I was like, do you want me to go ahead and get an H&H? I can do that and I can do a transfusion because most likely she's going to need it. This is the second time she's lost that much blood, like in the 12 hours. And we were at 7.5, like at 5 a.m. that morning anyway for the hemoglobin. So I was just like, and he was like, no, because if unless I'm able to tolerate dialyzing her and I can't pull off anything at this point, he's like, no, just go ahead and wait till AM Labs to do it. Aorium, my CCRN. So yeah, um, that's that. And like, listen, so I asked, I was like, do you want us to put the patient on a heparin drip so they can tolerate? So the patient, just let me give you an example, Sketch real quick. So the patient's on 22 of levo and on vaso, and so when we were trying to run the
I'm
machine, like obviously they usually don't do dialysis on patients that are hemodynamically unstable. They usually don't like them on pressors if they're going to be putting them on HD, and also because usually their heart rate can't handle it either. And so that's the reason they didn't want to do hemodialysis. That's why we were doing CV instead. And then like I said, she wasn't able to get through CV. And then I asked if we could put a heparin drip on since we don't have any citrate in the whole hospital to run the CV. And so he was just like, because I had the blood flow rate at like 350, like which I maxed it out, like that was as high as I could go, and I was running her even. And then um, he was just like, no, systemically, she's not going to be able to, or not going to be able to handle systemic heparin, was his comment to me. And he said, we'll reassess tomorrow and we'll try HD. And I'm like, you're going to try HD like on that high of levo? That's ballsy, but okay.
I mean, the worst thing that happens is she codes.
Thanks, Sketch.
You're welcome. I'm always here with the positives.
I mean, because either that or like, what do you do? She's in stage. Like, you have to be able to dialyze her or she dies. Like, so if she can't tolerate, if CV keeps clotting off and we have no way to anticoagulate and she can't systemically handle heparin, and if she can't tolerate, like, you know, hemodialysis, then like, what else do you do at that point? You're just kind of screwed. Like, I'm surprised I got to run for 4 hours. That was longer than the other guy who tried to run her that morning. Yeah, Brent, hands on all the way, man. Like, that's where I got the most like confident in setting up a CV machine, was just doing it hands on. And I would like, often this is what I would do. I would just call somebody in and be like, come look at this. I want you to look over my lines and my tubing, my clamps, my capping, and like let me know that all my connections are correct. Because the last thing I want to do is air embolize somebody, you know, or damage the whole cartridge out, because I go to hit like something and then it goes to filter and cycle through and then it pulls air into the venous line. And like, if you get air in the venous line, you're fucked. If it's in the arterial line, you can troubleshoot that, but you can't troubleshoot the venous line. Like, anytime we get any other air, like the venous air is the only one that everyone cares the most about. If it shows that, we're like absolutely fucked. I was pissed because we hooked up and tried to see if we could troubleshoot it back, because we hooked up the venous line, and when we unclamped the clamps to the connections to the patient, somehow, have no fucking clue, they were both clamped, connected, and then unclamped after connected, and it shot air into the line, and we don't even know how it happened. We were like, what the fuck just happened? And so then we tried to troubleshoot to get the air back out of the line, did that, but then it clotted off and had an access error. So I was like, okay, never mind. Fuck it all. Fuck it all. I'm over it. But that's the reason why you have like patients like that on CV or a 1-to-1 patient, because you're not supposed to have more than one when you're trying to manage that kind of shit. It takes forever. Yeah, exactly, Orium. Like, my mind will go somewhere else. Like, half the time, if someone's showing me something, if I'm not actively like doing something in that process, like my mind will go to another question. Or then like I'll think of something else, like while they're talking, something else will pop in my head and I'll be like, oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to da-da-da-da. And I'll be like, fuck, I just missed what they just said. Like, because my mind will be like, will go off to think about something else that I forgot from earlier. And then I'll ask the question. I'll be like, I'm sorry, what'd you say again? One more time. And then I'll hold the thought. It's so obnoxious. It's annoying. It's so helpful in so many ways, but it's very obnoxious in that scenario. I hate it. All right, Sketch. Let's get this pain and suffering over with.
Do we have to?
We have to.
Okay.
This is for the greater good. This helps you out, makes you a better doctor.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
But I'm not greater or good.
Here from Nurse Life Academy, and I will be reviewing questions and concepts related to hematology that you must know for the CCRN exam. I will time mark this video, so feel free to just scroll through at your own pace, but I do give extra information and explanations after every question to really reinforce the content. Without further ado, let's get to it.
Hey, Eso.
Question number 1. Your patient has a platelet count of 100,000. You know that this is blank, and the assessment finding you will most likely see is blank. A, normal,
D,
and an elevated fibrinogen.
But usually
B,
I don't think I see petechia
in splenomegaly.
C, or petechia, I'm sorry,
and a decreased level of consciousness.
I've seen people with 50,000.
Abnormal and petechia.
And 40,000 that didn't have that.
I would be shocked if you saw petechiae.
But I wouldn't see decreased level of consciousness. So it's saying assessment. So first of all, I'm not going to be able to see splenomegaly anyways on a patient during my assessment.
You can palpate splenomegaly.
I mean, I can try, but I can assure you that is like not a typical thing that people palpate or even know to like be able to say.
That is also very fair.
And then even with the like the liver too, they'll say you can palpate the liver. I'm like, in what sense? Because that, can you feel it that it's large enough that it's going to be right below here that you could fill it up under the rib? Like, at what point? because I've yet to have felt a liver that enlarged. Plus, if they're that enlarged, half the time it's ascitic, and all I feel is like ascites. So, I mean, 100 is not normal though. That is not a normal range. So technically, it is abnormal. I don't see decreased level of consciousness. Are they hemorrhaging? They wouldn't be hemorrhaging at 1,000. I mean, I guess they could, but
if you had ITP, you could have altered level of consciousness, but your
you
platelets
could.
would also be like 5 or
Exactly.
something like
That's my point. So D, even though like I'm telling you, I don't see petechiae and ecchymosis on these type of people like I would see, like that's like late, and half the time it's because of like heparin shots like out the wazoo, and they'll have that like around. They'll have we have one guy who's got like some flank and oh, what the fuck is it called? What's the sign that when it's around the belly button, Skitch? There's like it's called something.
Colon?
Colons?
Is that
Is it
colons?
colons? Yeah. And then there's one other one that's near the flank.
Gray Turner, I think.
Gray
Or am I
Turners.
have it backwards?
No. Gray Turners is definitely the flank, and colons is around the umbilicus. But like the that guy had that, but that like even his platelets were like 20. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with D.
I think you're right. But personally, I think this is a dumb question.
I think it's dumb too. I'm glad we agree. Moving on.
And the answer here is D. A platelet count of 100,000 is abnormal, and the assessment finding that you will most likely see will be petechiae and ecchymosis.
Sentinel.
Let's talk quickly about platelets and thrombocytopenia. So platelets are the smallest type of blood cell, and they are essential for clotting. And a normal platelet count is 150,000 to 400,000. So we classify thrombocytopenia as
barely
platelets
under
less than 150,000. And platelet count is a measure of platelet quantity.
Yeah. And 100 is where they said it was at.
Platelet function and how well platelets are working.
If you're on blood thinners or you're on like Plavix,
but the platelet count is only a measure of platelet quantity.
And ecchymosis,
and when a patient
is are normal.
Yeah. So wait, clopidogrel is Plavix, isn't it?
Correct.
That's just its other name.
Those
okay.
Medications are not going to lower your platelets.
You said what now? Sorry.
Those medications are not going to lower your platelets.
I don't think it's saying that. I just think it's saying it impairs it. Not necessarily lowers it, but impairs it.
Fair.
I think that's what it was getting at. Like, it obviously be caused by something else. It's usually our liver patients. But like, and sometimes liver and our cancer patients. Half the time though, it's metastatic anyway. So even if it wasn't a primary like liver tumor or something else, and like it migrates.
It's just a dumb question.
I know. It's okay, Skitch. We'll let them know this was dumb.
Thrombocytopenic, you will most likely see petechiae and ecchymosis
you didn't pay for anything.
Due to the lack of ability to clot normally. There are situations in which platelets can have impaired function, such as with sepsis or DIC or inflammation.
The most valuable thing.
And there are also medications which impair platelet function, such as aspirin, clopidogrel or Plavix, prasugrel, heparin, or alteplase, just to name a few. Most of the time, we use these medications to impair platelet function on purpose. So if someone has a cardiac stent or a carotid stent, these medications are important so that platelets don't aggregate and create clots.
Some people have to get an IVC filter at that point. Like there's no, you know what I mean? Like if it gets to the point to where it's like that, it's one or the other. They're either bleeding out, like hemorrhaging, or they're clotting like a knucklehead. Then it's like you might as well just throw in an IVC. Did it put the mother heifer? All right, going back. Hold on. Sorry, I clicked
platelets
back.
And thrombocytopenia. So platelets are the smallest type of blood cell, and they are essential for clotting. And a normal platelet count is 150,000 to 400,000.
We doing CEUs? This is counted to my 20 hours. Wouldn't that be great if it did?
150,000. And
This
platelet
is
count
we're
is a
studying for the
measure of
CCRN.
platelet quantity.
Well, I'm
To
studying for
get more
CCRN.
information about platelet function and how well
Skitch is
platelets
here
are
for moral
working,
support and for
we would look at the bleeding
masochism.
time. But the platelet count is only a measure of platelet quantity. And when a patient is thrombocytopenic, you will most likely see petechiae and ecchymosis due to the lack of ability to clot normally. There are situations in which platelets can have impaired function, such as with sepsis or DIC or inflammation. And there are also medications which impair platelet function, such as aspirin, clopidogrel or Plavix, prasugrel, heparin, or alteplase, just to name a few. Most of the time, we use these medications to impair platelet function on purpose. So if someone has a cardiac stent or a carotid stent, these medications are important
There you go,
so that
Sentinel.
platelets don't aggregate and create clots.
Yes,
So now that we
semicolons,
know
yes.
a little bit about platelets, let's take it a step further and talk about their
Here you
clotting
go.
factor friends. So I know this looks
Skitch,
scary,
your
and I'm
favorite
just going
part.
to talk about a few big points here. You do not need to
Disneyland?
memorize this.
No.
So very simply put, our body is full of
There we go.
blood. And blood is
There
a
was
river
a
of
point in my
living
life
tissue
where I
which needs
actually
to
knew
know
the
when
entire
to be
coagulation
liquid
cascade.
and when to be solid or when to clot. And when there's an
Here's a
injury or
refresher.
damage to a blood vessel, our
But not
body
really.
is smart. And it triggers this coagulation response to send over both platelets and clotting factors
The
to the
good thing
site
is
of
that
injury.
generally the
And that
factors are
helps stop
numbered in a way
bleeding
that
and
makes
help
sense.
form a clot. And the clotting factors that I'm talking about here, they're included in the coagulation pathway on the left-hand side. You don't need to memorize this again, but you do have to know that these clotting factor proteins are activated when there is an injury, and that clotting factors work with platelets to form a clot. So that's all that you really need to know here. When there's an injury, your body sends both platelets and clotting factors to the site of injury to form a clot. You can see here I identified where Coumadin and heparin act on in the coagulation pathway, and that's really just for a visual representation so that you can see that these
Brent,
medications work on the
semicolons, I'm
pathway
angry
and
now.
they prevent it from going on to form a clot. You don't need to know exactly what clotting factor they act on, it's just for reference.
JC.
So our body does a great job forming clots, but it also does a good job naturally
Oh, it's just-
breaking down clots.
It's just
when
louder on
needed.
the left. It actually
And
is
when
coming out the
body
right, but
senses
it's louder
that it
on the
needs
left.
to break down a clot, there's a protein
That's
called
what they all say.
plasmin, which comes on over,
Shut
and it breaks down the clot, and it leads to the formation of fibrin split products. We'll go over fibrin split products when we cover DIC, but what you really need to know is that when a blood clot breaks down, it ends up forming fibrin split products. Question number 2. Which of the following laboratory findings are most specifically indicative of disseminated intravascular coagulation, or DIC, as the cause of bleeding? Is it A, elevated fibrin split products and D-dimer, B, elevated PT, PTT, and INR, C, decreased platelet count, or D, decreased hemoglobin and hematocrit?
All right, we're pausing. All right, let's see. So it would not be. I mean, INR would be. DIC, I mean, platelet count wouldn't be the most. It would not be hemoglobin hematocrit. It would not be platelet count. It would have to half, but that's just part of it. Fibrin. I'm between A and B. So you'd have an increased INR if you had hyperclotting. But I feel like we'd also do a fibrin and fibrinogen. I mean, I'm going with A. It's A. D-dimer would be elevated, and the fibrin would be elevated.
I think that's the best answer because
the
you
best
can
one.
get B with other cases as well.
Yep.
Whereas A, I think, is more specific.
Because fibrin and D-dimer is something we would get in a DIC panel anyway. I mean,
Look
the
at
other ones could be indicative of several things.
look at JC Both's comment.
Call hospitals for patient refusal of cardiac med.
That's the most accurate one.
For $20? Wait, can we bet you're too late, ESO? I mean, yeah, go ahead. $20 on B, but I'm saying A. He said I went with A because it has the most things.
The answer here is A, elevated fibrin split products and D-dimer. Although all of these could be correct, the question is asking for the most specific, which is indicative of DIC, and that would make the correct
you're down
answer
20,
A.
ESO.
Question number 3. You suspect DIC in your patient. Which of the following lab values would be consistent with this diagnosis?
So obviously we're eliminating C and D. So it'd be B. B.
Is it A, decreased platelets, increased fibrinogen, and decreased
What's up, Tactical
D-dimer?
Yak?
B, decreased platelets, decreased fibrinogen, and
flashback.
increased D-dimer. C, increased platelets, increased fibrinogen, and increased D-dimer. Or D, increased platelets, decreased fibrinogen, and increased D-dimer. And the answer here is B, decreased platelets, decreased fibrinogen, and an increased D-dimer.
Esoto Twitch donated $20. Paying up.
As promised, we will talk about DIC,
Damn,
or
ESO.
disseminated intravascular coagulation.
Damn,
So
dude, thanks for the
DIC
20.
is a state
Paying
of
up.
hypercoagulation that is always secondary to another problem.
Oh my God, dude! When you betted 20, I didn't actually anticipate that you were going through with that, but damn. So for those of you who don't know, that's DIC is disseminated intravascular coagulation. But it's on the screen. I'm a ding dong. Like I wasn't even looking at the screen. Anyways, DIC, like, so with you having a D-dimer elevated, D-dimer just means essentially that, like, if there's evidence of like clots, your D-dimer is usually elevated. So this is a hyperclotting like disorder where you use up all your clotting factors and then you bleed out. So essentially someone in DIC is I don't know, the last one I had in DIC was bleeding out of their ears and right around their eyes and out their nose, just so you know. So they were bleeding like crazy. So you're thinking clots, it's a clotting problem, but it's only a clotting problem because they use up all the clotting factors and then they bleed out because now they have nothing to clot with, so they just actively bleed. So that was embarrassing, y'all, by the way, that it was on the fucking screen and I didn't even like read it off. But yeah, we had a patient that was in active DIC, but when it happens, sometimes like you just don't expect it and it's so fucking fast. But usually they'll also say that your platelets will drop, and so will your hemoglobin, but your platelets will drop by half. And if it drops by half within a 24-hour period and you have an elevated D-dimer and fibrinogen, then you're looking at like a DIC.
Or it's HIT.
HIT. All right, I'm gonna let it talk some more.
And this problem can be some kind of big inflammatory response or endothelial damage, such as sepsis or trauma or an obstetrics emergency, which can all lead to DIC. And because of this endothelial damage, microvascular clots form. So if you remember back to one of our first slides, when there is an injury, platelets and clotting factors are going to the site of injury in order to form these clots. And at the same time, the
Yeah, the
body
bleeding
is
is a
like,
secondary
what in the
problem
world is
from
going on,
this.
and why am I making all of these micro clots? I want to get rid of them. So it sends other proteins to break down those clots. And when a clot breaks down, it leads to what? Fibrin split products. That's right. So in DIC, your body is going haywire because it's making all of these clots because of the endothelial damage, but it's also trying to break them all down too. So at a certain point, you use up all of your clotting factors from making all of these microclots, and then you just start
JC, oh
bleeding
my
because
God.
you have no clotting factors left. And this is the hallmark of DIC. It is a clotting problem, and it's not a bleeding problem. Some clinical signs that you'll see will be bleeding from multiple sites of the body and ecchymosis. And as far as labs go, these are a must to memorize. You will see a decreased platelet count, decreased fibrinogen, decreased hematocrit and hemoglobin. You will see an increase in fibrin split products. Why? Because your body is breaking down those microvascular clots. And elevated fibrin split products are the definitive lab test that indicates the presence of DIC. You will have an increased PT, PTT, and INR due to consumption of these clotting factors. And lastly, you will have an elevated D-dimer. D-dimer is a non-specific test, but it tells us that there is clotting somewhere. So it's not a definitive test, but it will be elevated in DIC. Our treatment is going to be, of course, as always, treating the cause if able, and we will also administer vitamin K, FFP, cryo, and platelets as needed. Question number 4. How would you reverse bleeding with low fibrinogen? Is it A, cryoprecipitate, B, protamine sulfate, C, vitamin K, or D, fresh frozen plasma?
Would it be D or A? D? Sketch. This is one I'm not too familiar with.
I think it's D. I think plasma has everything, whereas
Yeah.
cryo is specific factors.
So we're going to go with D?
Correct.
Okay. JC said cryo. All right, let's see. This might be our first one we get wrong. What if this is the first one we get wrong?
And the answer here is...
All I know is FFP
we got it wrong. It was A.
So
Damn.
cryoprecipitate can be considered liquid fibrinogen.
Yeah.
And a low fibrinogen level is usually less than 125 or even 100. And in that case, if you have a low
You can tell how often I've given cryo.
You will be replacing that with cryo. Question number 5. The most effective reversal for warfarin is A, enoxaparin, B,
no, that's Levinox.
cryoprecipitate, C,
no,
vitamin K, or D, protamine.
All right, vitamin K. I'm pretty sure K is for not Coumadin, is for oh my God. Help me out here. Give me some names. Give me some names. I'm blanking. Sketch.
No, it is vitamin K.
Is it for that as well? Because we give vitamin K for my God, for the love of God. Give me some other meds they'd be on at home.
Warfarin.
No, besides warfarin. Sketch.
No, that's all I can think of for vitamin K.
Why am I blanking on this? Like, I have so many people on this. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's my brain has just shut off. What?
Coumadin?
No, that is what warfarin is.
Right. I just wasn't sure. Maybe you were thinking of the different.
No, no. Um, Jesus Christ, this is gonna piss me off. Eliquis. Vitamin K's for Eliquis too, isn't it?
No, you do not give vitamin K for Eliquis. It will do nothing.
What then? What do you give for Eliquis?
Kcentra, FFP.
Kcentra. Okay. Okay. Vitamin K.
Vitamin sulfate.
There's like 4 different reversals, and I'm trying to think of which one each one was. That's fair.
The answer here is C. Vitamin K is the reversal for warfarin. Question number 6. The most effective reversal for heparin is A. Protamine sulfate.
Okay, Sketch. So in this circumstance,
Yes.
I swear to God,
What?
what is the reversal for heparin?
Protamine.
That's what was okay. So K is Coumadin. Protamine is heparin.
Correct.
And you said Kcentra
Correct.
is Eliquis. Okay.
Or FFP. Like there's not an exact reversal agent, so you're
Okay.
just kind of giving stuff.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I've only ever used reversal twice, and I've used cryo once. So these aren't really fresh in my head.
Vitamin K, C. Fresh frozen plasma, or D. Cryoprecipitate. The answer here is A. Protamine sulfate is the reversal for heparin. So I listed all of these here in a chart.
There we go.
And you have to memorize the reversals
Warfarin inhibits, I think it's 5, 7, 9, and 10, I think. Coagulation factors.
Yeah, JC.
The liver.
All right, sorry. Repeat that one more time. Sorry, Sketch. Go ahead. I was reading chat at the same time.
My feelings are hurt.
Sorry.
I'm kidding. But I believe warfarin inhibits 5, 7, 9, and 10, I believe, factors. And those are the ones that respond to vitamin K. So you use vitamin K in the synthesis of those factors.
Okay.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just sit down, memorize them, make flashcards, whatever you need to. I do have a couple ways to remember what is the reversal for what. As far
protamine
as
has a P in it like heparin does.
Heparin and protamine sulfate both have P's.
Yeah, I knew she was going to say that.
The reversal for heparin
and K,
is
Coumadin,
sulfate.
even though it's spelled with
for
a C.
Coumadin sounds like it maybe is spelled with a K. So
I knew it. Yeah,
it's
going to be easy enough.
K as well as FFP. And lastly, if you have bleeding with low fibrinogen, remember cryo or cryoprecipitate. It is liquid fibrinogen. Question number 7. 2 days after admission for a pulmonary embolism, the patient's laboratory report reveals a 55% decrease in the platelet count and no clinical changes. Which of the following is indicated first? A. Infuse platelets. B. Discontinue all heparin exposure. C. Check heparin antibody presence using an ELISA test. Or D. Start a direct thrombin inhibitor.
I don't know what an ELISA test is.
A what test?
An ELISA test.
ELISA?
And if someone was admitted with a PE, I
Eliza.
don't think I would want to discontinue heparin use. Wouldn't I just give platelets? Because I don't want to not anticoag someone with a PE. Usually our people with PEs like would be on like a heparin drip for a bit.
Right. So you're on the right track. And then if someone's on a heparin drip and then their platelets drop,
Yep, you'd infuse platelets.
but what is that condition called?
HIT.
Correct. I think you need to discontinue the heparin.
I mean, if you're in HIT, yeah, you would. But like, then what would you do for the PE? In that case, what would you do?
I'd look it up on UpToDate, or I'd call hematology.
God damn it.
I mean, you could probably do a DOAC.
I mean, is ELISA just another form of like a test that we just don't know about because we're not in that state? Is this just like something else?
ELISA is like I think it's like the, oh, what's it called? Like the fluorescent antibody, I think.
I mean, I guess you wouldn't infuse platelets because it doesn't really say the number of platelets that it was at. So it could have been 400 and it decreased to 200 and you wouldn't give platelets for 200. So I guess you could eliminate that.
ELISA, enzyme-linked immunoabsorbent assay. Yes, so it relates to specific antibodies in blood.
So B.
I think it's B.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense if you're thinking about it from the standpoint that they didn't give us the amount like of platelets of what it was at. And if they were in HIT, you would stop it. But then that kind of causes a problem for the PE situation.
I'm sure there's other options to switch them to.
The answer is
Yeah.
B. Discontinue all heparin exposure. So this patient would have had heparin as part of his treatment for his PE, and he does have signs of heparin-induced thrombocytopenia. So the first intervention is to stop all heparin to prevent progression of the problem.
Direct thrombin inhibitors.
Infusing platelets is only indicated for active bleeding or extremely low platelet
That's why it said
counts
first.
of less than 10,000.
Because you do that
Although
just
a
after the
heparin
fact.
antibody test would be important, it wouldn't be your first intervention. Same with starting a direct thrombin inhibitor such as argatroban. It will be needed, but the primary intervention is going to be to stop your heparin first. Heparin-induced thrombocytopenia, or HIT,
Hey,
is due
Oriam,
to
thanks for the sub. Let's go.
antibody-mediated response after clinical exposure to heparin. And what happens is that your immune system causes your platelets to clot in the presence
Sentinel,
of
oh my
heparin,
god.
instead of doing its job, which is to prevent clots. So HIT also causes your immune system to make these antibodies that activate the platelets. So this is why your platelet levels drop and why patients can have life-threatening clots due to HIT. Some clinical signs you'll see include petechiae, a platelet decrease to less than 150,000 or a drop in platelet count by 30 to 50%, and you can have systemic thromboses such as DVTs, PEs, or strokes. Discontinuing all forms of heparin is going to be our #1 priority. That includes infusions, subcutaneous heparin, heparin flushes, and even heparin-coated catheters if you have those. These patients need anticoagulation since they're at such high risk for developing systemic clots, so we will start them on a direct thrombin inhibitor such as argatroban for their anticoagulation. We can test for heparin antibodies, and if platelet count is less than 10,000, make sure to watch out for a change in the level of consciousness as patients can develop spontaneous intracranial hemorrhage. Question number 8. A patient required 6 units of PRBCs for GI bleeding status post ruptured esophageal varices. Which of the following electrolytes do you anticipate replacing? Is it A, potassium, B, magnesium, C, calcium, or D, phosphate?
Calcium. Anytime you're given that many units, you want to make sure you're giving calcium.
I just make them drink whole milk.
Do you agree, Skitch?
I don't remember the specifics, but I was gonna say, yeah, calcium sounds right.
And the answer is C.
Because it leaches?
Calcium.
It leaches.
So banked blood contains citrate, which binds to calcium. So it'll get rid of
Which
that
is
calcium.
why when we give citrate in our dialysis, we have to add calcium too. So we do an ionized calcium every 4 hours while they're on CV, and we adjust the rate of the calcium depending on what the lab values show while we run citrate. But if we don't have citrate running with the CV, we don't have to worry about
And
calcium.
for every about 3 units or so of blood, you should anticipate giving 1 gram of calcium.
And citrate is in PRBCs, which is why they were talking about it.
Question number 9. You began a blood
Said
transfusion on
coffee.
your patient 5 minutes ago, and she suddenly develops shortness of breath and chest pain. Which of the following actions should be taken initially? A. Complete a 12-lead EKG and a troponin. B. Immediately stop the transfusion and recheck vital signs. C.
All right, pausing. Began a blood transfusion on your patient 5 minutes ago, and she suddenly developed shortness of breath and chest pain. What the following actions should be taken? Stop it and recheck the vitals.
Infuse 1 liter normal saline bolus and complete a 12-lead EKG. Or D. Get a stat chest x-ray.
That sounds like a good idea.
Usually happens
And the
within
correct
15, which
answer
is why
here
after 15
is
minutes we look for a transfusion reaction. We
B.
redo
You
the
want
vitals
to
at 15 minutes.
immediately stop the transfusion
mean-
and recheck vital signs.
Nothing goes by the book.
So we'll talk about blood transfusion reactions a little bit. There's 2 different kinds, either an acute transfusion reaction, which occurs within
We've had
24
someone
hours
with
of
a
blood
delayed
product
transfusion
administration,
reaction before.
or a delayed transfusion reaction, which occurs after 24 hours of blood product administration. And these transfusion reactions are usually due to human error or ABO incompatibility. Patients who experience a transfusion reaction can develop fever, either tachycardia or bradycardia, hypotension, chest pain, dyspnea, low back pain, rash or pruritus, and even blood in the urine. This is why it is so important to stay in the room with them for the first 15 minutes of their blood transfusion and to keep monitoring them even after the transfusion's been completed, because you could have that delayed transfusion reaction. If your patient starts developing some of these signs and symptoms, your first priority is going to be to stop the transfusion immediately and disconnect the blood tubing and infuse normal saline. You absolutely also want to assess the patient and monitor their vital signs right away. And then you want to send the blood product to the blood bank and notify them of the transfusion reaction. Question number 10. You are caring for a patient whose labs are the following: hematocrit of 28, platelets of 12,000, fibrinogen of 92, INR of 2.2, PTT of 36, PT of 14. DIC is suspected. Which of the following would be the most appropriate for this patient? Is it A, administer glucocorticoids, B,
B.
I think that makes sense to me.
Aw, Arrow. Finally get to go home tomorrow. See you guys later. Aw, see you, Arrow.
transfuse platelets and cryoprecipitate? C, start a
No, it's
heparin
slightly
infusion?
different.
Or D,
It was similar, but
PRBC transfusion?
I think it was similar with a different question, but two of them along the side of DIC.
The answer here is B, transfuse platelets and cryoprecipitate. So you have a pretty low platelet count. It's not less than 10,000, but it is 12,000. So you want to give some platelets, and then your fibrinogen is low as well. It's less than 100. Remember, you want to think of cryo
Liquid
as liquid
fibrinogen.
fibrinogen. Question number 11. 2 hours after a complicated premature delivery with placenta abruption, the nurse notes that the puncture wound from the patient's recent venipuncture is continuously bleeding. Which laboratory tests should the nurse anticipate obtaining? A, ionized calcium and Pitocin levels. B, prothrombin time and D-dimer. C, fibrin split products and magnesium. Or D, D-dimer and factor IX assay.
I don't deal with delivery patients, like ever. So for me, I'm going to be between B and D. I don't know enough about pregnancy type patients. What do you say, Skitch?
I say B because I
Okay.
think what you're looking for is DIC,
Yeah.
and the factor IX assay is going to take too long to result to be clinically relevant.
That was my next question. All right. Yeah. Let's go with B.
By the time you get it, they're already dead.
Well, don't want that.
And the answer here is B, prothrombin time and D-dimer. So a patient with an obstetrics emergency is at risk for developing DIC. And I wanted to put this question on here because it tries to trick you. I know that we talked earlier about fibrin split products being the definitive test for DIC.
I saw that,
However,
but it said
there
magnesium.
is no reason to obtain a magnesium level as it
made
has
no
nothing
sense.
to do with DIC. So the correct answer
Mag,
here,
if
which
you're
can tell you
treating for
more information
preeclampsia
about whether or
or
Yeah.
not this
eclampsia,
patient is in
you have a ton of
DIC, would be
magnesium.
B,
Yeah.
prothrombin time and D-dimer. Of course, you would want to get a full CBC with platelet count and a fibrinogen level and fibrin split product count as well, but the best answer here is going to be B. So when you guys take these questions, make sure that both parts, or if there's 3, make sure all 3 parts of the answer choice are correct. Question number 12.
Brian, have a good
A
night.
patient is receiving a heparin infusion, status post-pulmonary embolism. The latest lab results reveal a sudden drop in the platelet count to 80,000 from 280,000 the previous day. The nurse would anticipate receiving which of the following physician orders? A, begin an argatroban infusion. B,
B, it'd be to
hold
hold.
anticoagulants.
Hold on, let me think this through because usually when it's asking, it's the wording that they're using. What was the wording? Hold on. So we're thinking HIT, right?
Correct.
So we're not going to infuse platelets because it's still at 80,000. I'm working through this, sorry. Agatroban, you wouldn't start that just yet. You would first hold anticoags. They'd want to do probably a couple of other tests first, and then possibly agatroban. But the first thing I think that they would put as an order would be to hold all anticoags. It wouldn't be D at
C,
all.
infuse platelets.
What
or
is option D? I
Continue
can't
heparin
see
and
it.
order labs.
Continue
for
heparin and order
antibodies.
labs for heparin antibodies. I mean, you wouldn't continue it if you suspected. You would hold first and then.
Yeah, I agree. Though I
So
don't
A
like
or
the
B, but I'm thinking B would be first and then
The
A.
answer here is
Yeah, I don't like the wording of B, but
A. Begin an
Yeah.
argatroban.
See, I was like, it's gonna be B or A, and it was A. Begin about agatroban. I want to know why, because they say hold the anticoags was the first thing in that last question. Remember the question they had? They said you'd hold the heparin.
I think it's because this is saying all anticoagulants. And that includes your drug
Oh, it's the
inhibitors, which
word.
you-
See, dude, I knew it was the wording thing, but I was looking within the question for the wording. God damn it. I was thinking like you'd hold it first and then you would get an order after like the test for Agatroban, but whatever.
Agatroban infusion. So this patient most likely developed heparin-induced thrombocytopenia, and a direct thrombin
Yeah, you wouldn't give
inhibitor
platelets
needs
for
to be
that
started.
anyway.
Most importantly, heparin needs to be immediately discontinued, but B is not the right answer because you don't want to hold all anticoagulation.
You're
You
right.
do
They're hung
want
up
that
on the all
Orgatroban
part.
for this patient.
It didn't
because
say
of
hold
that
heparin, it said
pulmonary
hold all.
embolus. It doesn't look like in this scenario the patient has life-threatening bleeding or their platelet count is less than 10,000. All right, guys, we have made it to the end. I know this
I
one
don't
was a
like
little
that
bit more.
question.
I don't like it either, but that's the shit that they put on the tests, so I need to just pay close attention to the fucking wording. Because like it's all about an order of operations at the end of the day, and half the time the verbiage is, and sometimes it will say like, what action would you do? What order would be placed? Or what, and like just that one word will change it. Like, is that an assessment? Is that an action? Is that an order? Is that a, what would you expect? Versus what would you do? Bro, this shit's stressing me out after work. What the fuck? JC, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He said, wait, we're going to study poop now? Wait, what? No, that's not next. Next is respiratory. And then after respiratory, I'm tapping out for the night.
H-O-P-T-O-G-O.
What the fuck? This is respiratory part 1? There's 2 parts? There's one that's 45 minutes long and another 32-minute long. Oh my god, respiratory is one of the biggest ones. Why does it not even, it's not even side by side. It's like respiratory part 1's up here and the respiratory part 2 is all the way down here.
You needed a break after respiratory part 1, but it does make sense. A lot of what you deal with in ICU is respiratory.
God. Damn it. Okay. Well, here we go.
Hi everyone, Nurse Jenny here from Nurse Life Academy, and I'll be reviewing respiratory questions and concepts that
No
you
guts, no
must
glory.
know for the CCRN exam. The entire respiratory
JC,
section
I'm
will
not
be covered
tapping
in
out
2
yet.
parts, and this is part 1. I will time mark this video, so feel free to just scroll through at your own pace, but I do give extra information and explanations after every question to really reinforce the content. Keep in mind that this is just a review, so if there are things that you aren't familiar with, go back, review the information until you feel comfortable and can answer these questions correctly, because these are questions you want to have mastered before going into the exam. I would greatly appreciate if you like and subscribe to my video if you found it helpful, but also so that you can be notified of new videos that are dropping. Now let's get started. Question number 1. You have just assumed care for a patient in acute status asthmaticus. You know that the first line treatment is A, a beta-1 agonist, B, a beta-2 agonist, C, a beta-2 antagonist, or D,
it a beta-2 agonist?
corticosteroid.
Status asthmaticus.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the answer here is B, a beta-2 agonist. So remember, 1 heart and 2 lungs.
JC, there you
so
go.
we want to stimulate the beta-2 receptors, which
disemboweled.
open up those airway
Wait,
smooth
what?
muscles. So we're going
No
to
guts,
give
no glory. Let's study the
beta-2
brain.
agonists as our first line treatment.
Because he
God.
said no guts,
What's an
no
example
glory.
of a
I
beta-2
said I'd be
God.
disemboweled,
Bronchodilators,
so I have
such
no-
as albuterol.
no guts, and therefore I cannot go for any glory.
Let's go through a quick rundown of status asthmaticus.
Oh,
So
man.
status asthmaticus is a medical emergency which is characterized by airway hyperactivity, severe airway narrowing, thickened secretions and air trapping with lung hyperinflation, and all of this is refractory to aggressive bronchodilator therapy. And there's generally some kind of exposure to either an allergen or a trigger, such as a viral infection, maybe cold weather, or some kind of environmental allergen, which leads to this continuous bronchospasm and airway restriction. Some clinical signs include dyspnea, tachypnea, accessory muscle use, anxiety, and tachycardia. And when it comes to lung sounds, at the onset, the patient will be wheezing, and this is a good thing in this scenario. But as they slowly tire out and develop worsening respiratory failure, their breath sounds are going to decrease and eventually become absent, which is an ominous sign. So if you have a patient in status asthmaticus, you would absolutely rather them be wheezing away than not moving any air at all. And similar to the breath sounds, you will see a progression in the ABG results. In the beginning, you'll see respiratory alkalosis in the early failure when they're hyperventilating and breathing off a ton of CO2. And then you'll end up seeing respiratory acidosis in late failure, where their level of consciousness is decreased and they are not moving air and retaining CO2. So how do we treat these patients with status asthmaticus that are refractory to aggressive bronchodilator therapy? Well, we usually will intubate them if we see severe respiratory failure, respiratory acidosis on an ABG, or a decreased level of consciousness. And then once the patient is vented, they will need specific vent settings, including a low respiratory rate, and that's to increase their exhalation time. These patients will need low tidal volumes to prevent autopeeping, and autopeeping is just a sign of air trapping and not full exhalation prior to initiating the next breath. And we'll also have to increase the IE ratio, or the inspiration-expiration ratio. Again, this is to allow time for proper exhalation and to prevent autopeeping. When it comes to pharmacological treatment, our first line is going to be bronchodilators or beta-2 agonists, such as albuterol. We can also utilize anticholinergics, such as ipratropium, corticosteroids. And lastly, we want to keep these patients hydrated to prevent thickened secretions, but also due to their insensible water loss from their tachypnea. Question number 2. The following ABG is an example.
CO2's normal, CO2's high, respiratory acidosis, partially compensated respiratory acidosis.
Of a pH of 7.19, PaCO2 of 66, PaO2 of 68, and an HCO3 of 30. Is this A, partially compensated metabolic alkalosis, B, compensated respiratory alkalosis, C, partially compensated respiratory acidosis, or D, uncompensated metabolic acidosis?
I like me some ABGs.
This is Patricia.
I think we're all on board with the C part.
The answer here is...
I loved ABGs, man.
Partially compensated respiratory acidosis. I have this slide here as a quick review of normal values and which values are considered acidotic and which are alkaline. If you do not have these memorized, you need to. Right now, we're only going to focus on 3 of these, so our pH, PaCO2, and bicarb, because these are the values that we'll be looking at when we interpret our ABGs. Now, a normal pH is 7.35 to 7.45. pH is considered acidic when it's less than 7.35 and alkaline when it's greater than 7.45. A normal PaCO2 is 35 to 45, And since carbon dioxide is an acid, when PaCO2 increases
Mr.
above
Anon, my
45,
CCRN.
it is considered acidic. And when there are low amounts of CO2, under 35, it is considered alkaline. A normal bicarb is 22 to 26. And since bicarb is a base, if bicarb is less than 22, it is considered acidic. And if there is an excess above 26, it will be alkaline. You have to commit this to memory. One extra side note here before we move on is that our bodies love balance. They love homeostasis. So when there are changes on one end, the body will usually compensate on the other end. And the lungs are going to be the quickest to compensate, while the kidneys will be a little bit slower to compensate. Okie dokes. So we know our normal values and when they trend high and when they trend low. So let's put it all together. And I like to think about acid-base interpretation in 3 steps. So we can kind of look at it as a first name, a middle name, and a last name. The first name is going to be your level of compensation. The middle name is respiratory or metabolic. And the last name is either acidosis or alkalosis. I know that there is a lot on this slide, but let's go through this together with the example on the bottom here. So remember, first name, middle name, and last name. We're going to start with the pH, and let's make this super easy for ourselves. So we're going to ask ourselves, is it normal or is it abnormal? And if you have a normal pH, boom, you're done. Your first name is going to be compensated every time. If you have an abnormal pH, you're going to be uncompensated. And that's all that we're going to fill in for our first name right now. We're going to make it super plain and simple, normal or abnormal, and then we'll determine the level of partial compensation at the end. So let's look at our example here. We have a pH of 7.22. Is it normal? No, it's not normal. A pH of 7.22 is not normal. And because it's not normal, the first name is going to be what? Is it going to be compensated or uncompensated? An abnormal pH will buy you a first name of uncompensated. So awesome. We have our first name. Now let's look at the pH again to figure out the last name. The pH is 7.22. Is this acidic or is it alkalotic?
Acidic.
It is acidic. So we have an uncompensated acidosis. We've got 2 of the 3 names already. All we need is just a middle name.
Respiratory.
This brings us to step 3. So here we're going to look at our PaCO2 and our HCO3 and figure out which one is trending with our pH. In this case, our pH is acidotic. So we want to look at which value is also acidotic.
Abby
Is it our
normal.
carbon dioxide
Dude,
or
that's
is it our
from
bicarb? Which one of them
what did
is
Frankenstein
leaning
or
towards
whatever.
acidosis? We are going to look for either a CO2 level of
You got
greater
it,
than
JC.
45 or a bicarb level of less than 22 because both of those values trend towards acidosis. And in our example, the CO2 is 74. Whoa, that is way over our upper acidotic limit of 45. So if it's the
Some
CO2
altered patience,
that's
man.
making the pH acidotic, this is going to be a respiratory acidosis. Our bicarb is normal here, so we look good. So we're going to put our full name together. It is uncompensated respiratory acidosis. You can have a combined respiratory and metabolic acidosis, but that is not tested on the CCRN, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's just practice one more before we move on. All right, let's give this guy a name. So where do we start? We are going
The
to
pH
start with the
is
pH.
low,
Is it normal or abnormal?
so it's acidic.
pH of 7.20, that is not normal. So our first name here is going to be what? Compensated or
So-
uncompensated? An abnormal pH is going to be uncompensated. Okay, so let's figure out our last name. Again, we're looking at the pH.
So
It is
uncompensated.
7.20. Is this acidotic or alkalotic? It's
my God.
acidotic.
Lord have
So
mercy.
far, our name is uncompensated acidosis. Let's figure out
Respiratory
our middle name
acidosis.
now. To figure out the middle name, we're looking at your carbon dioxide and your bicarb and
Bicarb is
figuring out
opposite,
which
so isn't
one is
partially,
trending with our pH.
compensated
So again, our pH
respiratory
here is
acidosis.
acidotic. Which value is also acidotic? Our carbon dioxide, it's 82. That is absolutely acidotic, which means that this is a respiratory acidosis. So we have got it. But hold on a second.
Yeah,
I just
H2O3 is
noticed
abnormal.
our bicarb is not normal
Partially
either.
compensated respiratory acidosis.
It's not low, so we know that that's not contributing to the acidosis, but it's high. So what does that mean? It means that the kidneys are pumping out bicarb to try to compensate and keep the pH normal, but they're just not working. If this is the case where the other value is abnormal, but it trends in the opposite direction, and by opposite direction, I mean alkalosis, then you change the first name to partially compensated, because we do have to give them some credit for working hard to try to compensate, but it's just not working enough. I hope that this is making sense. I'll have a separate video on just acid-base balance practice, but let's move forward so that we can get through some more content.
Yes, please.
Question number 3. You are taking care of an ARDS patient whose plateau pressure is 40 centimeters of water. In order to decrease the plateau pressure, which of the following ventilator changes would be made? A. Suction via endotracheal tube. B. Decrease the tidal volume. C. Decrease the PEEP. Or D.
Decrease the PEEP.
Increase the tidal volume.
Sketch. You can tell I don't mess with
Yeah.
Vince. It's not A or D.
The plateau.
I'm used to my ARDS patients having higher PEEP though.
Usually in ARDS,
Positive
low
expiratory
tidal
space.
volume is the main thing. But I think you would be decreasing the PEEP because your PEEP should be your end tidal pressure, I
Right.
believe.
So you agree with C?
I'm agreeing with C.
Okay. He said decreased tidal. Where's the respiratory therapist? Dude, I don't know. I'm between B and C, but I'm going with C. Again, I don't mess with Vince. RRTs
And
do
the
all
answer
that.
here is
I could see.
B.
It's B.
Decrease the tidal volume.
He was right.
Let's talk about plateau pressure.
Yes, let's talk about
This
it.
is the pressure
God
that
damn
is
it.
essentially left over in the lungs when they're fully inflated and there's no
Okay.
airflow. This is during the inspiratory hold period. So in a person who's breathing room air, they take a deep breath in and they hold their breath. It's the measurement after they have held their breath. And in a vented patient, it's the time after the tidal volume has been delivered to them. And plateau pressure is a measure of static compliance, or the compliance of the lungs, not to be confused with dynamic compliance, which is a measure of the airways. So it would make sense that patients who have some kind of pulmonary injuries or problems involving the lungs, such as pneumonia or ARDS, will have a decrease in static compliance since it's measuring the pressure and the elasticity of their lungs. So if you have a high plateau pressure, you want to decrease the tidal volume to make that plateau lower. And this is going to be one of the treatments in our ARDS patients. Question number 4. You suspect a left-sided
said, "Oh,
tension
snap, I win that,
pneumothorax in your
LOL."
patient.
Nice,
A
JC.
typical assessment of this patient will include A. Tracheal deviation to the left and absent breath sounds on the left side. B. Tracheal deviation to the right and absent breath sounds on the left side. C. tracheal deviation to the left and adventitious breath sounds on the left side, or D, tracheal deviation to the right.
Sketch.
I agree.
I'm gonna say A, tension pneumo. Because doesn't it tracheal deviate to the side that has the pneumo?
I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember. Like, I know it's absent breath sounds.
I want to say it would go away because you have a lot of pressure on that side. But I don't remember for sure.
This isn't something we typically look at when we're looking at a pneumo.
I mean,
We're not going, is there a deviation? I mean, for the most part, we're like, we can tell because of they drop their sats. Said they give you a drawing on the bottom or whatever. So it deviates to the opposite side of the pneumo, and then there's no breath sounds where the obvious pneumo is. I mean, both of these said left side, so that wasn't even the differing thing.
And adventitious breath sounds on the left side.
She takes too long.
Tell him to hurry up.
Tracheal deviation to the
we
right.
Go to Disneyland.
So it is a deviation to the opposing side with the absent on the left.
So if you have a left-sided tension pneumo, is that going to push your trachea towards the left side or towards the opposite side? It's going to push it towards the opposite direction. Also, adventitious breath sounds are abnormal breath sounds such as wheezing,
I guess that makes
sense
anyways, because if it did collapse on one side, it would shift.
Because we're going to hear nothing on top of the pneumo. So a tension pneumothorax is a very serious type of pneumo where air accumulates in the pleural space, but it cannot escape. And since it can't escape, the pressure ends up compressing and collapsing the lung and the heart, which can be life-threatening if not treated quickly. And if you look at the picture down below, that air has collapsed that lung and it is compressing both the lung as well as the heart. And what you see is tracheal deviation to the opposite side of the pneumo. Now there is air in the pleural space that's occupying where the lung should be, so you're not going to hear anything on auscultation. And you're also going to have signs and symptoms of hemodynamic compromise, such as hypotension and tachycardia, because think about it. The heart is being compressed by that tension pneumo and it can't pump very well, similar to kind of like a cardiac tamponade picture. You'll also see some distended neck veins and a mediastinal shift as well. Now, what's the treatment? You either want to needle decompress or put in a chest tube as soon as possible, since patients...
Just letting you know, we had a patient come up from the OR that was intubated by anesthesia in the main stem. The lung was completely like out on the left.
Dang.
Yeah.
Patients with tension pneumos will be unstable.
They thought it was ARDS, and they were like, I think they have ARDS, and we're like, no, if you fucking went too far with the ET tube.
Question number
guess,
5.
yeah, because they
In
don't
a patient with ARDS, which contributes to the development
What?
they don't get a post-intubation chest X-ray.
No, they don't. And they went too far. Yeah. Which I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often because they don't get confirmations.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they said, yeah, we tried to wake them up. They were supposed to be like, apparently it was a procedure they were supposed to have like outpatient that they came in for and were supposed to leave afterwards. And that didn't happen clearly. They're like, oh, they're in ARDS, and then we got an X-ray and we looked at it and we're like, dude, the lung is like it's completely gone, like
Yeah.
to one side. So we're like, well, there you go. And that was like, which is wild because that's anesthesia's like one main like focus. So I'm
Yeah.
kind of surprised that that came that way and that nobody, I don't know, caught that. They love to get people out of PACU. As soon as like people are done with surgery, they're like, they're not my problem anymore. And they're unstable, so now they're your problem. Here you go.
Yeah.
And then you're like, thanks. You had it too far past the carina.
of atelectasis? Is it A, decreased pulmonary vascular resistance and hypoxemia? B, increased pulmonary compliance and hypoxemia? C, loss of surfactant and interstitial fluid accumulation? Or D, mucosal edema and mucus plugging?
Pausing. Sorry. Hold on. I'm thinking this through. Give me a second. C? Hold on. Atelectasis, isn't that partial like collapsing? Sketch?
Correct.
So increased pulmonary, that just doesn't sound right. And then mucus plugging, that's coastal edema. I don't think, I think it'd be C. What are you thinking?
I was like, I don't remember if ARDS does anything specifically to surfactant, but I was like, D would make sense, though I don't know if that's
Yeah,
specific to
JC.
ARDS.
You said D?
I said D would also make sense. Like that'll definitely cause atelectasis. It's just I don't know that that's specific to ARDS.
Yeah, I don't. They wouldn't have, they'd have decreased pulmonary compliance if it was hypoxemia, right? So
I think the hypoxemia doesn't play a role. That doesn't matter.
I want to say it's C. Yeah. How wrong are we? Jesus Christ. Please, if I'm right, I swear to God.
And the answer here is C, loss of
Let's
surfactant,
fucking
and
go.
interstitial fluid accumulation. So in ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome, there is damage to
toot.
lung endothelial cells. And this is going to result in a loss of surfactant and interstitial fluid accumulation. And
I
ARDS
stressed out
patients
way
will
too
have
hard over
changes
that.
in lung vascular tissue that will result in increased lung edema and decreased lung compliance. And we'll talk a little bit more in depth about ARDS on the next slide here. ARDS is going to be a huge part of the respiratory section on the CCRN. And I know that everyone that was a nurse through COVID, unfortunately, probably knows ARDS a little bit too well. I know I do, and I'm sure that we're all still scarred to some extent from it. So thank you to everyone who fought through these tough times and made a difference in all these patients' lives. And if you weren't a bedside nurse through COVID, thank you for the difference that you're making every single day. Anyways, I digress, but let's talk about ARDS. ARDS is a massive inflammatory response which results from some kind of precipitating event or injury. Some examples can include sepsis, trauma, pneumonia, but there are many more. And this massive inflammatory response results in damage to both type 2 alveolar cells as well as capillary endothelial cells. Now, we don't need to get into the super nitty-gritty of these cells, but I do want you guys to know a little bit about them. So the type 2 alveolar cells are responsible for production of surfactant, and for that reason, when they're damaged, there is decreased surfactant production, and this results in massive atelectasis and alveolar collapse. And now the capillary endothelial cells are responsible for keeping capillary permeability. So when both capillary endothelial cells and these type 2 alveolar cells are damaged, the result is tremendous. It's alveolar edema, alveolar collapse, and refractory hypoxemia, which is a hallmark sign of ARDS. Some clinical signs of ARDS include tachypnea, tachycardia, progressive refractory hypoxemia, which means that the FiO2 is increased to 100%, and despite this, hypoxemia is still present. And in the case of ARDS, this refractory hypoxemia is due to a pathologic shunt where blood goes through the lungs, but it doesn't get oxygenated. And the treatment for this shunt, which is causing this hypoxemia, is administering oxygen and PEEP, or positive end expiratory pressure. And the PEEP helps to recruit alveoli and keep them open. Going back to the clinical signs that you'll see in these patients, they will absolutely have crackles and a high PaO2 because they are drowning from the increased capillary permeability and alveolar edema. And initially, similar to status asthmaticus, their ABGs in the earlier stages will be consistent with respiratory alkalosis since they're working hard to breathe and they're tachypnic, so they're blowing off a ton of CO2. However, as ARDS progresses, you will see respiratory acidosis because they're going to get tired, they're going to start retaining CO2. And you can also see metabolic acidosis, but this is a secondary effect. Lastly, their chest x-ray in the progressive stages will be a whiteout from the bilateral pulmonary infiltrates. Of note, a normal PF ratio is greater than 300. A PF ratio of less than 200 is consistent with ARDS, and a PF of less than 100 is consistent with severe ARDS and a 45% mortality rate. So what is our treatment going to be for these ARDS patients? It's going to include mechanical ventilation, and this is usually required within 48 hours of diagnosis because these patients just tire themselves out and their work of breathing gets so labored. So we need to intubate them in order to take that work off of them. And once we do, we want to make sure that we give them low tidal volumes. You have to know that we usually give tidal volumes of 4 to 6 milliliters per kilogram of predicted body weight for these patients. We do not give any more than that. As we've talked about, we are going to give PEEP. These patients need PEEP in order to increase alveolar recruitment and treat that refractory hypoxemia. We want to keep those alveoli open. We want to improve gas exchange. We do, however, need to be careful with increasing PEEP sometimes. You have to watch out for things like barotrauma or decreases in cardiac output and hypotension. When this does happen, you want to keep the PEEP because they're dealing with respiratory issues. But what you can do is treat those decreases in cardiac output, treat the hypotension with pressors. And we want to keep our plateau pressures less than 30 centimeters of water. And remember, we can lower our plateau pressures by decreasing our tidal volume. And we don't want the tidal volume to be more than what value? Not more than 4 to 6 milliliters per kilogram. We can also prone these patients to increase the perfusion to the lungs, which will in turn increase your P to F ratio. We can also use NMBAs, neuromuscular blocking agents, or paralytics in order to keep the work of breathing down and let the patient be synchronous with the vent. And as a last resort, these patients can go on VV ECMO in order to receive full pulmonary perfusion support.
Yeah, unfortunately, our hospital does not do ECMO. So that's not even an option.
Neither does ours.
Yeah.
Question number 6. A patient develops tachypnea and chest pain one day status post right hip replacement. She also has pain in her right calf. Her heart rate is 116, respiratory rate of 32, temperature of 38.1, and blood pressure of 112/68 with a MAP of 83. You should prepare for which of the following? A.
It was the first thing we did. Wait, ECMO was the first thing you did at the start of COVID? Tachypnea, chest pain one day. Status post, right hip placement. She has also pain in her right calf. Yeah, DVT. I mean, she has shortness of breath though. You're gonna do either way. You're doing a scan first, so D would be the last thing. That takes longer. VQ would rule out a PE. She also has pain in her right calf. That's kind of throwing me off a little bit. It makes me think DVT, but her respiratory and her heart rate is making me think more like PE. VQ is the one that our gold standard go to. What about you, Sketch?
I would CTPE.
You would do
That's
a
what I would
CT?
do. Yeah.
I wonder why they put a VQ scan for our people. So this is why I hate it. This is like so depending on facility. Like our facility would do a VQ.
Scan only works if they have no pre-existing lung disease.
Which
So
we don't
it's
have in
not as
the.
good.
So overall, the gold standard you'd pick was CT over VQ.
I would, yes.
Okay, we'll do B.
VQ
Most
scan to rule out
places
pulmonary
do
embolism.
CTPE, and
B.
only if you can't get a VQ scan, or only if you can't get a CT, then you would do a CT or a VQ.
Interesting, dude. I don't know why. The last few people that they were ruling PEs, they did a VQ.
CT
Do they have
pulmonary
terrible
angiography
kidneys?
scan to rule out pulmonary embolism. C.
Yeah.
Ultrasound to rule out
That's probably why.
DVT. D. D-dimer and coagulation studies to rule out pulmonary embolism.
Though if they're already getting dialysis, you
I
could
mean,
just
the majority are, yeah.
CTPE them and then dialyze them.
Yeah.
And the answer
Because
here
the other thing is the contrast-induced nephropathy is
B.
really a myth
CT pulmonary angiography
for the
scan
most
to
part.
rule out pulmonary embolism. A pulmonary embolism is a partial or complete obstruction of the pulmonary arteries by either a venous thromboembolism or another substance such as fat or air. And no matter the substance, either way, this clot results in a VQ mismatch, V standing for ventilation and Q standing for perfusion. Now, the lungs are able to be ventilated, however, they're not being perfused because of that clot. And this results in impaired gas exchange, which leads to alveolar dead space. Some risk factors include immobility, surgeries, major trauma, bone fractures, or clotting disorders. And the signs and symptoms include all of these listed here. Most importantly, tachypnea, dyspnea, chest pain, and hypoxemia. If the pulmonary embolism is a result of a fat embolus, the patient will likely develop petechiae or a petechial skin rash. You can also have hypotension, shock, or cardiopulmonary arrest with massive PEs. The gold standard for diagnosis is going to be a CT-PA scan or a CT pulmonary angiography scan. You can do a VQ, but it might not yield the most accurate results compared to a CT-PA. And you can also do a D-dimer, but again, it's just not sensitive enough for a PE. Treatment for patients with a pulmonary embolism are going to be anticoagulation. So generally heparin, warfarin, Lovenox, some other anticoagulations
like,
can
where
be
you get
used
that
as well.
at a comic store.
But for patients with hemodynamic compromise, fibrinolytic therapy will be indicated. So we can give alteplase, similar to a stroke patient, but a little bit slower and without restrictive parameters. We can also do something called ECOS, which is catheter-guided thrombolysis, directly injecting alteplase and heparin into the clot to dissolve it. Question number 7. When assessing a patient who has a chest tube, the nurse notices that fluid in the water-sealed chamber rises during inspiration and falls during expiration. These movements are an indication of A. Tension pneumothorax, B. Normal pleural pressure changes, C. Increased intrathoracic pressure, or D. A pleural air leak.
B. Oh my god. Let him sleep, right?
The correct
middle of the
answer
night.
is
My god.
B. Normal pleural pressure changes. So the act of fluid rising in the water-sealed chamber during inspiration and falling during expiration is known as tidling, and this is a normal finding with chest tubes. There are 2 types of chest tubes. There are pleural or mediastinal chest tubes. The pleural chest tubes remove air, blood, or serous fluid from the pleural space to promote lung re-expansion and help restore that normal negative pleural pressure. You'll see pleural chest tubes placed following thoracic surgeries, but also for patients with pneumothorax, hemothorax, pleural effusions, or empyema. There's a lot of different indications, but they are all respiratory and pleural in nature. On the other hand, you have mediastinal chest tubes, which are not placed in the pleural cavity. They are used to remove serosanguinous fluid from the pericardial space. Usually this is following cardiac surgeries. They want to prevent the development of cardiac tamponade, and they have nothing to do with lung re-expansion. Their only goal is to remove that extra fluid from the operative site. Let's talk about managing that chest tube. So you always want to keep the drainage collection chamber lower than the chest, even during transport. You do not want to have any dependent loops in the tubing, and you do not want to clamp unless you have to, because clamping cuts off that negative pressure to the lung, and the lung could potentially recollapse. So you only want to clamp when you're changing the system, if it accidentally got disconnected, or if you have a physician order to clamp. Just as I mentioned in the last question, when it comes to the water seal chamber, tidling, or when the fluid rises with inspiration and falls with expiration, that is a normal finding. So tidling is normal. However, if you have continuous bubbling in that water seal chamber, that is going to be abnormal. The continuous bubbling signifies an air leak. And the only time in which an air leak would be an expected finding is when a patient has a pneumothorax, because they have air in that pleural space, right? I'm going to repeat it one more time. The only time that bubbling is going to be normal is when the patient has a pneumothorax. Once the bubbling stops, that's when you know that your pneumo has resolved. Question number 8. A patient is having an acute asthma exacerbation. Their initial ABG was a pH of 7.45, a PaCO2 of 28, a PaO2 of 142, and a bicarb of 22. Now the patient is tiring with impending respiratory failure. You would see A, respiratory alkalosis, B, hypercapnia, C, hypocapnia, or D, metabolic acidosis. We have to read this question very carefully because it is a tricky one. So it's showing us an ABG here, and it's telling us about a patient in an acute asthma exacerbation. But it is asking us a question about impending respiratory failure, and they
what are you looking at? You're looking at
respiratory failure in
compensated
this case.
respiratory.
So which of these choices would be a sign of late respiratory failure?
No, it's not asking
It's
what
going
the
to be
ABG
B,
is.
talking about late
hypercapnia.
Wait.
It's not asking what the ABG is. It's asking what is it going to change to.
Oh, God damn it. This is me getting excited and I didn't even read all the way through. Now the patient's like in stage. They become acidotic after the fact.
Yeah.
So actually, their original ABG actually
respiratory alkalosis is the beginning. Late stages is acidosis, respiratory acidosis.
Correct. Yeah, they just threw that ABG in there to mess with you.
These fucking heifers.
Respiratory failure occurs when the patient.
Well, I don't feel bad because I already knew it. Like, it's just I didn't understand the question.
Patient is tiring and they start retaining CO2. And a CO2 of greater than 45 is known as hypercapnia. When they're hypercapnic, they are in a lot of trouble. I was looking at
the current
sign.
God damn it.
For the exam, you'll want to know which conditions are going to be associated with which acid-base imbalances.
This is why you can't skim read a question.
And if acid-base imbalances scare you and you feel like you can never understand them, just stick with me here. So something that I personally like to do when it comes to these questions is really just visualize your patient. It helps understand what is going on. And to review the very basics here and simplify this to the bare bones, we breathe in oxygen, and then your body exchanges the oxygen for carbon dioxide in your lungs, and we breathe out carbon dioxide. So we breathe in oxygen, we breathe out carbon dioxide. So let's start by visualizing a patient together. Let's just say you are taking care of a post-op patient and you want to treat their pain adequately. So you give them a Norco 10, you give them 50 of tramadol, you give them their scheduled gabapentin, and maybe you sprinkle in a little 0.5 of Dilaudid in there. You peek in on them a little bit later and they do look comfortable, but they are out. Now, when you're looking at this patient, are they going to be breathing fast or are they going to be breathing slow? They're going to be breathing slow, maybe even too slow, or perhaps, but hopefully not, even apneic. And now if they're breathing at a respiratory rate of 5 breaths per minute, let's just say, they are not going to be able to eliminate that carbon dioxide adequately because their body is producing this carbon dioxide, but they're not breathing it out. So they're going to retain it and it's going to build up in their blood, hence these patients having a high PaCO2, which is greater than 45. Now think about this in terms of respiratory failure. The reason that late respiratory failure will cause respiratory acidosis is because with late respiratory failure, your patient is tired. The body has been keeping up with the respiratory failure by churning out all these compensatory mechanisms, but at a certain point, the body can only do so much until it just cannot keep up with the demand. So it tires out, it starts giving up. I know that we've all seen this before. And that's when you start breathing slow, you decrease your level of consciousness because your patient is developing hypercapnia. On the other hand, we have respiratory alkalosis. And this is
If you snore and you have sleep apnea, for the love of God, wear your damn CPAP.
going to occur with a patient who is hyperventilating and blowing off a ton of CO2, making their PaCO2 less than 35. So when are you going to see a patient breathing fast? Well, you'll certainly see it in early respiratory failure when you're hyperventilating due to your body's response to some kind of insult or injury. And you'll see respiratory alkalosis with anxiety or severe pain,
if you're
fever,
supposed to be wearing a CPAP, wear your damn CPAP.
I know
You're
this
going to be one of those
sounds
crazy
super
patients.
straightforward,
loopy,
but also if your tidal
who's being
volume
forced on
or
a
your
BiPAP
respiratory
because they're
rate
obtunded
settings are
later
too
on.
high on your ventilator,
Or
the
you'll
patient might be
develop
blowing off
AFib
too much
and then
CO2.
develop a
So remember,
heart failure from tachyarrhythmia.
hypoventilation. You're
Yep, and then
retaining CO2.
Possibly
You'll
clots
have a
if you're
respiratory
non-compliant with your
acidosis,
your
since
other
carbon
shit, too.
dioxide is an acid. And in hyperventilation, you're blowing off all that excess CO2. So you won't be left with a lot, and you'll have respiratory alkalosis. Now, in metabolic acidosis, either your body produces too much acid or your kidneys just can't get rid of that acid. So in acute kidney injury, your body is not able to get rid of excess acid.
You and Joe
so they
Coy
stay in your
guy
system
ain't
and they
telling me
cause
nothing.
metabolic acidosis.
Dude, you listen, you know how many people I get this is the dance I hate in a hospital. You get the person comes in. They're like pissed off because you're forcing a BiPAP on them. They refuse the BiPAP. They refuse to wear it multiple nights in a row. Then they become obtunded. Then they get forced to be on the BiPAP. And then they come with it again. So for the time that they're obtunded and they're on the BiPAP and not really responding a whole lot, then you don't really have to worry about it because they're not going to try to rip it off. The second they come around and their ABG's like normal again and they've been wearing the BiPAP a couple of days, then they're just like, oh, okay, I'm going to start ripping it off again and doing the same dance. And then round and round we go. And you can't tie down a person on a BiPAP because they're an aspiration risk. And it's literally against pretty much every hospital policy because if they vomit, they need to be able to pull off the BiPAP. So you get to play a dance of why are you here if you're not going to let me treat you? And like constantly. I cannot stand it. It is one of my biggest pet peeves. If like you're completely obtunded and I get you where you're like communicating again and then your ass is like, I'm not wearing that again. And I'm like, dude, you weren't even talking. You couldn't make a sentence. You're like drooling out the side of your face. Like you had nothing going. And then like now you're fine. Why are you fine? Because you wear your BiPAP at night. Wear your BiPAP. For the love of God.
You can also see metabolic acidosis in diabetic ketoacidosis, which is going to be a big one, aspirin overdose, lactic acidosis, or with electrolytes. So if you're hyperkalemic or hyperchloremic. And I do have a funny way of remembering which electrolyte abnormalities go with which metabolic imbalance. And I did not come up with this myself, but someone told me this and it has always stuck with me since. So when you take acid, you get high. When you take acid, you get high. So hyper electrolytes cause acidosis, high acid. So hyperkalemia and hyperchloremia cause metabolic acidosis. This does apply to other electrolytes as well, but potassium and chloride are the most common ones, which will cause metabolic acidosis. On the other hand, we'll talk about metabolic alkalosis, and this is when there either is too much acid removed or when there's just an excess of bicarb in the blood. And the most acidic part of our body that I can think of is our stomach. We have tons of acid in our stomach, so when we get rid of too much of that acid, we're left with, well, not a lot of acid, right? So we are going to be more alkaline in that case. So if you vomit, or if you have emesis, an NG tube to suction, or if
Yes,
you're
JC.
abusing antacids,
Hey, Jaguar, how
those
are you
can all
doing?
cause metabolic alkalosis. And let's think back to our little phrase here. Which
Hey,
electrolytes
Oreo. Oh my
cause
God.
metabolic
Good night, Brent.
alkalosis? So when you take acid, you get high. So we're going to apply the opposite here. For alkalosis, you will have low levels of electrolytes. So hypokalemia and hypochloremia. Question number 9. Which is an anticipated finding of a patient with status asthmaticus? A. Metabolic alkalosis.
Dehydration.
B. Tension pneumothorax. C. Bradycardia. Or D. Dehydration.
Why are they dehydrated?
Because they're breathing so damn fast.
I mean, wouldn't they have metabolic, or no, that's respiratory. Never
Yep.
The answer here is D. Dehydration. So dehydration occurs because of the insensible fluid
You were
loss
right.
from the patient's rapid respiratory rate. Moving on to our last question here, question number 10. Which of the following statements about lung compliance is true? A. An increase in the peak inspiratory pressure will decrease static compliance. B. A decrease in compliance increases the work of breathing. C. Static compliance.
Let me read this fucking question. Let me actually read it. Statements about lung compliance is true. Peak inspiratory pressure will decrease static compliance. I'm not gonna lie, I have no fucking idea. I'm going between A and C. C or A?
I think B. Well, I read B and I think B is true.
I mean, I think that's true too, but I feel like your static compliance decreases with the asthma. Which one's more true? God damn it. Which one? Like,
The other ones I don't really know, but
I mean,
B
like a decrease in compliance increases work of breathing. I mean, that makes sense logically.
I don't know what any of the others means, so I'm going with B, because B to me makes sense.
I'm going between B and C. If I had to pick. And you're eating something, Skitch, I can tell. So
Try
B.
eating
Compliance is
tacos.
decreased with an asthma exacerbation. Or D. The plateau
with your
pressure is
first
used to
thought.
calculate dynamic compliance. Moving on to our last question here.
Wait.
Question number 10.
Wait.
Which of the following statements about third is
what
used
was
to
it?
calculate dynamic? B. A decrease in compliance increases the work of breathing.
They didn't say
C.
the answer, did they?
Static compliance is decreased with an asthma exacerbation. Or D. The plateau pressure is used to calculate dynamic compliance. Moving on to our last question here. Question number 10. Which of the following statements about lung compliance is true?
You just
A,
saw that,
the
right? I'm not
decrease in
crazy here.
compliance increases the work of breathing.
I'm still
B,
waiting.
An increase
for the
in the
answer
peak
to be revealed.
inspiratory pressure will
They just
decrease
changed- they
static
just-
compliance.
It just reset the
C,
questions in different
static
order.
compliance is decreased with an asthma exacerbation. Or D, the plateau pressure is used to calculate dynamic compliance.
Wait, pause. That was the same question. I know, but hold on. They got rid of the answers of the previous one. I mean, hold on. A? A? Well, he said, wow, they skipped it. A was B. Exact. So A. C for coach. Hey, coach. Oh my God. I'm still with the A or B situation, but I'll take A.
I'm going A.
And the answer
Because I
here
don't
is
think asthma affects.
A.
Okay.
A decrease in compliance increases the work of breathing.
I have been validated.
In short,
I
you
don't
can
like
think
the
of
way.
compliance
Hold on,
as
wait.
the degree
What
of
was that? What was that Cupid shuffle they had that just happened where it just like literally reset all the questions for no damn reason? Sameco, oh my God. Yeah, they rearranged the choices. I know these little heifers.
elasticity of tissue. So a decrease in compliance will decrease the elasticity, or you can think of it as increased resistance or stiffness. Now, dynamic compliance is a measurement of the elastic properties of the airways, and it's calculated with peak inspiratory pressure. So patients who have pulmonary problems that involve mainly the airways, such as an asthma, will have a decrease in dynamic compliance, but their static compliance remains normal. Now,
Okay.
static compliance is a measurement of the elastic properties of the lungs, and it's calculated with plateau pressure. Patients with pulmonary problems that involve mainly the lungs, for example, pneumonia or ARDS, have a decrease in static compliance. However, sometimes in the cases of ARDS, their dynamic compliance may also decrease as the lung pressures may transmit up to the airways and become a little bit less compliant. So if we want to go back and go through the answer choices after talking about this, choice B is not correct because an increase in the peak inspiratory pressure will decrease dynamic compliance. Choice C is not correct because asthma decreases dynamic, again,
not
or airway
static.
compliance, not static compliance. And choice D is not correct because dynamic compliance is calculated using the peak inspiratory pressure. So A is going to be our correct answer here. All right, we have
So we made it through the lung section part 1. Now we could just plow out the part 2 right here. Like we could
Hi,
just
everyone.
knock it out.
Nurse Jen.
The 32-minute section.
Plow like a snow plow.
There you
Kablow.
go.
Kablow.
Like normal nurses BS. Right. Oh my God. See this shit? Are you seeing this shit? Oh my God. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me now. Oh man, I looked down to look for my lungs and I forgot I gave them to that lung transplant patient. I need to get more lungs. I'm lungless. I've got no lungies.
And that's a problem.
It really is.
Here from Nurse Life Academy, and I will be reviewing respiratory questions and concepts that you must know for the season.
He said more questions that will stress me out.
I'll be covering part 2 of respiratory, but make sure to check out respiratory
You should go
part
take your
1
lungs
as
back.
I do go into more detail with some of these topics.
Nah.
I would greatly appreciate if you like and subscribe to my video if you found it helpful, but also so that you
I've
can
had a
be
couple of
notified
patients
new
that came in
videos
with a
dropping.
kidney transplant
So without
that was
further
rejected.
ado, let's get started.
Like a late rejection. Sucks.
Question number 1. A patient was admitted following a fall and a tibial fracture. He has a sudden onset of restlessness, dyspnea, chest pain, and a petechial rash. His heart rate is 122 and respiratory rate of 34. These findings should lead the nurse to suspect the patient has developed A.
EE.
Aspiration pneumonia, B. A spontaneous pneumothorax, C. Disseminated intravascular coagulation, or DIC, or D. A pulmonary embolism.
D. Come at me, bruh.
I concur.
And the answer here is D. A pulmonary embolism. So the patient certainly has a risk factor for a PE. He has this tibial fracture, right? A tibial fracture is a long bone fracture, and long bone fractures usually result in fat emboli. He also has other symptoms like restlessness, dyspnea, chest pain. His vital signs are consistent with a PE of a high heart rate and a high respiration rate. And he also has this petechial rash. This is common specifically in fat emboli from long bone fractures. I'm just going to leave this slide here, but I did go through this in depth in respiratory part 1. So again, a pulmonary embolism is the partial or complete obstruction of the pulmonary arteries by either a venous thromboembolism, fat, or air. And this clot results in a VQ mismatch where the lungs are able to be ventilated. However, they are not being perfused because of the clot. And this results in impaired gas exchange, which leads to alveolar dead space. And the gold standard for diagnosis of a PE is going to be a CT-PA scan or a CT pulmonary angiography scan, and treatment is going to be anticoagulation. And for patients with hemodynamic compromise, fibrinolytic therapy or ECOS may be indicated. Question number 2. After a right thoracotomy for removal of the middle and lower lobes, 2 chest tubes are attached to a chest drainage system to A. Reestablish negative pleural pressure, B. Drain pleural fluid, C. Evacuate mediastinal air and fluid, or D. Decrease lung compliance.
Not D. Not B. Not C. A? Skitch! I'm going with A. He went to the bathroom where he's eating.
Makes sense to me. Because you could use it to drain fluid, but my guess is that they're thinking it's not likely that they're going to have that much fluid after this surgery.
Right. But you're thinking of the space that they have left over from
We are
after the
talking
removal.
about pleural chest
Correct.
tubes following a thoracic surgery.
What's up, that hit?
So following any kind of thoracic surgery, pleural chest tubes will be indicated to remove air, blood, or serous fluid from the pleural space, but it's really to just promote that lung re-expansion and help restore that normal negative pleural pressure. So you'll see this, like I mentioned, in thoracic surgeries, but also with pneumothoraces, hemothorax, pleural effusions, or empyema. There are lots of different indications, but they are all respiratory and pleural in nature. On the other hand, we have mediastinal chest tubes, which are not placed in the pleural cavity. They are placed in the pericardial space following cardiac surgeries. So they're used to remove serosanguinous fluid from the operative site and to prevent the development of cardiac tamponade. They have nothing to do with lung re-expansion. All they're doing is removing the
Jaguar
extra
said, damn, I
fluid
was wrong. The
from
person died.
pericardial space after a cardiac surgery. I do go over this slide in depth in my part 1 respiratory review, but for
Yeah,
right
so you
now,
don't need to
I'll
go
just
through it
leave this
again.
here for reference.
We know.
Question number 3. Treatment strategies for a patient with
This is
suspected
why the
ARDS
pulmonary
from
video is
bacterial
split into
sepsis
2 parts,
include
because they're lazy ass motherfuckers.
Oh my God. From bacterial sepsis. Okay. So intubation and mechanical ventilation. Let's see. Utilizing high levels of PEEP. We're talking about ARDS. So with high tidal volume. I thought it was low tidal volume. And high levels of PEEP. I thought it was like 4 to 6. Hold on, wait. It's D. It's D.
A.
I agree.
Intubation and mechanical ventilation utilizing high levels of PEEP with high tidal volume, 8 to 10 milliliters per kilogram of predicted body weight.
No,
B,
it's for a test
initiate
I'm
non-invasive
studying
BiPAP.
for
C,
my CCRN.
administer a 1-hour beta-2 agonist nebulizer
I take that in a
treatment.
testing center.
Or D,
I am just
intubation and mechanical ventilation
practicing.
using higher levels of PEEP with low tidal volumes, 6 milliliters per kilogram
We're
of
learning
predicted body
things,
weight.
and then we're getting quizzed on these like little sample questions throughout the slides. It's D, you heifer. Come on.
And the answer here is D.
was about to say,
Intubation
don't
and
play with my
mechanical
emotions.
ventilation utilizing higher levels of PEEP with low tidal volumes, such as 6
4 to
milliliters per
6.
kilogram of predicted body weight. Question number 4. The major effect of ARDS on lung tissue is A. Decreased capillary permeability, B. Increased functional residual capacity, C. Decreased compliance, or D. Decreased alveolar surface tension.
I mean, doesn't ARDS lead to atelectasis, and atelectasis is caused by less surfactant, which means decreased impermeability within the lungs? Or am I overthinking that entirely? It's not B. How long is the test? Well, it depends on how long it takes you to take it. I mean, I think I have up to 3 hours. No food or pee break. She's there. She runs out of tears. Wait, what? Sketch. Isn't
I
it
think it's C.
permeability? Decreased compliance, and that's it?
I think you have increased capillary permeability, so I think it's opposite. Functional residual capacity makes no difference. That's irrelevant.
Right.
And you have,
I
if you
don't think it's
lose
D.
surfactant, then you have increased alveolar surface tension, and you have decreased compliance. So I think C.
You're going with C. What am I thinking of then when I'm thinking of permeability with A?
I think it's the opposite, because I think you have increased capillary permeability.
So what I'm thinking of, I must be thinking about the alveolar like cells. Like I'm thinking of surfactant. Its ability for. Let's just see, A or C, either way. She'll explain it, I'm sure.
And the answer here is C, decreased compliance.
You're right, Sketch.
Since ARDS is such a big part of the
Look at
CCRN, I
you.
will cover this slide again.
It's like I know things.
And so ARDS is a massive inflammatory response which results from some
that
kind
hit
of
diff. Ow,
precipitating
fuck,
event
my
or
phone
injury.
just fell on my
And some
foot.
examples include sepsis,
You're fine,
trauma,
Jaguar.
pneumonia.
There you
There
go.
are
There's your
many more.
ARDS listed
And
up
this
above.
massive inflammatory response results in damage to both type 2 alveolar cells and capillary endothelial cells. And this damage to those cells results in increased capillary permeability, aka leaky capillaries, and it also leads to decreased compliance and decreased surfactant, which leads to an increase in surface tension. I know there's a lot. But all in all this damage leads to flooding of the alveoli, massive atelectasis, and a refractory hypoxemia. And so the diagnosis of ARDS includes an antecedent event, refractory hypoxemia, and tachypnea. There will also be patchy bilateral infiltrates and a P to F ratio of less than 200 millimeters of mercury. Some clinical signs of ARDS include tachypnea, tachycardia, crackles, and progressive refractory hypoxemia, and that means that the FiO2 is increased to 100% and hypoxemia is still present. In the case of ARDS, this refractory hypoxemia is due to a pathologic shunt, where blood goes through the lungs, but it doesn't get oxygenated. And the treatment for the shunt, which is causing the hypoxemia, is administering oxygen and PEEP. And the PEEP helps recruit alveoli and keep them open, which we love. The ABGs of these ARDS patients in the early stages will be consistent with respiratory alkalosis, since they are working hard to breathe and they're tachypnic, so they're blowing off a ton of CO2. However, as ARDS progresses, you will see that turn into respiratory acidosis as they get tired and they start retaining that CO2. You can also see a metabolic acidosis as a secondary effect, but the respiratory is going to be the most important. Lastly, their chest x-ray in the progressive stages will be a whiteout from the bilateral pulmonary infiltrates.
Oh, they don't give
Our
us breaks,
treatment for
JC,
these ARDS
at our
patients
testing
is going
centers?
to include mechanical ventilation, which usually happens within 48 hours of diagnosis because these patients just tire themselves out and their work of breathing is so hard. And so we intubate them in order to take that work off of them because they will only fight for so long. And we're going to give them low tidal volumes. You have to know that we give low tidal volumes for ARDS patients.
Depending on the patient, some of these patients, like you intubate them, they're not coming off that vent. So you avoid it at all costs. We have a lot of interstitial lung disease and sarcoidosis like patients that we really, really, really try to avoid putting on the vent when they get like pneumonia.
Usually no more than 6 milliliters per kilogram of their predicted body weight. Usually 4 to 6, but no more than 6. And as we've talked about, we are going to give PEEP. Super important. We want to keep these alveoli open and improve gas exchange. However, when we do increase PEEP, you want to watch out for barotrauma and decreases in cardiac output and hypotension. But if this does happen, you want to keep the PEEP because their lungs need it. But what you do is you just treat that hypotension. We also want to keep plateau pressures under 30 centimeters of water. Again, remember you can decrease plateau pressure by decreasing the tidal volume. We can prone these patients to increase perfusion to the lungs, which will in turn increase your P to F ratio. And we can use neuromuscular blocking agents, aka paralytics, in order to keep the work of breathing down and let the patient be synchronous with the vent. As a last resort, these patients can go on VV ECMO in order to receive full pulmonary perfusion support.
How are you doing?
Question number 5. Which of the following can contribute to metabolic alkalosis? A. ACE inhibitors and DKA.
B.
B, vomiting and hypokalemia, C, acute kidney injury and thiazide diuretics, or D, vomiting and hyperkalemia?
The grief counseling? I thought you said griff. I was like, what's griff?
And the answer here is B.
I like how you said vomit. You didn't say the other part.
So remember, vomiting will make you have metabolic alkalosis. And the reason for that is because your stomach is a very acidic place.
Too late.
If you start vomiting up all that acid and getting rid of it, you will in turn become more alkaline. And if you remember back to my respiratory part 1 lecture, I have that silly little phrase that helps me remember which electrolyte imbalances go with which acid-base imbalances. So I'll say it again. Remember, when you take acid, you get high. When you take acid, you get high. So acidosis will be associated with high levels of electrolytes, which in turn says alkalosis will be associated with low level of electrolytes. So it will be hypokalemia that will be contributing to your metabolic alkalosis. I'll just leave these here for reference. Same with this respiratory slide. Moving on along to question number 6. Your patient is on a spontaneous breathing trial. The patient's initial end tidal CO2 was 35 millimeters of mercury. 1 hour later, it is 58 millimeters of mercury. Which of the following is true about the patient? A, they are ready for extubation. B, they should continue on the weaning trial for another 30 minutes. C, the patient needs additional sedation. Or D, the patient is not ready for extubation.
D.
The correct answer is D. The patient is not ready for extubation. So an end tidal of 35, which jumps to 58, is a pretty big jump. So if you see that, they are probably not ready yet, because at this point they are retaining CO2 and they're not effectively breathing it out.
I'm good, Darius. I'm just
what
studying.
kind of an instance would someone have a high CO2 or be hypoventilating? So certainly if they're still sedated, or if they're really tired or sleepy, they might just not be ready quite yet. And if that's the case, if their end tidal goes up by that much in about an hour, you might just need to put them back on a rate and then retry the SBT a little bit later in the day. Let's go over a little bit about ventilator weaning. So some measurements to determine readiness for ventilator weaning include a minute ventilation less than 10 liters per minute, and the minute ventilation is the amount of air that's exchanged in 1 minute. You want this to be less than 10. You also want to look at the vital capacity, which is the maximum amount of air that you can forcibly exhale after fully inhaling, and that should be greater than 10 milliliters per kilogram. You want to have a tidal volume or amount of air inhaled in a single breath, which should be greater than 5 milliliters per kilogram. And you also want to look at their NIF, which should be greater than minus 20. A number greater than minus 20 would be minus 25, minus 30, minus 40. NIF measures the function of the diaphragm. So that higher that minus number is, the better that the person is breathing. Lastly, you want to make sure that your patient has gag reflex, that they'll be able to protect their airway, and that they have a cuff leak. In the case of extubation, a cuff leak is a good thing. To assess a cuff leak, you want to contact your friendly respiratory therapist. Do not do this by yourself, or else they'll probably not be very happy with you. And what they do is they deflate the ET tube cuff, and you should theoretically hear a cuff leak. And the cuff leak means that air is moving through the trachea around that ET tube. Now, if you don't have a cuff leak, that means that they
swollen.
deflated the cuff, but the patient's airways were swollen and they closed in on that ET tube, so you don't hear any air moving through there. And if that's the case, they would not be ready for extubation. We would have to decrease that airway swelling first. Usually we give steroids for that. If a patient is failing their breathing trial, it would be because of the criteria that are listed here. So if their respiratory rate is either less than 8 or greater than 35, they're working really hard to breathe, or they're having respiratory distress. If they're having a mental status change, such as decreased level of consciousness or acute hypotension, those would all be reasons for you to hold off on your breathing trial and maybe try again a little bit later, or treat the issue at hand. Post-extubation, you want to monitor for stridorous breath sounds, which are high-pitched inspiratory breath sounds. And those breath sounds signify that there is some kind of obstructed airflow through a narrowed airway, and we can treat this with inhaled racemic epinephrine to help open up those airways. Question number 7. Cor pulmonale is characterized by A, degeneration of the myocardium, B,
Okay. Sketch, I'm not gonna lie. I don't recall this, and I'm thinking B or C, but I really don't know. I don't know.
C. It's right-sided heart failure.
C? Okay. Well, at least I narrowed it down to 2.
pulmonary edema resulting from LV failure, C,
Just saying
enlargement of the
pulmonale,
RV
pulmonary.
secondary to pulmonary disease, or D,
Well, there's 2
failure
of
of
them
the
that
LV
like
to pump
that.
adequately.
Because the right side pumps to the lungs. So it's a pulmonary issue causing right-sided heart failure.
Oh, that's. Wait. Right side
The
goes to the
answer
lungs, but
is
left-sided heart failure backs up to the
C,
lungs. But if you.
enlargement of
Oh.
the RV secondary to pulmonary disease. So cor pulmonale is common in patients with COPD,
I
and
like
it is
watching your face
synonymous
change
with
on
a
stream because I hear
right-sided
it through
heart
Discord
failure.
first, and then I'm
And
just
the
waiting
right
for it to
heart
happen on
fails
stream.
because of this chronic pulmonary disease, aka COPD, and it results in chronic pulmonary artery hypertension, which then leads to right-hearted failure. COPD is an umbrella term for a few pulmonary diseases, including emphysema, asthma, and bronchitis. And for these diseases, in general, air enters the pulmonary system more easily than it exits, or in other words, inhalation is easier than exhalation. And COPD is chronic and it worsens over time, and it results in air trapping in the alveoli, as can be seen in the picture on the right. This leads to chronic hyperinflation of the lungs, and it can lead to what we just talked about, this right ventricular enlargement and elevated CVP and cor pulmonale. Again, cor pulmonale is right-sided heart failure because of the changes in structure and function of the right ventricle as a result of this pulmonary hypertension from COPD. Diagnosing COPD can be done with a
Jack.
pulmonary function test, where the FEV1
Wait, why do you
divided
blame
by
me?
the FVC is less than 70%.
Serious.
So that is the forced expiratory volume or total volume exhaled over 1 second over the forced vital capacity. And patients with COPD take longer to exhale because of their airflow limitation and obstruction, so their FEV will be less than 0.70. In an acute exacerbation of COPD, bronchodilators, corticosteroids, and oxygen are used. You can also use non-invasive positive pressure ventilation, such as a BiPAP or a CPAP, which is also a great intervention to prevent intubation in these patients.
If they'll wear it.
Question number 8. The following ABG is an example of pH of 7.31, PaCO2 of 32, PaO2 of 68, and a bicarb of 15. Is this
Metabolic
A, uncompensated respiratory acidosis, B, compensated metabolic acidosis, C, partially compensated respiratory alkalosis, or D, partially compensated metabolic acidosis.
Huh. D.
It is D, partially compensated metabolic acidosis. So let's give this guy a name. Let's go through this. We're going to start with the pH. Is it normal or is it abnormal? A pH of 7.31 is less than a normal of 7.35, so it's abnormal. So our first name is going to be what? Is it compensated or uncompensated? An abnormal pH is uncompensated. All right, now let's figure out our last name. The pH is 7.31.
We don't need to go through all this. We clearly got it.
So for the middle name, so acid,
we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
We got it as well. These are the steps that we just went through to discuss our ABG interpretation question.
Moving on.
Okie dokes. Moving on to question number 9. A patient is admitted with an asthma exacerbation. The physician tells you that there is a need for intubation and initiation of mechanical ventilation. Which of the following would indicate a need for intubation in this patient? Is it A, difficulty to arouse, B, respiratory alkalosis, C, increase in bilateral wheezing, or D, a PaO2 of 86?
A. Because they're not even arousing. Everything else is like the wayside. Respiratory alkalosis would be at the beginning of an asthmatic exacerbation, but
A, a difficulty to arouse. So A is our answer here because a difficulty to arouse means that they are
slap him a few times to see if he responds.
Retaining carbon dioxide, and they are most likely in respiratory acidosis, leading to a decrease in their level of consciousness. But let's go through the other answers and talk about them.
We don't need to. We got it.
In the bilateral wheezing cited in part 1, but remember, respiratory acidosis and a change in the level of consciousness are signs of late respiratory failure. And then in these patients, you also want to prevent auto-peeping, which is a sign of air trapping and not fully exhalating prior to initiating
what you talking about, Willis? Come on,
and
Darius.
To prevent auto-peeping, we set the vent at a low respiratory rate in order to increase their exhalation time, and you want to give them a low tidal volume as well. So the key here is an increased inhalation to exhalation ratio, or IE ratio, to allow time for proper exhalation and to prevent auto-peeping. Question number 10. A patient who is admitted with a carboxyhemoglobin level of 45% is lethargic and complains of a headache. The patient is receiving 100% oxygen through a face mask and has an SpO2 of 100%. Which of the following is indicated? Is it A, administer acetaminophen, B, continue the FiO2 of 100%, C, decrease the FiO2 to maintain SpO2 greater than 93%, or D, intubate and initiate mechanical ventilation?
What the fuck? First of all, I never look at a carboxyhemoglobin. So what the fuck is that?
Pretty sure that's carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh.
Cyanide is something else. But yeah, carboxyhemoglobin is carbon monoxide.
But they're lethargic and complain of a headache. Intubate! Just kidding.
Well, I was
Or-
gonna say hyperbaric oxygen.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't give that as an option.
Then they're wrong as fuck.
So then what?
If you have a level that high, hyperbarics is indicated.
We're stuck with our answers that we have, Sketch.
I can't see the answers actually. Can you put yourself on the other side of the screen? Well, it's not A, it's not C.
Yep.
I mean,
And they say that they're lethargic, so that's the only
Yeah.
reason I was kind of like questioning intubation.
I think you would tube them, but ultimately you would try to transfer them to a hyperbaric center.
Tell them that you
Listen.
hate this question too, okay?
Listen, this is actually emergency medicine, okay?
And the answer here is
This is in my
For the love
wheelhouse.
of God.
B.
It says continue the FiO2 at
FiO2
100.
At 100%.
What?
So we're not even ventilating.
Let's
Let me pause
Why?
that for a second.
They're lethargic, unless they're using the term lethargic wrong. I don't care what your I don't care what your oxygen saturation is. If you're lethargic and you can't protect your airway, I'm tubing you.
That was dumb as fuck. I don't like that question. If that's on a test, it's gonna piss me off.
I would like to write to the board of examiners and tell them what fucking twats they are.
Oh my God, okay.
talk a little bit about carbon
That is
monoxide
true, though.
poisoning.
That is a good
So in a
point, which is
normal
that
red blood cell,
you're not
mean,
going to be able to differentiate between CO and O2.
Right.
But I think for that question in particular, that was irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, they did that to trip you up. Like they give you nonsensical information. But
hemoglobin carries oxygen
Because
and
most
carbon
people, when they
dioxide.
say,
However,
they're
carbon
lethargic, they think, they're tired. In
Yeah, but-
medical terms, lethargic is like you're unarousable.
yeah, when they say lethargic, like I'm thinking you're rolling back and you're like hardly giving me anything.
So this is the person that I look in the eyes and nod my head, and in my notes say, not lethargic.
monoxide has a much higher affinity for hemoglobin, and so it binds very tightly to that
Jaguar.
hemoglobin, which doesn't let any oxygen or carbon dioxide be carried on the hemoglobin. So long story short, in the
It does say
presence of carbon
hyperbaric oxygen
monoxide,
chamber at the end, but it
oxygen
didn't give you that
cannot
as an
be
option.
carried, which leads to tissue hypoxia.
Yeah, because there is
And
some
because a
debate on
pulse
like if the
oximeter
threshold
cannot
is like
differentiate between
25%
carbon
or
monoxide
like
and
30%,
oxygen,
or they're
it's going to
pregnant
give
versus
false
non-pregnant
readings.
versus they have
So we
neuro
can't
symptoms
use
versus
pulse
no
ox to
neuro
monitor the
symptoms.
oxygenation
But
status for a
45%
patient
is
with
pretty
carbon
high, so
monoxide
that's pretty
poisoning.
clear that they need hyperbarics.
You'll see these patients present with hypoxia, headache, and an altered level of consciousness. And the treatment here is going to be 100% FiO2. No matter what your pulse ox says, you do not titrate that oxygen. You want to wait until symptoms resolve, and most importantly, you are looking for a carboxyhemoglobin level that is less than 10%. If you have a hyperbaric chamber available, that would be recommended since it really helps the lungs collect more oxygen, again through 100% FiO2 and some pressure. So really quick, I have a bonus question for everybody.
Oh God.
Which findings are consistent with a diagnosis of a massive hemothorax?
I will just say, it doesn't
Hyperresonance
matter,
to
just got a
percussion
fucking
and
x-ray.
decreased excursion.
What? Said it doesn't matter, just get a fucking x-ray.
Yeah. You're not going to diagnose it off a physical exam.
Oh, bless. All right, let's see. Consistent with diagnosis of massive hemothorax. It's gonna be dullness. Anytime you have fluid, it's gonna be dull. It's not gonna be hyperresonant. Percuss. Assertion. Would it be D?
That's what I think.
Okay.
Version on the affected side with tracheal deviation towards the affected side. B, hyperresonance to percussion and absent breath sounds on the affected side with tracheal deviation towards the unaffected side. C, dullness to percussion and decreased excursion
Zero
on the
given.
affected side with tracheal deviation towards the affected
I'm still
side.
getting my clips in
Or
at
D,
least. Wait, what
dullness to
clips?
percussion and absent breath sounds on the affected side with tracheal
Probably all my
deviation
sassy
towards
comments.
the unaffected side.
Give us the D.
The answer here is D. Dullness to percussion and absent breath sounds on the affected side with tracheal deviation towards the unaffected
So
side.
see, Skitch, I can help you sell the organs.
So a
Wait, what?
hemothorax is a collection of blood in the pleural cavity. And it's going to be dull to percussion because there is a dense solid in there. As opposed to something like a pneumothorax. Right, everybody?
We know.
have made it to the end.
And a
Thank you all
pneumo
for
would be
joining.
hyperresonant. We know. Okay. So now
We go to Disneyland.
no. Now we're gonna keep on going because like we're cranking it out. This is only 19 minutes. It's musculoskeletal.
Hi everyone, Nurse Jenny here from Nurse Life Academy, and I will be covering
My guests for topics:
musculoskeletal questions and concepts
rhabdomyolysis,
that you
compartment
must know
syndrome,
for the
Yep.
CCRN exam.
cauda
I will
equina,
time mark
maybe.
this video, so
I
feel
don't
free to
know
just
if
scroll
that.
through
I
at your
don't
own
recall them
pace,
ever
but I
talking
do
about
give
that,
extra
even
information and
PCCN.
explanations after every question
That's
to
all
really
I can
reinforce the
think
content.
of for MSK.
If you
That
like
would be
and subscribe to my
ICU.
channel, the next labs that you
Well, I
send
guess
have
maybe
a
fractures,
70% less
like
chance
really
of
bad
being
fractures,
hemolyzed. Totally
fat
kidding.
embolism.
But I would greatly appreciate it, and it would help me keep helping all of you guys. Now, we don't have too much to cover in the musculoskeletal lecture, as there's only going to be a few questions about
Oh,
it on the
Cathode, you're
CCRN,
leaving
but
us.
there are a
Speaking of
few
which, I've got to
important
go to work
topics that
tomorrow, so I
wanted
need
to cover.
sleep.
So
Ta-ta
here we
for
go.
now. Good luck with your test.
Question
Oh, I'm
number
not taking it
1.
just yet, but thank
A
you.
trauma patient with multiple long bone fractures suddenly develops agitation, tachypnea, tachycardia, and mild hypoxemia. Her lung
Okay. Trauma patient with multiple long bone fractures suddenly develops agitation, tachypnea, tachycardia, mild hypoxemia. Her lungs are clear, and petechial rash is notated. We are going to be petechial. A fat embolism? I was looking for PE.
Fat embolism.
Is that what you're going with too?
Yes.
Okay.
It happens when you're really fat and you get an embolism, and it's called a fat embolism.
Thanks. Thank you, Skitch. It wouldn't be ARDS. I mean, I guess you could get a DVT where you got multiple fractures, but like that wouldn't cause, and it's not,
are clear, and
COPD
a
has nothing to do with
petechial
this.
rash is noted
Fat,
on
right?
her upper body. Which of the
Fat
following is
embolism.
suspected?
But
Yes.
yeah.
Is it A, acute respiratory distress syndrome, B, fat embolism,
We got it. We got it. We
C,
got it. We got
deep
it.
vein thrombosis, or D, COPD?
Give me fat emboli
And
for
the answer
500.
here is B, fat embolism. So what are our symptoms telling us that we're dealing with here? A
Sentinel.
patient is developing agitation, tachypnea, tachycardia, and hypoxemia. So definitely we're looking at some kind of respiratory distress. But then there's also this petechial rash that's noted, and this patient had multiple long bone fractures. So when you see long bone fractures and a petechial rash together, it's kind of a giveaway that we're dealing with a fat embolism here. It really wouldn't be ARDS because ARDS patients have wet lungs, and the answer is not DVT because a DVT does not always result in a PE. If it did, though, the PE would be due to a blood clot, and then you wouldn't have that petechiae. Question number 2. Which of the following is the priority treatment for a patient with necrotizing fasciitis? A. Surgical debridement of the necrotic tissue.
A.
B. Nutritional support.
Agreed.
C. Hyperbaric oxygen
But their family member
therapy.
will say it's
Or
B.
D. Antibiotic.
Well, B will
insist-
happen later, but A would be initial.
No, their family member's gonna come in and say, Mima hasn't eaten
The answer
in
is
12 hours. She's gonna starve to death.
surgical
she has a BMI of
debridement of
50.
the necrotic tissue. So necrotizing fasciitis, what is it? It is a rapidly progressive inflammatory infection of the
True story.
fascia. And the fascia
Yeah,
is the
no,
connective tissue
trust
which
me, I know.
basically holds all of the inner structures in place.
Worrying about all the wrong things.
So
I'm
not
like, dude,
only
we're
is there
trying not
necrosis
to
of the
die right
fascia,
now.
but there's
We're
also
worried about
necrosis
feeding
of the
later.
subcutaneous tissue as well. So it's not pretty,
Right,
and it
Sentinel.
might be very serious and even progress to septic shock, multiple organ dysfunction, and
Berries and cream,
amputations.
berries and cream.
And some signs and symptoms include intense pain over the involved skin and underlying muscle, redness that can turn dusky or have purplish discoloration, and necrosis. You can also see systemic signs of an infection, such as a fever and malaise. I don't have too much else to say about necrotizing fasciitis, but I do want to emphasize that the treatment for neck fash is going to be early debridement of the necrotic tissue. Early debridement has been shown to decrease both morbidity and mortality in patients, which is always important. And while nutritional support and hyperbaric oxygen therapy might be helpful for neck fash, they aren't the priority here compared to that surgical debridement. Question number 3. Which of the following is not a negative outcome of immobility? A. Increased resting heart rate. B. Dementia. C. Pain. Or D. Urinary retention. The answer is B. Dementia. Dementia is a chronic problem that develops over time. This was
You didn't
here
even
to
give
trip
an
you
answer,
up because
actually.
dementia is
Oh,
not something that will be caused by immobility.
I'm not gonna lie, I
but
zoned out and I was just
delirium
neck
can
bobbing.
certainly be caused by immobility. Question number 4.
We've been doing
patient
this
has
for
been on
hours.
norepinephrine at 5
Okay,
mics per
I'll
minute
pay
for the
attention. I'll
last
pay attention. Your patient has been on norepinephrine at 5 mics per minute for the last 2 days. The physician asks if you could sit the patient up in a chair. The best response is, certainly, I will use some of the safe patient handling equipment we have. B, I cannot do that as the patient is on vasopressors. C, I cannot do that as the patient has not gotten up all week. D, I cannot do that as the patient is weak. What the fuck? All the fucks? First of all, if someone's on pressors, we're not getting them up, period. And I would hope that the physician would know that, and why would they be asking me that without looking at the chart first? So I guess I could use equipment. I'm definitely not getting them, like, up, like walking themselves if they haven't been up. I mean,
You
this
just
kind
not.
of,
Is it a safety thing where you're not supposed to ablate someone on pressors?
see, that's what's different, all right? So our hospital, they'll say no. Like a CVICU or a CCU will get those patients up immediately. They'll have them on a fucking like pump, like they'll have them on ECMO walking them in the hall. So like I don't know. Like every place is different. I've only worked at one facility, so I only have my experience. This is where experience fucks with your like your answers or whatever. I mean, the patient is weak because they're not getting up. So that's a dumb answer, I feel like. That's a dumb answer. I guess I could say either A or B, given the facility. I feel like they're going to want, certainly, I will use the safe patient handling equipment we have. I mean, I guess if they have not been titrated and they've been on 5 mics for 2 days and haven't had to be adjusted, they might be safe enough to go ahead and get up. So we could go with A.
This is the part where, being that I don't work in the ICU, I don't know this stuff.
2 days.
Because if
The
they're
physician
in
asks
the
if you
ER
could
on
sit the patient up
pressers,
in the chair.
they're
The
too
best
sick to be getting
response
up
is
anyways.
A.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Like I'm between
I
A
will
and B,
use some
but
of the
like I
safe
said, it
patient
depends on
handling
where you're
equipment.
at. Like if you're recovering a heart, they want your ass up out of the bed ASAP. Like they don't care. Like, and family would be like, they just had open heart surgery. Why are you trying to get them up? Let them rest. And they're like, no, fuck this. We're getting them up. They're like hooked up to 5 different poles and they've got like 3 people walking them down a hallway,
And that
but
we
they'll do
have.
it.
B.
But
I
again,
cannot do that
depends on
as
the
patient
person.
is on vasopressors.
I have so many questions.
C. I cannot do that as the patient has not gotten up all week. Or D. I cannot do that as the patient is weak. The best response here is A. Certainly.
I figured.
I will use some of the safe patient handling equipment that we have.
Yeah, the bottom 2 are dumb
So when it comes
because it literally says, but they have it, but they're weak. Well, yeah, how are they going to get strong if you don't try to get them up? Got it. And the other one says they haven't been up all week. That's a lie because it's been 2 days since they were on pressors, they said, so they haven't gotten them up. So that's incorrect. But it depends on like the place. Like not one patient who's on pressors in my facility gets up. Period. They're on pressors, they're not getting out of the bed. If they're wanting them to strengthen, they work with PT while they're in the bed. They'll have them sit up on the side of the bed, but they'll never get them fully out of the bed. Like while on pressors.
Immobility.
I had to
Immobility is a
convert the mics
consequence
per
of
minute to mics
critical
per kilo
illness
per
that we
minute.
see
And I
quite
realized,
often,
yeah, if
and
they're
it
like a
has
70
many
kilo
negative
patient, that's a
effects
pretty
on
low dose
many of the
suppressor.
body systems.
It is.
Immobility can cause an increased heart rate,
Because I don't speak in
decreased
mics
vital
per minute, I speak
capacity,
in mics per kilo
atelectasis,
per minute.
pneumonia,
I
muscle weakness,
speak in mics
urinary
per
retention,
minute
constipation,
per the
pain, pressure
pumps.
injuries, delirium, prolonged ventilator stays, ICU and hospital stays, and the list goes on. So you can
Now,
see
this is
that
very true. Like, I mean, if they're surgical patients and they're not like on anything like pressor wise, I'll get their ass up out of bed. And I don't care if we're having pain, I will dope you up ahead of time. Like, all right, we're about to get you up. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to give this allotted. We're going to see how you do. Make sure you don't go dizzy first. And then I'm going to try to get you up. We'll get you to the chair. We'll start with the chair, always the chair. Get you out of the bed, into the chair. I need you to walk yourself, though. I'm not going to bring you in a Hoyer because if I do that, then you're not really strengthening anything. And I need to see your stability. So I'll usually bring in like one other person with me and try to get them up. But early ambulation. There's a reason why surgeons love to throw their patients in an ICU because they know that the ratio is less than, so they know the chance of their patient having better surgical outcomes and getting up out of the bed are going to be greater as long as they're, like I said, not on pressors and they're just there for monitoring or whatever post-op to make sure that there's no complication in the first 48. Then they'll stick them over there and you'll get them up and all is fine. And all is right in the world.
So many negative consequences of immobility.
But pneumonia is the main thing
And
that we end
as
up having.
nurses,
And then
we
people
wanna
just
contribute
start
to our
breathing really
patients'
shallow, and
recoveries
so
and
their
positive
vital capacity
outcomes, so we
sucks
must participate in
to
progressive
get them within an
mobility.
incentive
And
spirometer.
evidence shows that nurse-driven protocols for progression of patient mobility are effective in improving outcomes. We absolutely want to understand and utilize safe patient handling equipment. We want to make sure that we've given adequate pain control so that your patients can move comfortably.
See?
And as always,
Pain.
we want to make
Just give
sure
them a
that
lot
these
of
patients
stuff.
are maintaining hemodynamic stability. Lastly, we want to utilize physical therapy when needed for more complex mobility challenges, but just because you're taking care of an ICU patient doesn't mean that you have to wait for physical therapy. You can absolutely get your patient up if they don't meet any contraindications. Some of these contraindications include myocardial instability, such as chest
that's
pain,
pneumonia, JC.
ischemia, or new arrhythmias. If they're having respiratory or oxygenation
Or are you
issues,
you're being,
believe it or
stop
not,
it,
you
JC.
can mobilize patients on
Yes, in
ventilators
ours. Oh my
as
God.
long as they aren't in respiratory distress or
I
have
hate
high
you, JC.
FiO2 or PEEP requirements.
God.
If patients are on vasopressors, which have increased in dose in the last 2 hours, or if they have 2 or more vasopressors
See, that's probably why a lot of our people don't stay at a set vasopressor rate anyway. See how it said contraindications are vasopressors only if you've been titrating within a couple hours.
Contraindication. But if a patient is on one pressor, just like our last question posed, holding steady with no other hemodynamic compromise, you can actually mobilize them. Question number 5. A patient is 2 days status post ORIF of a left tib-fib fracture following a fall on a construction site. The patient is now complaining of severe left leg pain. The leg is very taut and firm, but pulses are present. The priority intervention for this patient is to...
I mean, there's like, okay, this is where I hate these questions. Because some will say provide morphine for pain first, like address the pain and then contact the surgeon. I would, C and D are stupid. I'd give him something for pain, but then also I'd contact the surgeon. In what order?
A,
I would like to
provide
address their
morphine
pain
for the
first
pain. B,
and not be an asshole.
contact the surgeon. C, continue to monitor the
But that's
pedal
compartment
pulses.
syndrome.
D, elevate the left leg. And the answer here is B. You want to contact the
this is why I hate these questions. Would you cover it? No, you leave him in pain. Go contact the surgeon first. I mean, it takes 2 seconds to administer pain management, but, you know, I figured they were going to say contact surgeon.
So this patient has signs and symptoms.
I guess the
of
question's like, do they have
compartment
a PRN,
syndrome, and
or
they should be examined
do
by
they not
a
have an
surgeon
order?
since the patient may need his compartment pressure to be measured. He may also need
I guess because it doesn't state that it hasn't.
Depending on what's
Well,
going on.
okay, I
So
get
you
where they're going
definitely
from. I
want
just
that
read it.
surgeon
It
to
says
come and
taut and
evaluate
firm.
the patient.
So your word for
The
compartment
pain
syndrome.
does need
That's
to
what
be
I just
addressed,
said!
but only after the surgeon is notified. And then the pedal
I
pulses
wasn't paying
need to be
attention.
monitored.
I was
because
eating
loss
my-
of pulses
I was
is
eating my
actually
steak,
a later
actually.
sign of compartment syndrome. And again, your priority is notifying the
So-
surgeon.
He doesn't listen,
Lastly,
JC.
the left leg should
I
not
said,
be
E,
elevated
cut the leg
because
off.
that will actually decrease
I mean,
arterial
you're
blood flow
kind of
to
not
that
wrong.
tissue.
You do cut. You may
Yeah,
do
you cut
fascia.
open the
Number
fascia.
6.
Let
A
it
patient is
out.
admitted with rhabdomyolysis.
Yeah, I had this kid that came
Serum
in with like
creatine
thigh
kinase
pain and a
is 10,000
really,
units.
really tight thigh that I actually measured compartment pressures on because I was like, holy crap, this kid has a really tight thigh. And then when I was signing out in the morning, because I talked to ortho and they were going to come down and check it,
Yeah.
my colleague was like, seriously? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, let me go feel this. And then he felt the leg and we walked back and he was like, yeah, that's really strange. It's super tight. And I was like, yeah, it's weird. He didn't have compartment syndrome. He just had a huge hematoma that was causing his leg to be really tight. But it was like, yeah,
Jesus.
like the textbook where you touch it and it feels like a solid surface. And you're like, that's not normal.
Yeah. So a patient is admitted with rhabdo. Serum creatine kinase is 10,000.
Kinase.
Which, I'm so sorry. Which should the nurse anticipate? God damn it, Sketch. Oh, God. I mean, fluids would make sense to me. At 10 mLs per hour, that's not anything. That's not going to do shit. All right, I also hate this 0.5 to 1 ml per kilogram per hour nonsense. Are we talking about, I mean, usually they say the baseline is 30, right? 30 mLs per kilogram per hour is a safe bet based off of the average weight.
No,
So would we go with like,
no,
to
I think
infusing,
the
it says addition to sodium bicarb to infusing, wait, addition of sodium bicarb to infusing fluids. So this one just says infusing fluids.
I think the 0.5 to 1 ml per kilo per hour is normal.
Well, you're wanting urinary output because rhabdo is gonna like make it very hard. Like you're gonna have an AKI. You want to maintain urine output. Like they're not able to filter out how big the blood components are. So I would like the 0.9 sodium if it wasn't the 10 mLs per hour bullshit. C is irrelevant. So I like the infusing fluids, but it doesn't really say anything past that. And maintenance of urinary output, would that be like, I feel like the number one? B?
That's what I'm thinking, because I feel like if you're doing that, you probably have to give them a ton of fluids to
Per
really
liter.
get them to
Which
flush
should
it out.
the nurse anticipate?
Right.
A. Addition of
At least I
sodium
know for like
bicarbonate to
surgery and
infusing
like
fluids.
burn patients, like
B.
that's kind of their
Maintenance of
target is
urinary
they usually
output at
titrate to.
0.5 to 1
Well, it's
milliliter
usually
per
they want the
kilogram per
urine output,
hour.
but they also want fluids
C.
too. That's why I'm
Performance of a
I'm
12
caught
lead
between
EKG.
an
Or
A and
D.
B.
Initiation of 0.9
JC is saying
sodium chloride
bicarb.
at 10 milliliters per hour.
I mean, we
I-
have given bicarb to our rhabdo patients, so
I'm sticking with my answer.
I mean
Uh,
that's fine. I'm fine with
The answer
I'm fine with
here
B.
is A. Addition of sodium bicarbonate to infusing
I should have
fluids.
just went with the fluids. God
So
damn
we
it.
want to add sodium bicarbonate to fluids to alkalinize the urine, which is going to help the kidneys.
I've never done that
And
before.
we want to treat rhabdo with
Yeah, I
aggressive
remember them
fluid
doing bicarb,
replacement.
like I was
We
telling
wanna
you,
usually aim for
with
at
our
least
last
2 to
rhabdo
3
patient.
milliliters per kilogram per
I knew
hour.
fluids was
That
one,
can
but
sometimes be up to
I guess the
500
urinary would
milliliters
be
of
secondary
normal
to the
saline
initial,
per
so the
hour.
initial being
So it's definitely
bicarb and
not going to be
fluids.
anything close to 10 milliliters
I
per
guess
hour.
in my head,
which
I'm
was
thinking
D
if you're making them urinate in adequate amounts, then that means
as-
you're probably
and for
flooding them with a
C,
ton of
performing
fluids
a 12
because
lead
you have to in
EKG
order
is just
to
not
urinate,
something
was
that's
my
indicated
thought.
at this time.
Right.
Question number 7. A patient sustained
Shit.
a crush injury at a construction site. The patient's urine is tea-colored and the urine output is 20 milliliters per hour. The creatine kinase, or CK, is 15,000 units per liter. The nurse knows that this patient is at risk for which of the following?
Not alkalosis. God damn. Whew. I'm between two at the moment. So, Skitch.
Yes, Ashley.
So are we thinking, yeah, C is a no. Yeah, we're working through this. I don't think it's A. I mean, and we're talking about a crush injury. Wouldn't that affect potassium?
Yes, it would.
So I don't think it'd be liver failure because what does that have to do with that?
Because when you have a crush injury, what happens to those muscle cells?
They break down and
And what
release
happens when they break down and release their inner contents? What do they release?
potassium.
Potassium.
Well, that's what
So
I'm
if
going with.
you're
Heart failure.
so if you're ever intubating
B,
someone, you cannot use
hyperkalemia.
succinylcholine
C, alkalosis.
if they
or
have
D,
risk factors for hyperkalemia, including crush injury or prolonged
Mm.
downtime. So
Explain
your
to me
go-to would probably
why
be
you can't use sucks for that in specific.
I have to look it up, but it has to do with either depolarizing or non-depolarizing agents.
acute
Mm.
liver failure.
Okay.
And
JC, you
that
said
thing.
K after we already said K,
The
you
answer
jerk.
is B, hyperkalemia. This patient has signs and symptoms of rhabdomyolysis based on their CK level being more than 10,000. They have tea-colored urine and low urine output.
Bruh, I typed that last night.
And in
Shut up.
rhabdomyolysis,
Shut
there
up.
is
No, you did not.
massive muscle breakdown and
It's so late.
massive destruction of skeletal muscle cells. And when these cells break down, they release creatine kinase, otherwise known as CK, as well as potassium. So you are going to have hyperkalemia.
Well,
Question
knew it.
number 8. A nurse is caring for a patient with rhabdomyolysis secondary to a crush injury. Which of the
I guess
following orders
succinylcholine
should the
can
nurse
cause
question?
hyperkalemia. So if they're already hyperkalemic, and
That's
then
bad
you,
news bears.
yeah,
Give them
then you
sucks.
yeah.
Nurse caring for a patient with rhabdo secondary to a crush injury. Which of the following orders should the nurse question? Mannitol?
That's what I'm thinking, because that's for head injury for
Yeah,
cerebral edema.
that's what I was
Administer
thinking. I was like, I'm
mannitol.
pretty sure that's
B,
for your
monitor
head.
the serum potassium level. C,
Everything else
test
just
the
seems okay
patient's
to
urine
me.
for myoglobin.
For some
or
reason, I
D,
want to say
infuse
mannitol could also be used
0.45
for
normal saline at 100
high
milliliters per
altitude
hour.
injuries. Oh, because that's still
D.
high altitude cerebral edema, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I would pick
The
normal
answer
saline
is
over 0.45, but
D. Infuse 0.45 normal saline at 100 milliliters per
and
hour.
as I'm
is
saying
something
it,
you do not want to do when you have a patient with
What?
rhabdomyolysis. So a patient in rhabdo requires
Why do you use
large
normal
amounts
mannitol?
of
saline.
isotonic solution. That will be your 0.9 normal saline. 0.45 is a hypotonic solution.
That was the only
and
thing
if
I
we
was
want to
questioning was
adequately flush
it
those
being
renal tubules
0.45.
like we want, instead,
But
it's going
mannitol,
to
I'd like to
leave
hear
the
their reasoning
vascular
for that.
space, and it's going to move into the cells, and we do not want that. We do want to administer mannitol, we do want to monitor the patient's potassium level, and we do want to test the urine for myoglobin. So we talked about this in the last 3 questions that we just went over, but let's just do a quick recap. So in rhabdomyolysis, there is massive muscle breakdown and massive destruction of skeletal
Let's
muscle
see what
cells.
it
And
is
this massive
for
destruction
mannitol.
releases myoglobin, creatine kinase or CK into the blood. It also releases potassium into the extracellular and intravascular spaces. And the release of the myoglobin can clog the renal tubules, also known as myoglobinuria.
I want to know your reason for the fucking mannitol.
Clogging of the renal tubules may lead to acute kidney injury. The causes of rhabdo include trauma, crush injuries, prolonged immobility, such as with falling and staying on the ground
Usually
for
falls
hours
is what we
or
have
days,
ours with.
and drug overdoses. And patients with rhabdomyolysis will
Oh,
have
is it a
symptoms
binding
like
agent?
dark, tea-colored urine with low urine output. They can have muscle pain and muscle weakness. As far as labs go, there will be large amounts of myoglobin in the urine. There will be increased levels of creatine kinase, greater than 10,000 units per liter, and they will be at risk for hyperkalemia. So how do we treat rhabdomyolysis? If you remember back to our answers in the last few questions, we are going to administer large amounts of isotonic fluid in order to flush those kidneys out to prevent permanent renal tubule damage. We want to administer isotonic fluids to maintain urine output of greater than 300 milliliters per hour, or about 2 to 3 milliliters per kilogram per hour. We also want to alkalinize the urine by adding sodium bicarb into the IV fluids. Again, this is to help flush and buffer those renal tubules to help protect the kidneys. We can give mannitol, which is an osmotic diuretic, and it helps decrease swelling in those injured muscle cells. And lastly,
So it doesn't just prohibit swelling in the brain, it also does it for swelling anywhere, is what she's making it sound like.
Question number 9. A patient is
So I
admitted with
looked
long
it
bone
up.
fracture of the forearm. The
Evidently,
patient reports severe pain and numbness to the extremity. Compartment syndrome
doesn't
is
seem like it's
35
recommended.
millimeters of mercury.
Doesn't seem
and
like it
blood
is.
pressure is 100 over
No.
55.
Oh, well, I don't
mean,
know why
this
the fuck she
Intervention
listed
should
it,
the nurse
but
anticipate?
This paper looks pretty
A,
legit.
Administration
Rhabdomyolysis, an American Association for the Surgery of Trauma Critical Care Committee clinical consensus document from the Trauma Surgery and Acute Care Open Journal. And this is kind of like their review of the data and the evidence. They're basically saying it has been used. There's no evidence to support it. They don't recommend using it.
I don't know why the fuck they listed it on here. A patient is admitted with long bone fracture of the forearm. Patient reports severe pain and numbness to the extremity. Compartment pressure is 35. BP is what intervention? Prepare for a fasciotomy? Oh, wait. No. No to A. No to C. That's not going to do shit. Yeah, prepare for a fasciotomy.
of medication to
Yep.
increase systolic blood pressure. B,
Your
elevation of
delta
the arm
pressure
on a
is less
pillow.
than 30,
C, placement
and
of
your
a warm
absolute
soap
pressure
to
is
the
also
painful
greater
area.
than 30.
Or D,
30 is your
prepare
magic
patient
number.
for fasciotomy. The answer here is D. You want to be preparing that patient for a fasciotomy. So a fasciotomy is recommended when compartment pressures exceed 30 millimeters of mercury. And this patient also has other symptoms such as severe pain and numbness to the extremity that will notify us that this is probably compartment syndrome as well. Compartment syndrome is the development of elevated pressure within the muscle fascia, and this may lead to decreased blood flow, which results in damage to muscle tissue and the nerves. Causes of compartment syndrome can be due to crush injuries, surgery, or fractures. Some clinical signs include severe pain, more than would be expected of the injury, numbness, loss of movement, and a late but not always reliable sign could be loss of pulses. But remember,
yes,
it's a
DC,
late
and
sign,
welcome.
and at that point, permanent damage can already have been done.
Welcome.
In regard to treatment, we want to measure intracompartmental pressure as soon as possible. A compartment pressure of greater than 30 millimeters of mercury
we're
is
learning.
compartment syndrome. And if that's the case, an emergent decompressive fasciotomy is indicated to prevent permanent nerve and or vascular injuries. You definitely want to maintain the affected limb at the level of the heart and not above, because we don't want decreased blood flow to those tissues. Lastly, pain control will be important for these patients. Like I said, this one's going to be...
Wow. So we've got through endocrine, we got through hematology, we got through 2 segments of respiratory, we got through musculoskeletal. Guess what's next, Skitch?
Hi everyone, Nurse Jenny here from...
Don't tell me it's renal. It's renal.
He said, when do we learn about butt stuff? That's in GI. Calm down. Calm down. He said, bruh, I'm still dumb. Nothing's changed after being here for 8 years. Oh, come on, JC.
He said for 8 hours.
All right, let's see.
Nurse Life Academy,
39 minutes
and I
on
will
this
be
one.
reviewing renal questions and concepts that you must know for the CCRN exam. I will time mark this video, so feel free to just scroll through at your own pace, but I do give extra information and explanations after every question to really reinforce the content. I would greatly appreciate if you like and subscribe to my video if you found it helpful, and I really appreciate all of the support. So without further ado, let's get started. Question number 1. What is the best lab test to evaluate a patient's glomerular filtration rate? A. Blood urea nitrogen, or BUN. B. Serum creatinine. C. Urine creatinine clearance. Or D. Serum amylase. The answer
everywhere?
here is
Jesus.
C. Urine creatinine clearance. A 24-hour urine collection test for creatinine clearance is the best indicator of the glomerular filtration rate, or GFR. So let's talk about acute kidney
There we
injury
go.
in a very general sense here, and we'll break it down into the 3 types as we go through this video. The official definition of acute kidney injury is an increase in serum creatinine by greater than or equal to 1.5 times the baseline within 7 days.
Where's my kidney?
Creatinine is a better indicator of renal function than the BUN, and a normal serum creatinine is around 0.6 to 1.2, which differs a bit depending on if you're male or female. So acute kidney injury is a sudden decline in the ability of kidneys to filter waste products, and it results in an abrupt decrease in the GFR, or the glomerular filtration rate. And GFR is a measurement of how well the kidney is working. It tells us how much blood the kidney filters per minute. And just like we saw in this first question here, a 24-hour urine collection for creatinine clearance is going to be your best indicator of the GFR. Something of note here is that GFR is inversely related to the serum creatinine. So if you have a high serum creatinine, your GFR is going to be low, and this means that your kidneys are not doing a good job filtering. There are a lot of people at increased risk for kidney injury. This includes patients with diabetes, hypertension, chronic heart failure, and older adults, all of which we see on a daily basis in our ICUs.
Yep.
An acute kidney injury results in
Like pretty much
retention of
everyone
metabolic
has an
waste,
AKI, I swear.
fluid overload,
Or some
electrolyte
chronic
imbalances,
kidney disease
and
or
acidosis.
dialysis.
So it's apparent that kidney injury causes a lot of problems. It's going to be very important to prevent and to protect. So we need to provide adequate hydration, adequate perfusion to the kidneys, and stop or adjust nephrotoxic medications to give patients the best chance to protect their kidneys. Question number 2. A 78-year-old man presents to the ED stating that he hasn't urinated since yesterday. His BUN is 84 and creatinine is 6.8 with no previous history of kidney disease. The physician suspects postrenal AKI, which you know might be caused by which of the following? Is it A, shock, B, azotemia, C, hypoperfusion, or D, urethral obstruction?
This is post-renal. Urethral, I don't know if that would be urethral obstruction.
The answer is D, urethral obstruction.
There we go.
Let's start by talking about post-renal failure, which is usually the easiest type of renal failure to understand and to treat. So post-renal failure is attributed to an obstruction in the flow of urine at some point between the collecting duct in the kidneys and out of the urethra. And if you look at our picture on the side here, we have our kidneys, which connect down to the ureters and then to the bladder, and lastly, the urethra. So if there is an obstruction anywhere through that pathway, you will have post-renal failure. And this can happen with ureteral blockages, such as with renal stones, urethral blockages, such as in BPH and prostate strictures, neurogenic bladder, or tumors. And you will see anuria generally in these patients, as well as the high BUN and creatinine levels. The treatment is going to be to identify the cause and treat the obstruction. And it is important to be prompt with our treatment and to not ignore it, because post-renal failure can progress into intrarenal failure if it's not corrected. Question number 3. A patient had a cerebral angiogram. Which of the following is a priority to monitor? A. Serum creatinine. B. Mean arterial pressure. C. White blood cell count. Or D. Liver enzymes. And the answer here is A. Serum creatinine. So when getting an angiogram, an arteriogram, or any kind of IV contrast dye for a procedure or a test, it can cause kidney injury. So it's going to be very important to monitor serum creatinine and to hydrate, ideally before and after, with hydration before the procedure or test being the most important of the two. Now, when it comes to IV contrast-induced nephropathy, prevention is going to be key. So protect those kidneys and hydrate before administering contrast dye. Some people at higher risk include those with pre-existing renal insufficiency, dehydration, diabetes, heart failure, patients that are taking NSAIDs, ACEs, or metformin. And you'll see signs of anuria, elevated levels of BUN, and specifically you want to monitor that creatinine. As far as treatment goes, prevention is definitely key. So before taking every single one of your patients for contrast CT scans, angiograms, and arteriograms, you want to evaluate the risk and benefits of getting these tests, which is going to be very important. And if a scan or procedure is necessary, you want to hydrate the patient before and after the procedure. But keep in mind that hydrating the patient before getting the contrast dye is going to be more beneficial for them. You also want to be sure to avoid nephrotoxic medications. Question number 4. Your patient is scheduled for dialysis at 10 o'clock today. They have numerous medications scheduled for 9 o'clock. You should A. Hold all the morning medications until after dialysis. B. Administer all the medications. C. Collaborate with the dialysis nurse regarding which medications are affected by dialysis and which are not. Or D. Give only the cardiac medications. The answer here is C. Collaborate with the dialysis nurse regarding which medications are affected by dialysis and which ones are not. Hemodialysis is used for stable patients who meet one or more of the following AEIOU criteria. And A stands for acid-base imbalances, specifically metabolic acidosis. E stands for electrolyte imbalances. Hyperkalemia will be the most common electrolyte imbalance we're concerned about. And following along with that, we would also see hypermagnesemia and hyperphosphatemia. I stands for intoxication of toxins, most commonly aspirin or salicylate overdose, which will require immediate dialysis as these patients get extremely metabolically acidotic. O is for overload, as in fluid overload. And U is for uremia, meaning waste product buildup in the blood associated with mental status changes. So any of those might be indications for dialysis. The actual process of dialysis includes filtration of waste products and fluid through an artificial kidney machine, aka your dialysis machine. And hemodialysis is done intermittently for a period of about 2 to 4 hours at a time, depending on how well patients can tolerate it. Depending on your cause, dialysis may be every other day, or they could dialyze a couple days in a row, especially in acute situations if needed.
Okay.
And since this process is generally 2
I'm
to 4
hungry.
hours, it does a
I'm
lot
dying here.
in a little bit of time. And it creates these large
Did you
pressure
know the video
gradients with
wasn't
large
paused?
fluid shifts in the body. So it's only
Yeah.
used for stable
Oh,
patients.
You're just gonna skip
Dialysis
those
does require
questions.
Well, what questions?
Exactly.
There was no questions.
There were 2 questions.
How come I don't see it? Oh, here. Your patient is scheduled for dialysis at
That was
10 o'clock
that was
today.
the second question. You missed
Oh.
question 3 as well.
God damn it. All right. A patient had a cerebral angiogram. Which of the following is a priority to monitor? I'm assuming the serum creatinine.
That is correct.
Okay.
But I'm telling
And the
chat,
answer here
it's
is
mostly a myth. They've proven that the
A. Serum
impact that it
creatinine.
has is pretty negligible.
So when getting an angiogram,
the
an
test, that is still
arteriogram,
the
or
correct
any kind of
answer, and most
IV
people
contrast dye for
still
a
believe it.
procedure or a
Thanks.
test, it can cause kidney injury. So it's going to be very important to monitor
But
serum
tests are generally at
creatinine and
least
to
5 years behind the
hydrate,
current data and the
ideally
current
before
research.
and after.
So if
You
anything is
should.
newer, it's probably not updated yet.
Ah, okay. All right, here we go. What's up, Sentinel? No, seriously, after this like section, I've got to cook like something. It's like a little after midnight, and my head is starting to hurt, so I'm reaching that point where I gotta eat and I gotta get some sleep. So we gotta finish this. Your patient is scheduled for dialysis at 10 o'clock today. They have numerous medications scheduled for 9. You should hold all the morning medications after dialysis, administer the medication. Collaborate with the dialysis nurse regarding the medications that are affected by dialysis, which are not. Give only the cardiac medications. See, here we go. This is what bothers me. So normally they say like make sure you give the beta blockers or whatever still if they're on dialysis. So I mean technically that'd be a cardiac med. So I'm like, is it C or is it D? I'm not going to hold all the medication because that's dumb. I'm not going to administer all of them either because that's also dumb and it could filter out. So like metoprolol would technically be considered one of those medications you'd still want to. I mean, they're doing a lot of hemodynamic shifting, so maybe not. I'm going to say C.
A. Hold all the morning medications until after dialysis.
What's the answer?
Be affected by dialysis
It's
and
C.
which
Okay,
ones are
we're good.
not.
All right.
Hemodialysis is used for stable patients who meet one or more of the following AEIOU criteria.
AEIOU are vowels, and sometimes Y.
O is for
Wait, what's overpriced? Bruh, there's this thing called ordering food. Wait, what? Hi, Hungry. Welcome to the stream. Howdy, howdy, Invictus. How you doing? Not saying she can't afford it, just saying it's overpriced 80% of the time I don't order because the fuck those scammers. Yeah, I'm not going to pay them like $20 to ship a $10 meal. It's dumb. Not doing it. I'll eat crackers at that point.
overload, as in fluid overload. And U is for uremia, meaning waste product buildup in the blood associated with mental status changes. So any of those might be indications
who
for
are you
dialysis.
talking to?
The actual process of dialysis includes filtration of waste products and fluid through an artificial kidney machine, aka your dialysis machine. And hemodialysis is done intermittently for a period of about 2 to 4 hours at a time, depending on how well patients can tolerate it.
Or like the
Depending on your
building,
cause,
making announcements.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was like, yeah. You could be the voice of the Capitol.
Great. Dude, those complications happen more often than not, I swear. All right, moving on, because I know enough about that. I'm fine. Okay. Hemodialysis was just started on your patient. Their blood pressure dropped from 176/72 to 114/52, and they feel lightheaded and dizzy. Which of the following would be the most? A 500 ml bolus usually. No, I'm not doing dobutamine. Decrease the UF. I mean, I guess you could. I'm not the one running hemodialysis. I don't know the fuck they're asking me this question. I do CV. So yeah, either D or, I mean, give or take. Sometimes like they go strict by the book, like with whatever the dialysis orders are for UF, but we adjust our UF all the time. I mean, they could adjust their UF, but it would be outside of orders. Ours is a parameter, so I don't know. Let's see.
Pressure dropped
It's
from
going to be between
176/72
decrease or
to
500.
114/52,
But usually
and they feel
500
lightheaded
ml
and
bolus
dizzy.
would be fine.
Which of
That's
the
immediate.
following would be the most appropriate
I'll go with
action
D.
to take? A. Decrease the ultrafiltration rate. B. Increase the ultrafiltration rate. C. Start dobutamine infusion at 5. Or D. Give a 500 milliliter fluid bolus.
So one's going to take 5 years
The answer
to respond.
is A.
Oh, decrease the UF?
the ultrafiltration rate.
See, I've had them give like a 500 ml bolus or give them albumin in the middle of that. So, I mean, either or. This is going to be more, I feel like, faster. Like, decreasing the UF isn't going to take away from what you pulled off. I mean, it could mean that you're pulling off too fast. You can make them uncomfortable. So I guess if you adjusted that, it might change. But I feel like this would be a faster response. I don't know. That's my opinion.
And ultrafiltration means fluid
Usually don't
removal.
want to put fluid
so if a
on
patient starts getting
if you're
very
taking it off, but it
hypotensive,
depends
we
on
would want
the
to
patient.
slow down how quickly we are removing
pulling.
that fluid. And that will help decrease the amount of fluid shifting in the body. So let's slow it down and see if they respond. Question number 6. A patient developed AKI after GI bleeding secondary to esophageal varices, wherein he lost 2 liters of blood. Which of the following lab results would he be expected to have? A. Low urine osmolality and low urine sodium concentration. B. High urine osmolality and low urine sodium concentration. C. Low urine osmolality and high urine sodium concentration. Or D. High urine osmolality and high urine sodium concentration.
GI bleeding secondary. Say high. Then.
The answer here is B. High urine osmolality
Yeah,
and
I wasn't
a
sure if it was
low
B or
urine
D.
sodium concentration. So this patient has volume depletion secondary to upper GI bleeding and most likely is experiencing pre-renal failure due to the hypovolemia. And initially, volume depletion will result in acute pre-renal
That's fair. That
failure,
makes sense.
and the basement membranes of the renal tubules are not affected if
Yeah,
treated
yeah,
promptly.
that makes sense.
And in pre-renal failure, the renal tubules can still concentrate urine and hold onto sodium. So in a dehydrated state,
I'm
going to
be taking a exam,
much urine, and it's going to be quite
or
concentrated.
a test for my
we are
certification.
going to see a high urine osmolality. And since our renal tubules are working, they are going to be holding onto sodium in the body, and they are volume depleted, whether that is through dehydration, hemorrhage, or excess diuresis. Again, all of these causes are due to lack of adequate blood flow to the kidneys, aka hypoperfusion.
That's fair.
In regards to labs, same with all types of renal failures, we're going to have an elevated BUN and creatinine. And in pre-renal failure, you have to know that the BUN to creatinine ratio is going to be high. It's going to be 20 to 40 to 1. There will be a high urine specific gravity and urine osmolality because the renal tubules are still able to concentrate urine. And there will be a low urine sodium because the renal tubules are not destroyed, so they will hold on to sodium because the kidneys are smart. They know that if they hold on to sodium, they're going to hold on to more water as a result, and that's exactly what they need to help that hypoperfusion situation that we're dealing with here. So our treatment is going to be treating the cause as always, and
Yep,
now
fluids.
requires hemodialysis. His
Patient has acute renal failure secondary to septic shock. Had prolonged hypotension and requires hemodialysis. UN is 90 and his creatinine is 9. To the following findings would the nurse expect the patient to have? Okay. So this is pre-renal. So high. It'd be B, right? Sketch. Sketch.
Read the chat.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying
I'm throwing darts at a board for these while blindfolded and my arm held down. Okay. Well,
basically, I'm saying I don't understand.
septic shock would be a pre-renal. Hypotension would be pre-renal.
Correct.
Let me think this through. Let me rewatch that last bit. Hold on. Let me just go back to this. It's pre-renal, able to concentrate urine, holds on to sodium.
hypotension and now requires hemodialysis. His
Yeah,
BUN is 90
Invictus.
milligrams per deciliter and his creatinine is 9.2 milligrams per deciliter. Which of the following findings would the nurse expect this patient to have? Is it A, low urine osmolality and low urine sodium? B, high urine osmolality and low urine sodium? C, high urine osmolality and high urine sodium? Or D, low urine osmolality and high urine sodium? The answer here is D, low urine osmolality and high urine sodium. So are we looking at a patient in pre-renal or intrarenal failure here? We're actually looking at intrarenal failure.
I was about to say, okay, so pre-renal was what the other one, which is why that doesn't make sense to me. Okay. They're talking about intrarenal. Okay, so we did post-renal failure with obstruction, pre-renal with it's like sepsis, hypotension, and such with perfusion. Now we're talking about intrarenal. So are we talking about tubular necrosis?
or acute tubular necrosis here. And
Dude,
why is this not prerenal failure?
God damn
The
it.
prolonged hypotension seems like it would make a great case for hypovolemia and hypoperfusion. However, this patient is now requiring hemodialysis, which should lead us to believe that their kidney failure is more severe. And the treatment for prerenal failure is usually fluids and not dialysis. Whenever you have a BUN and creatinine value, quickly calculate the BUN to creatinine ratio, which can be a huge help in these questions. So our BUN to creatinine ratio here would be about 10. You just have to divide 90 by 9.2. A BUN to creatinine ratio of 10 to 15 is associated with intrarenal failure. And in intrarenal failure, the tubular basement membrane is damaged. And this damage means that the renal tubules are no longer able to concentrate urine or hold on to sodium. In such a case, we'll have a low urine osmolality and a high urine sodium.
Okay.
Acute tubular necrosis, also known as ATN or intrarenal failure, is the worst type of kidney injury that you can have. And it results in damage to the basement membrane of the renal tubules with actual structural damage.
Yeah, not
And it
good.
usually, but not always, will result in the patient needing renal replacement therapy. Some cases of ATN include pre or post renal failure, which ends up progressing to intrarenal failure. It can be due to contrast dye, nephrotoxic medications, infection, rhabdomyolysis, or surgery. And these patients are unable to excrete fluids and metabolic wastes, so their BUN and creatinine will both be elevated, but their BUN to creatinine ratio is going to be 10 to 15 to 1. They will have a high urine sodium, and that's because the tubules are damaged and they're unable to hold onto that sodium, so you just urinate it out. And they will have a low urine specific gravity because, again, their kidneys are not able to concentrate urine. The treatment here is going to be to minimize the damage to the kidneys. So we want to prevent acidosis, electrolyte imbalances, and uremia. We want to adjust or stop nephrotoxic medications such as these listed below. So NSAIDs are a huge no-no. Antibiotic, ACEs, ARBs, IV contrast dye for sure, and it. So I did summarize both prerenal and intrarenal failure here in this chart. You can take a look at this yourself, but most importantly, your BUN to creatinine ratio in prerenal failure is going to be higher. It will be 20 to 40 to 1. And in intrarenal failure, it will be 10 to 15 to 1. Your urine sodiums will be low in prerenal failure, again, because those renal tubules are still able to function, so they're holding on to that sodium. And in intrarenal failure, the opposite is true. They can no longer hold on to sodium, so they will urinate it out. And the treatment for prerenal failure will usually be fluids, while the treatment for intrarenal failure or ATN will usually be dialysis. Question number 8. You are taking care of a patient on CRRT when you notice blood in the effluent bag. Which of the following is the most appropriate action in this situation? A. Continue CRRT, as this can be a normal finding. B. Continue with dialysis and check an H&H. C. Stop the treatment and disconnect the circuit. Or D. Stop the treatment and return the blood in the circuit.
Here's the deal with this. Never had that happen, ever, in running like CV, where they had it in the effluent bag. That means like the bag that they use when they do a rinse back. Like, I don't even know how. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. So I'm trying to, I don't know how to describe a CV machine to you guys, but like, Like there's the external kidney. So there's the blood that's coming from the patient, right? The venous is being returned. So the arterial is going into the filtration and it's coming out in the venous line. So all of those connectors are made and disconnected from the prime spiking bag, which is like a liter of like normal saline that we hook at the very top, and we use that when we're trying to circulate like all the fluid in it when we're priming the tubing set before we hook it up to the patient, and then we pull blood from them. So we have to disconnect the red and the blue ports to hook them up to the patient's HD catheter to use them. So the fact that there'd be blood coming back wouldn't even make sense because the only thing connected would be the waistline, and the waistline isn't even attached to anything that would have blood come back. The only thing the blood is going through is the filter itself, not even the warmer, like just the filter and then the actual machine. Like so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Unless there's other CV machines. The CRRT machine I have does not have any other option for where it could go. That would mean that you forgot a step. I would disconnect if that was the case, but like that means that you literally did not hook up one of the lines. That means that you didn't hook up your venous line.
Maybe that's what they're getting at. Maybe like they're saying you screwed up the line.
But that's the dumbest thing. Like, how could you forget? You literally can't forget that. It's the most obvious thing you do. Like, if both dialysis catheter like ports aren't connected, then there's something wrong. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
I think, Ashley,
Am I
you give
overthinking this
people
shit?
you give people too much credit. You're
Hey,
smart,
Phildo
but
Baggins.
you forget that not everyone is as smart as you.
Sketch. I'm just saying this doesn't make sense.
And the answer
Listen,
here
I trust
C.
you on this one because I have zero idea because I do not deal with
C.
this at all.
Stop the treatment and disconnect the circuit.
I mean,
So blood in the effluent bag means that there is a membrane
their explanation?
rupture. Unfortunately, you're going to have to disconnect the circuit, and you do not want to return that blood. So they are going to end up losing that blood that's in the circuit. And since they will be losing about 200
like a
milliliters
membrane
of blood,
rupture. Now I have to Google this. What machine is it talking about? Because that probably matters. Maybe our hospital's being cheap and using some bullshit. So hold on, let me see. CRT.
That's quite possible.
Right. Hmm. Let me see how the way they set up this stuff.
I do remember.
Okay, that machine looks completely different from mine. So if that's the one they're talking about, I don't know. Helicom? Yeah.
I remember in residency, our ICU nurses were complaining about how they swapped to like new filters, and these new filters would clot all the freaking time. And they said it was because they were cheaper.
That sounds like some shit my hospital would do. This is the machine that I would. I don't know if you guys can see it. That's the one I use. But they've got several of here listed that look nothing like mine. So maybe they're talking about some fluid bag with that. Again, I don't have any fluid connected to this machine. Once I prime it, I'm disconnecting that spike. Like I am leaving the prime spike that like doesn't even, there's no way, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know when they're talking about a rupture, even if the filter was to malfunction, it wouldn't back up into that. There just doesn't make sense. Anyways, that's fine.
By throwing away that circuit, it might require extra interventions such as checking an H&H or transfusing PRBCs.
There's like 8 machines listed here, so I guess it depends on which
The
one you're
criteria
using.
for CRRT is the same as for hemodialysis, which we discussed earlier, so this AEIOU criteria. But CRRT is used exclusively for patients with hemodynamic instability who cannot tolerate these rapid fluid shifts, and they need a slowed down continuous version. So depending on what it's used for, CRRT can filter waste products or remove fluid through an artificial kidney machine. It does require a central line, and complications include those similar to hemodialysis. So hypotension can occur. You can, in this situation, turn down the blood flow rate and see if it improves your hypotension. It can also lead to complications of bleeding, hypothermia, the filter can clot off, and more specifically with CRRT, there can be a membrane rupture, in which case, again, disconnect that circuit and do not return the blood to the patient. Question number 9. You are going through discharge instructions with your patient who is hospitalized for acute kidney injury. He asks you if there are any medications he should avoid when he goes home. You tell him, A, you should avoid NSAIDs, B, you should avoid opioids, C, you should avoid acetaminophen, or D, you don't need to avoid any medications.
Oh, sorry.
So the best
I was still reading the Yeah, see, our machine doesn't have that, so that's interesting. There's one bag that was showing like a discoloration. It was like hooked on the side of the machine, red pigmented effluent fluid. See, that's what I hate. I hate it like if it's not standardized, don't ask the fucking question. Not all of us are gonna be like using this one like same machine that just doesn't work. That's why I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. As hospitals for AKI, he asks you if there are any medications he should avoid when he goes home. You tell him avoid NSAIDs, avoid opioids, acetaminophen. A.
best answer choice here
That would
is
be correct. It's one of my biggest
A.
pet peeves.
You should avoid NSAIDs. Why? Because
Needing to avoid
NSAIDs are
Filter
nephrotoxic.
kidneys.
Question number 10. Which of the following is known to
Invictus.
result in the highest incidences of death for patients with CKD?
There's no E.
Is it
You
A,
jabroni.
a wound infection, B, dehydration, C, fluid overload, or D, hyperkalemia?
Oh, with our CKD patients?
And the answer is A, wound infection. Infections are the leading cause of death for patients with both acute and chronic kidney diseases. The other choices are complications of chronic kidney disease, but they don't cause the greatest number of deaths.
Oh, interesting.
Very interesting.
Moving on along to question number 11. A patient with CKD has a hemoglobin of 7.2, BUN of 40,
Unlike a lot of
creatinine of
CKD patients are
3.4, and a
diabetic,
potassium of
but why wouldn't
4.6.
attribute the wounds
You should
to their
anticipate which of the following?
kidney
A,
disease?
immediate hemodialysis, B, epoetin alpha administration or
B.
Epogen, C, 2 units of packed red blood cells or PRBCs, or D, insulin and glucagon.
Seems pretty reasonable. I mean, you're not going to
The answer
transfuse them at that
is-
level. They don't need emergent dialysis.
Yeah.
B, epoetin alpha administration or Epogen. Patients with CKD are anemic at baseline, and the use of Epogen acts as erythropoietin, which plays an important role in making red blood cells.
Said oh shit.
It helps control the anemia and reduce the number of blood transfusions that patients require. There really is no indication for PRBCs, as for one, their hemoglobin isn't lower than 7.
Yep.
Chronic
Fast
kidney
forward.
disease is defined as the slow, progressive deterioration of renal function and a reduction in GFR. Patients who have diabetes, hypertension, autoimmune diseases, and chronic exposure to nephrotoxic medications are all at higher risk of developing chronic kidney disease. And as far as labs go, we will certainly be seeing a high BUN and creatinine in these patients. They will also have high potassium, magnesium, and phosphorus because their body is not able to get rid of the electrolytes appropriately. There will be low levels of calcium. They will generally be on the lower end of pH, and they will have low levels of protein and anemia. Our treatment here is going to include medical management of the chronic kidney disease and dialysis. But we do want to absolutely educate these patients on the importance of lifestyle changes to eat healthier.
The problem is
and to
all
move
this
more.
shit like goes hand in hand. It's like lifestyle changes, have them eat healthier. They already have CKD now. Like at this point. Like in half the time it's because they have like diabetes or chronic hypertension or a combination. So it's like people with diabetes already are at an increased risk of infection. Like in ulcers and stuff like that, and pressure sores and then like, so I just feel like this is round and round we go. Like the majority of our diabetics have CKD and the majority of them also have wounds and infections from those wounds. Again, I'm in a different pool of people, I feel like, but this tends to be like a trifecta.
No, because I'd say the same thing. And kind of the odd part is like I'm thinking like they get more infections probably because of things like diabetes, but I don't think the CKD itself causes more infections.
No. But it means you can't process like certain medications that you might need or antibiotics treatments. It depends on what I guess you have or what you're infected with, but I also know several people that like come in and they eat whatever the hell they want regardless of, you know, situation at hand. So I'm like, that's not really helping.
Which could help not only their kidney disease, but their diabetes and hypertension as well. Lastly, we want to prevent infections, since infections are the leading cause of mortality for patients with kidney failure. Question number 12. A patient is admitted with a
Patients met with diagnosis of acute tuberculosis necrosis. Following findings would be expected to have. And A. Azotemia, I don't even remember what
diagnosis
that
of
is.
acute
So
tubular necrosis.
I think
Which of
azotemia
the following
is
findings would this patient
urinating
be
less,
expected
I
to
wanna say.
manifest? A.
But I don't know
Hypermagnesemia,
about any of these like
acidosis, and
electrolyte
hyperkalemia.
disturbances.
B.
But I like
I mean, A,
Azotemia,
well,
hypocalcemia,
because
and alkalosis.
like what they said earlier
C.
about it being an intra,
Hypokalemia,
like renal,
acidosis, and hypertension.
that means usually you end up on
or D.
dialysis, and dialysis patients
Hyperkalemia,
tend to have like
hypomagnesemia, and
hyperkalemia,
acidosis.
hypermagnesemia, hyperphosphatemia, low calcium levels, high creatinine, BUN, and
The answer is A.
acidosis.
Hypermagnesemia, acidosis, and hyperkalemia. So azotemia is absolutely present in acute tubular necrosis. Azotemia is the rise in BUN and creatinine levels, but it's not listed here with the correct answer. The correct answer
Good
is
job,
A, because
Ashley.
the kidneys are not able to effectively
Thank you.
excrete potassium and magnesium, so patients will be both hypermagnesemic and hyperkalemic. most likely need hemodialysis.
Okay. Not A. Not B. I'm between C and D. Hold on. Aspirin overdose. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean you need hemodialysis. I know for acetaminophen, we use the antidote for that, and that's how we correct that issue. But like aspirin, like what do you do for that with an aspirin overdose? Would you dialyze?
Yes.
That's the only go-to. Okay, well then that's what I'm going with. Potassium of
If you
5.8, that's not terrible. I mean, it's high, but it's not, it's like 0.8 over the norm. No
Yeah, 'cause I think
changes.
you can alkalinize the urine for aspirin to help, but like if
Yeah,
they really OD'd on a lot, then ultimately you need dialysis to get
dialysis.
it out.
Okay. We'll go with C. I haven't had anyone OD on
Is it
aspirin,
A,
but
the patient with a BUN of
Actually,
88 and a
same.
creatinine of
I feel like
I've
when
just had it
3.8?
people
like Tylenol, like
B, the
acetylcysteine drip.
patient with metabolic
yeah,
alkalosis and
but even
hypokalemia.
that I don't see very
C,
much.
the
I feel like
patient with
usually
an
it's like
aspirin overdose,
ibuprofen
a
or like
BUN of 15 and a
SSRIs or something
creatinine
like
of
that, but
1.5.
very rarely do they take enough for it to be a problem.
No, true. Yeah, no, we had a girl who tried to, you know, take herself multiple times while in med school because her mom was a doctor and was pushing her to be a doctor and she didn't want to be a doctor, and so
Mm,
that was her way of crying out, and she permanently damaged her liver. So
that's sad.
it's very sad.
Or D, the patient with a serum potassium of 5.8 and a normal EKG.
See.
This is kind of a tricky one, but the correct answer here is C. The patient with an aspirin overdose, a BUN of 15, and a creatinine of 1.5. So we want to think about our AEIOU criteria. A stands for acidosis. Well, none of them say acidosis, but B says alkalosis and hypokalemia, so we can cross that one out because we know that high levels of electrolytes will be associated with kidney injury and acidosis. Remember, when you take acid, you get high. If you don't know what I'm talking about, listen to a couple of my other lectures. It's going to be a little bit higher than 20. So we're going to be looking at a BUN to creatinine ratio that is greater than 20. Is this prerenal or intrarenal? BUN to creatinine ratio greater than 20 is prerenal. And we know that prerenal injury comes before the kidney, which means that it's probably coming from hypovolemia or hypoperfusion, and they will probably need fluids and not dialysis. If the BUN creatinine ratio is closer to 10 to 1, that would alert us to an intrarenal injury and it would require dialysis. When you get these questions, quickly find out the BUN to creat ratio to help guide you through your thought process. Now, the patient described in choice D has hyperkalemia but no EKG changes, so we can deem this patient stable.
Yeah, it's
Question
fair.
number.
Which of the following would be expected for a patient with renal hypoperfusion? Would it be C? Hold on. A or C? I'm thinking C.
I agree. That's probably the one thing I remember about renal is for a pre-renal, one of the things criteria you can look at is the FeNA, the fractional excretion of sodium in urine. It should be greater than 20.
Number
For
14.
pre-renal.
Which of the following
So
would be
yeah,
expected
so
for
like
a
your
patient with renal
urine
hypoperfusion?
sodium to
A.
creatinine
Urine
ratio
sodium greater
should be
than
greater than
20 and
20.
serum osmolality greater than urine osmolality. B. Urine sodium less than 20 and serum osmolality greater than urine osmolality. C. Urine sodium greater than 20 and urine osmolality greater than serum osmolality.
All right,
Or
come on,
D.
girl.
D.
Oh, damn. It's D.
What?
Hold on. It said hypoperfusion. That's pre-renal, which
Right,
means you still hold sodium,
that's what I thought
and your
too.
urine is concentrated.
That's what I also thought. I'm confused as well, because I had the same logic that you did.
Wait, it said urine sodium. Skitch, not serum sodium. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. So it doesn't really say, it just says able to concentrate urine and holds on to sodium. Urine's. What the hell?
This one doesn't really make sense to me. I need more of an explanation.
Well, let's hear what she says.
And serum osmolality greater than urine osmolality. C. Urine sodium greater than serum osmolality. The answer here is D. Urine sodium less than 20 and urine osmolality greater than serum osmolality. I know I've been through this before, but we have renal hypoperfusion. What kind of kidney injury is this? It is a pre-renal kidney injury. The renal tubules are not yet destroyed in pre-renal kidney injury, so they can concentrate urine and they can hold on to sodium. So in a dehydrated state where we're probably not going to be making much urine and the urine will be concentrated, we will have a high urine osmolality. And since our renal tubules are working, they're going to be holding onto that sodium in the body. There will be a low concentration of sodium in the urine. Question.
I mean, okay, that makes sense, but then So it's saying able to concentrate and holds on to sodium, but the so because it's holding on, it's got low serum sodium because the sodium's not coming out of the body because it's holding the sodium, which makes sense. But then why would this answer to this question be high urine sodium? When this is pre-renal. Do you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Their argument here was the fact that this is pre-renal, so it holds on to sodium, so that's why you have a high urine sodium and a low urine osmo. But for the same thing over here, they're talking about another pre-renal situation where it's low urine sodium, which honestly, that answer makes more sense in this one, but then like that totally makes no sense for this. Hold on.
Answer here is D, low urine osmolality and high urine sodium. So are we looking at a patient in pre-renal or intrarenal failure here? We're actually looking at intrarenal failure or acute tubular necrosis.
Okay, this was not pre-renal. This was acute. Okay. Okay. Let me process again. Hold on. Okay, so that was acute tubular necrosis. This is hyperperfusion. Pre-renal. Urine osmo is going to be greater. Okay.
A, urine sodium greater than 20 and serum osmolality.
Sorry guys, I know that took a second, but I had to process that one through. Anyways, your patient is lethargic, her mucous membranes are dry, she has dark amber urine, her urine specific gravity is 1.035, that is high, her BUN is 65 and her creatinine is 3. Her vital signs are temperature of 38, right? Heart rate of 130 and respiratory 24 with a BP in the shit. Well, it's not completely in the shit, but it's... Which of the following should the nurse anticipate? Administering, not antibiotics, isotonic fluids. I'm thinking isotonic, yeah. Dialysis. I don't know about all that. I don't have enough information for that. I'm not going to give Lasix. That's just going to hurt the creatinine more. I'm going to go with isotonic fluids. It is correct. Next bonus question. A patient with acute tubular necrosis is differentiated from a patient with pre-renal failure in that only with pre-renal failure is... Okay. Patient with acute tubular necrosis is differentiated from a patient with pre-renal in that only with pre-renal is... God, my brain does not want to work at this hour. Hold on.
Listen,
so I'm thinking D. The urine sodium is going to be high because tubular necrosis, it can't hold sodium.
Ashley, you're flying solo on this. Renal's hurting my head.
Okay. Um, I mean, 20 to 1, they definitely did say that there was a difference with that ratio right there in specific. So, guys, this is killing my soul. I mean, tubular necrosis, you're not going to be able to concentrate urine, so there was something about it's between C and D, I think. Swear to God if I'm wrong.
Pre-renal failure, in that only with pre-renal failure is A, the urine specific gravity low, B, the urine osmolality is low, C, the BUN to creatinine ratio is at least 20 to 1, or D, the urine sodium 40 to 100. I know it takes a second to kind of think through these choices, but our answer is C. The BUN to creatinine ratio is at least 20 to 1.
Almost. I said between C and D, I didn't give an exact, so there we go. That's all I got. That tapped my brain out.
Dude, renal is rough, man. All those electrolyte imbalances.
Oh my God. Fuck me, man. Oh man. I hate it. I hate it. Okay. Okay. Renal, you kicked my ass. I'm ready to eat and oh my God. Dom! 5 years I've graduated from LGU, Dr. Med Dom. Oh my God. Dom, thanks for the sub.
I like how Dom went to sleep.
5 years. I have
as
graduated
you
from
were
LGU.
starting,
Dr. Med.
and now that
Dom.
you've reached the end, he has returned.
I know. Dom, you literally came at the end of this. Like, holy shit. We did endocrine, we did hematology, we did respiratory 1, we did respiratory 2, we did musculoskeletal, we did renal. Now tomorrow we have cardiac. So cardiology, hemodynamics, gastrointestinal, the multi-system, whatever the fuck that means, neurologic, and then professions of caring and ethical practice. Oh, and hemodynamics part 2. Jesus Christ. Dom, thanks for the 100 biddies.
I wrote the book they based this videos on.
Good night, Invictus. No, you did not. Shut up, Dom.
What if he actually did?
He did not. He did not.
What if
We know he didn't. Huh?
What if he's been pulling our leg this entire time and he's actually a doctor?
He's I would believe that Dom is like I would more so believe he was like an astrophysicist first and foremost. And I've got news for you if you look in stream sketch. So long, farewell, au revoir, Wiedersehen.
The porg. I like it. I like it.
Oh my
When did you get the
gosh.
porg?
Huh?
When did you get the porg?
I ordered him online.
Oh.
I got him a while ago. I just hadn't used them.
You need a porg redemption as well now for channel points.
Yeah, just so I can agitate people with him and put him on play mode and have him talk. Hold on. Let me.
Wait, he talks? Hold on, I gotta mute so I can turn your stream volume up. It chortles.
Yeah, he makes noises.
I like it.
He's cute.
I like it.
Oh, he said you've had a porg this whole time and denied us. Oh, I don't even want to hear it.
No. He's been holding out on us, chat.
I know. Jesus Louises. Hey, Sam. Who's your good boy? Who's your
As
choco boy?
Brian would say, someone spawned a bear on her.
Right. Ash, you're fired from withholding this from chat. Oh my God, what other secrets have you kept from us? Bible thump. You just thumped me. Coach, when did you get in here?
He's been in here for a few hours now. I just don't think he's said anything.
Hello.
Coach.
Can you hear me?
Hello. We can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm dying. I'm dying a slow, painful death from all that.
Sorry to hear that.
You sound a little sick.
I think I'm okay. I just had something in my throat.
Oh, okay. False alarm. It's just phlegm. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good. Doing good.
You were in here this whole time?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I've been in
he's
here a while.
a few hours now.
Did we not bore you to death?
I've been playing games while I kind of listen and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, he's been playing Marvel Rivals.
It's
nice.
true.
I
It's
sucked
true.
Skitch into the study stream, so he's now got a headache because of me. You are welcome.
I see you've
Skitch
been doing
is
pretty good for
his
yourself.
stalking coach. All right, to everybody in stream, I've got to get off. I got to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Hope you all had fun, learned a little something, and we will start this again